The man smiling at me should be dead, because 20 years ago, I killed him. This is The Man I Buried. From the outside, my life looks perfect. A beautiful home, a loving husband, children who still shout goodbye when I leave the house. The kind of ordinary happiness I once thought people like me didn't deserve. And every Thursday night, I step out of it. I kiss my husband goodbye, sling my gym bag over my shoulder, and tell the same careful lie I've told for years. He thinks I'm exercising. He thinks I'm safe. What he doesn't know is that Thursday nights are the only thing holding my life together. The only place I can breathe without fear tightening around my throat. My sanctuary. At least, it was. Until tonight. The moment I walk through the door and see him standing there, my entire world stops. Older now, harder, but unmistakable. He offers me his hand and smiles like we're strangers meeting for the first time, but I know that face. I know exactly who he is. And the last time I saw him, he was bleeding on the ground while I ran for my life. For 20 years, I've lived with the memory of what I did. I buried it so deeply that some days I almost convinced myself it never happened. Almost. Now the past is standing in front of me, breathing, which means one impossible thing is true. Either I didn't kill him, or someone helped him survive. And if he's come back after all this time, it isn't for forgiveness. Because the secret we share is dangerous enough to destroy everything I love. My marriage, my children, my life. And the worst part? He knows exactly how far I'll go to keep the truth buried. Chapter 1. I look up from where I'm sitting and see a man standing in the doorway of the church hall. I stare into his piercing blue eyes, wondering who he is and what he wants. For a second, I think nothing of it. We often welcome new members to the group. But then something snags deep inside my mind, a loose thread from the past. I swallow, not instantly paying attention to the danger signals firing in my brain. It can't be him. It's impossible. I give my head a little shake, blink, refocus. He's still there. I feel a sweat break out. This has got to be some kind of mistake, my mind playing cruel tricks on me. I shudder, hugging my arms around myself, not taking my eyes off him. I study his features, every detail about him, as the horror of what I'm seeing sinks in. Dear God, no. When the truth finally hits me, when I accept that it really is him, my mouth drops open. A whimper escapes. The man who knows my darkest secret is standing a few feet away from me, staring right at me, a small smile lifting the corner of his mouth. It all seems to happen in slow motion then, though in reality my entire life is blown apart in just a few seconds. He strides closer to the group where about 15 of us are sitting in a circle getting ready to begin tonight's support meeting. He's beaming a warm smile at everyone now, though he keeps flashing looks my way. My instincts scream at me to run away, and run fast. But I stay quite still, barely able to breathe. "Hello," he says. "Is this where Open Door meets?" I'm praying this is some kind of prank. I don't want to believe it. I can't believe it. This is the man I once loved with my entire body and soul, and the man I ended up hating just as much. My heart thunders in my chest, adrenaline pumping, palms sweating, muscles tensing. How can he possibly be here? What the hell does he want? He's the last person in the world I was expecting to see. I simply don't understand. The world swims out of focus as I'm flooded with memories I've blocked out over the years, memories that still haunt me. Dark times swallowed up by guilt. It's our little secret, Gemma. An unstoppable wave of terror creeps through me as I watch him. 9 years older than me, he's aged since I last set eyes on him 2 decades ago. Though I can't deny he looks good. His strong, handsome features and searching eyes reflect the warm smile he offers the group, belying the danger that lurks beneath. What lured a much younger me into his deceptive web in the first place? For what seems like forever, I don't dare move, or speak, or breathe. Instead, I focus on self-forgiveness, remembering that I was naive and impressionable when I first met him, falling head over heels in love. Heels in love. I remind myself that none of what happened was my fault. It is. Come on in. Maggie, one of our long-standing group members, says, beckoning him over, everyone's welcome here. There's a ripple of chair shuffling as people shove up to make room. For a moment, he stays standing, his eyes fixed on me as if I'm the only other person there, staring me down. I'm sure he knows it's me. Slowly, my hand comes up to my throat, where I feel the first surge of a flush creeping up my chest, my neck, my cheeks, strangling me. Address the twice-weekly support group as usual. We've been meeting on Monday and Thursday evenings at the Methodist Chapel for years, and the group is like a sanctuary for our members, a safe place. But now, with him here, it suddenly feels like a lion's den. My eyes flick around the circle of familiar faces as everyone waits for me to begin. Men, women, young, old, well-off, less well-off, and everyone in between. The group watches on as I falter. Sitting opposite, Maggie smiles at me, encouraging me with her kind eyes. Eyes that were bloodshot and glassy when I first met her 5 years ago. I sat up countless nights talking to her on the phone, distracting her so she didn't go out and buy alcohol. I knew she had it in her to get sober. I say, my voice choked. Hello, everyone. I trail off, reaching for a jug of water on a nearby table, sloshing a few inches into a glass. With a shaking hand, I sip, not taking my eyes off him as he settles down between the others, inserting himself into the group. All I want to do is run, to push past him, flee to my car and speed off home. Anything to escape the fear gripping me. Home to Doug and the twins and my life. My normal, happy, wonderful, safe life that I've so carefully crafted and honed out of trauma and destruction and heartbreak and lies and everything that came before. Because of him. You okay, Gemma? I feel a hand on my arm. Eric. Mid-50s, sober 12 years, my right-hand man running the group. I can count on him for anything, and likewise, he knows he can count on me. Eric's like an older brother to me, and I'd do anything for him. Yeah, thanks, I whisper, finding my voice again. Just a frog. I cough, clearing my throat. Then I dare to glance across the group again, my eyes landing on the imposter, his broad shoulders butting up to the women either side of him. Taking a deep breath, I say, "Looks like we have a new member tonight, everyone." I force a smile, praying I'm wrong. Praying harder than I ever have that this man has, by a huge, awful coincidence, stumbled into the wrong place entirely. That any moment now I'll wake from this nightmare, and it'll turn out that I've just downed a bottle of vodka because, honestly, even with 10 years of sobriety under my belt, that would be preferable to the reality in front of me. Aidan Black. The man who destroyed my life. And the last time I saw him, he was dead. Chapter 2. Thanks for the warm welcome, Aidan says, the deep timbre of his voice filling the huge hall. He sounds the same, maybe better. My heart sinks and I manage a reluctant nod, forcing myself to act normally as everyone knows I'm passionate about helping new members. I pray he doesn't notice me shaking. Pray he has no idea who I am. That at 43 I've aged badly to the point of being unrecognizable and him being here is all a horrible fluke. So much blood. The gash on his head. The image of his dead body lying at my feet flashes through my mind. I've worked so hard over the years to move on, to block out what happened, turning my trauma into something positive by helping others. Along with my precious family, it's what I live for. But now I feel myself spiraling around the edge of a dangerous funnel that, back then, led to the only place of solace I knew. The bottle. Until now, I was certain that nothing would threaten my sobriety. I'm long since over that period of my life. I continue running Open Door with Eric to help others, and I can't imagine not doing it. Perhaps it all started to pay off a karmic debt. God knows, what I owed the world was big enough. But by creating a safe space for our members, I'm doing a little bit of good in our community. I steal another look at him. His hair is receding slightly on each side of his angular forehead, giving him an air of wisdom and trustworthiness that only comes with age. Wayward tufts of sandy blonde are flecked with gray glints, an unruly style I once found endearing. Now all I see is danger. 12 inches over 6 foot and still as broad as he ever was, always seeming to take up more than his share of space in the world, Aiden flashes another grin around the group, giving an annoying salute. It's as easy as that. The charisma, the charm, it's all still there, dripping from him, as he's warmly accepted by everyone. We were just opening the session, I continue, fielding his sharp stare with a faltering one of my own, even though I'm falling apart inside. I must not let on that I'm terrified. After that, I'll have to work out a plan to get rid of him. Again. We usually start with the affirmation. Would you like to say it this week? Anything to prevent me from having to recite the words. I don't trust myself to remember them, even though I've done it 1,000 times. Just a simple motto symbolizing the group's gratitude and togetherness, how we promise to support each other in the face of temptation, adversity, and danger. All of which are sitting opposite me right now in human form. And finally, may strength, honesty, and love guide us all safely as we step through the open door to our futures, heading ever forward on our sober journeys. Thank you, Kelly, I say a few moments later when she's finished. Then I take a deep breath. Would you like to tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're here? I say to Aiden, feeling an instant whip of regret. I do not want to know why he is here, or how he survived injury all those years ago, let alone have his reasons broadcast to the group. No pulse. Bleeding out. Sure, I'm Aiden Black, he says in a rich purr, confirming my worst fears. Hearing his name out loud sends a fresh spiral of anxiety through me. He leans forward, his rolled-up shirt sleeves exposing his muscular forearms. His legs are equally sturdy within the dark denim of his jeans. I've been sober for 5 years now. A wave of approval runs through the group. Someone claps a couple of times. I'm new to the area, he goes on, making me want to scream, liar. And I know how important it is to have people who... He pauses, directing his stare even more forcefully at me, as if prodding me with his eyes. To have people who've got my back. A wave of agreement shimmies round the circle. People who I'd trust with my life. I recoil. Does he know what I did? That I knelt over his supposedly dead body, the blood-covered wrench lying beside him? More murmurs of approval circulate as, effortlessly, Aiden wins them over. You'll find all the support you need here, brother. Tony, another group member, says, lost his wife in a car accident 2 years ago, which led to his drinking. I was jogging round the local park when I first met him, just as he passed out, to be precise. After an ambulance ride and a stay in hospital to detox, I visited him several times to let him know he wasn't alone. I finally managed to persuade him to come to Open Door. He hasn't looked back since, A wave of nausea hits me, my dinner sitting heavily on my stomach. Doug made spaghetti bolognese earlier. Dear, darling Doug, my perfect husband. It's a family joke that it's the only thing he can cook and is therefore what we usually have on Monday and Thursday evenings when he offers to make food before I rush out here. It was just the two of us at the table tonight, though, as our 17-year-old twins, Tom and Chloe, won't be back from a school trip until later this evening.
Is it a leg or upper body day?
Doug had asked as we ate. I closed my eyes in a long blink and nodded guiltily, filling my mouth with spaghetti. I hate lying to him, and never intended on keeping Open Door a secret, but I'm not sure how to tell the truth now without hurting him, the last thing I ever want to do, and the time just never seems right. I should make the effort and come to the gym with you one of these days, he added, patting his stomach.
I need to get fit.
I smiled and sipped my water, grateful that Doug wasn't having wine with his meal. He was driving to fetch Tom and Chloe at 8.
Have fun at the gym,
he said as usual, giving me a kiss when I grabbed my gym bag from the hall cupboard. He's never once noticed that it contains the same unused kit. As I left, I swore to myself that I would sit Doug down and tell him about Open Door very soon. I just needed to work out how to explain why I began drinking heavily in the first place.
Gem?
I hear someone beside me say. Eric.
Shall we start?
I snap to. Oh, yes, sorry. I scan around the group, purposefully avoiding Aiden. A memory of when we first met flashes into my mind. Because of his blonde hair, I drunkenly asked him if he was Swedish. Cringe. He'd put on a silly accent for the rest of the evening, making sure he sidled past me several times at the Christmas party, a local charity fundraiser in a village pub. I promised Gail she could share her recovery story at the last meeting, I say. So we'll start there, if that's okay. Gail is mid-40s, with a few grey hairs showing in her mousy bob. The skin around her mouth is lined and puckered from smoking, a habit she's not yet been able to kick, though the ethos of the group is one thing at a time. At least she no longer drinks a bottle of vodka a day. I'm so proud of her for what she's achieved, and will help her quit smoking as soon as she's ready. Gail nods and takes the red and white silk-spotted handkerchief from Eric as he passes it over. Whoever's holding it cannot be interrupted, a tradition we've had since the start. It was all I had on me at the first meeting to use as a sign for others to listen, to give space and respect to the person holding it. We've kept the ritual going ever since. I had my first drink when I was 12. Gail begins. I'm listening to what she's saying, but can't help my gaze dragging magnetically back to Aiden. He's looking at me. Of course he is. And as our eyes lock, his mouth unfurls into a small, knowing smile. My poker face is fixed, but inside I'm in turmoil. Leave me alone, I want to yell at him, though I'd never dare. Why are you even here? I'm on the edge of tears, my heart racing madly in my chest as I frantically think what to do. I haven't felt so trapped in a long time. God, I was so in love with this man. It physically hurts to remember. It's been 20 long years since I set eyes on Aiden Black. 2 decades of me believing the terrible secret we shared was dead and buried with him. All this time, I thought I was the only person left alive to know what happened that night, that no one else knew what we did. Maybe he's back for revenge, because even though I was so in love with him, even though I'd have done and did anything for him, the truth is that the last time I saw him, my hands were drenched in his blood. Chapter 3.
Fancy a drink?
I tense at the sound of his voice. The group finished 10 minutes ago, and I thought everyone apart from Eric had left. When I turn around from the sink, Aiden is only a couple of feet away. I need to get this done and lock up the hall, I say, avoiding his provocative question. I'm desperate to ask what the hell he's doing here, why he's even alive. But I don't want to give him the satisfaction. Besides, I'm not sure I'm ready for the answer. Somehow, I made it through the last couple of hours without breaking down or running out in a panic. I couldn't stand to let everyone down.
Whenever I felt Aiden's eyes boring into me, I fielded his stares with defiant ones of my own. I'm proud of myself for staying calm, though I'm not sure how long I can keep it up. My younger self wouldn't have been so cool-headed. I grab another mug and wash it, putting it upside down on the draining board. I still can't believe it. The man who knows my darkest secret has seemingly come back from the dead. He sought me out for a reason, and whatever it is, it's not going to be good news. I doubt he's come to profess his undying love for me. Though undying seems oddly fitting right now. I just pray he stays away from my family. I'll dry, Aiden says, grabbing a tea towel. He leans close and whispers, "Just like old times, eh?" What the hell do you want? I can't help it. I won't sleep a wink if I don't get answers. You're supposed to be dead, Aiden interrupts. So you know then, that someone tried to kill me, back then. The way he says back then, slowly and menacingly, as though he's bringing the past into the present, sends me cold with fear. The coward attacked me from behind. I have no idea who it was. He gives me a look, his eyes narrow and suspicious. My heart races again, making me lightheaded as I try to work out what must have happened after I left him for dead. It's doubtful he'd have gone to the police, not wanting to draw their attention after what had happened only a week earlier. And if he'd needed medical help, I imagine he'd have remained vague, perhaps saying he'd had a fall or an accident. I'm about to reply, bluster my way through fake shock, but, thank God, Eric comes into the kitchen just off the main meeting hall. "No need for you to do that," he says, stepping between us and taking the tea towel from Aiden. "You get off, your help, but Gemma and I have our routine." For a moment, I sense that Aiden is going to make a fuss, that he's not done with me yet. But after a couple of seconds and a tea towel tug of war between the two men, he releases the cloth to Eric. "If you're sure," Aiden says. "But next time, I insist." He adds in his rich voice that, years ago, won over a young version of me. "I want to do my bit. Become a valued member of the group." He's letting me know that he'll be back. I lean forward over the sink full of soapy water, bowing my head. I feel like throwing up. "Great to hear," Eric replies. Then footsteps as Aiden heads for the door, but suddenly he stops and swings round. "Oh, and Gemma, thanks for the warm welcome. It's appreciated." I turn in time to catch his slow wink before he heads back through the main hall. Only when I hear the chapel door slam closed do I breathe out. "You okay?" Eric asks, taking another mug from me to dry. I nod, clench my jaw. There's no way I can tell him the truth. "I'm fine. Thanks for asking." I manage a smile. "Got a bit of a funny vibe off him," Eric says, wiping the mug. "I didn't like that he followed you in here after everyone else had gone. That's why I came in."
"I think he was just being friendly," I say, staring down into the water again. So much blood. I should have called an ambulance, the police. But I panicked.
"Probably," Eric says with a laugh. "Though."
He pauses, resting a hand on the draining board.
"I swear I heard him asking if you wanted a drink."
I laugh. No, heavens no. He said, "What do I think?" As in, about him drying up. That's all. I grab another mug, washing it.
"Fair enough,"
Eric says slowly, though I sense he's still looking at me.
"Fair enough."
Chapter 4.
Sore legs? Doug asks half an hour later when I get home, glancing up from his spot on the sofa. Tell me you didn't carry on watching without me, I say, glancing at the TV and lying by omission for the second time tonight. Avoiding his question goes some way to making it feel less like I'm keeping secrets from my husband, even though I am. I never meant to hide that I once had a problem with alcohol, but admitting to it now would mean telling him why. I love Doug too much to hurt him, but by continuing the lie, I know I'm hurting him anyway. Back when we first met, just over 20 years ago now, I was too ashamed to mention my drinking or the reasons behind it. Upon a childhood I'd rather forget. My father wasn't a good man. Plus the trauma of my relationship with Aiden, still recent, I ended up fabricating a more palatable version of myself for Doug, at least while our relationship was still new. I was intent on protecting my heart, so I kept quiet, blocked it all out. Secretly numbed myself with alcohol, but looking back, it wasn't fair on Doug. He was too kind, too gentle and sensitive to take on board the broken version of me, the version that harbored a terrible secret, which was why I chose to protect him from the truth. Doug fell in love with me blind, and I fell in love with him to help me forget. Then, as the years went by, the right time to reveal the truth never came. It's fine, love, Doug says now. I've only been watching this episode for 20 minutes, so we can go back to the start. He gets up and kisses me on the lips, and I notice he smells ever so faintly of red wine. He probably had a glass after he got back from fetching the twins. Cuppa? I nod and follow him into the kitchen. I've already shoved my gym bag into the hall cupboard, ready to grab on Monday evening. Though after tonight, I have a sick feeling about going back to the group knowing he'll be there. Maybe I won't go for a while. Let Aiden think I'm not a regular. Perhaps he'll get bored, give up, and leave me alone. But deep down, I know that won't happen. For all I know, he could be outside our house right now, watching, waiting for us to go to bed, for the lights to go out. I shudder, knowing I'm not going to sleep a wink tonight. That man is back for a reason. I just don't know what. Fancy a drink? His cruel words from earlier ring through my head, reminding me of when we first met at the Swan Pub in Little Compton, a village 3 miles from my hometown of Chesworth in South Warwickshire. It was Christmas time, and I soon learnt that we moved in very different circles. I was a local lass, aged 21, a fashion buyer for a small Midlands clothing brand. Aiden, seeming so much more mature at 30, was an up-and-coming barrister who spent his weeks in London and weekends back in the area at his family home. He seemed so much more worldly than me, like he was from a different planet as far as younger me was concerned. I was besotted from the start. I was only there that night as a favor to my best male friend, Luke, wanting to support the dementia charity auction that was close to his heart. Luke was the most eternally single and eligible bachelor I knew, and if he hadn't been gay, we'd have been married long ago. I remember feeling festive and happy, carefree and excited by my future that night. If only I'd known all that was about to change. Would you like a drink? Aiden had said, holding out a glass as I came up to the bar. He'd been staring at me for a while. I ordered an extra one. It'll save you queuing. I'm Aiden, by the way. Oh, thanks, I said, eyeing the glass of Prosecco and feeling flattered. I was wary of taking a drink from a stranger, but I'd seen the barmaid hand it to him. Aiden had kind eyes, the most dazzling blue I'd ever seen, and strong hands, broad shoulders. His blue Oxford shirt looked expensive, yet toned down with jeans, and his sandy blonde hair was stylishly messy, while his stubble gave him an edgy look. No way would he have slipped anything in my drink. Cheers, he said, clinking my glass with his, Merry Christmas.
Cheers, I replied. And to you too. What's that? I asked, eyeing his tumbler.
Sparkling water, he told me. I don't drink.
He grinned.
I like to stay in control.
We'd laughed then, slipping into easy chatter, discussing everything from last-minute Christmas gifts to skiing trips in the French Alps. I didn't let on that I could never in a million years afford such a holiday, and had never even set foot on a ski slope. Once or twice I looked around the beamy pub to see if I could spot Luke, but I couldn't see him, so stayed talking with Aiden instead. Then the auction began. I donated a personal styling session, which seemed insignificant compared to the weekend spa breaks and private chefs donated by others. When my lot came up for bidding, I was surprised that 3 people competed against each other for it, with the winning bid placed by Aiden Black himself at £500. I was chuffed I'd raised so much for the charity.
A fine +1 you turned out to be,
Luke had joked in the taxi back into Chesworth.
Was he nice, that guy?
He nudged me, winking as the taxi idled outside my building. I lived in a rented flat down by the station, convenient for occasional work trips to London. I felt so grown up, so ready to take on the world. He'd better be a decent sort to steal you away from me. He was very nice, I'd said, placing a hand over my stomach. The butterflies are still butterflying.
I hope you got his number.
I held up my phone and winked. Then I leant across and pecked him on both cheeks, waving as the cab drove off.
Here you go, love,
Doug says now, handing me a mug of chamomile tea.
He leads the way back to our cozy living room, a packet of biscuits tucked under his arm as he goes up to the front window. He pauses, looking out into the night, making me wonder if he's seen something. Someone. But then he pulls the curtains closed. Kids okay? I ask, feeling silly these days for calling them that. In a year and a half, we'll be dropping them off at university with a carload of stuff, and grateful for a text message once a week. It's hard to believe their childhoods are almost over, that we'll soon be moving into a different era of parenting.
It only seems like yesterday that we brought them home from hospital, their little faces peering up at us as we cradled them, Tom with his dark curls and Chloe with her rosebud pout. They were perfect. They were ours, our family complete.
Both fine,
Doug replies, digging into the packet of biscuits before handing them to me.
They really enjoyed the museum trip. Tom's sore throat is a bit better, and they're finishing up some homework before bed.
I nod, knowing they'll be down to say goodnight soon, the steady beat of family life pulsing in a familiar rhythm. I smile, taking a digestive from the packet. Doug restarts the series we've been watching, and I curl my legs up on the sofa, snuggling up next to him. Life is good, I tell myself, and my beautiful family is safe and happy. Perfect. But a wave of adrenaline hits me as Aiden is on my mind again, showing up at Open Door tonight, making me terrified that everything's about to change. He's the only other person who knows what we did 2 decades ago, and I can't believe he's back. Can't believe everything I've worked so hard for is under threat. Our secret was meant to have died with him. Chapter 5. Megan has only been working for me at the boutique a couple of weeks, but she's already proved herself invaluable. I don't know how I ever managed without you, I say, coming out of the back kitchen area, having dumped my stuff. I've been running Clover, my little clothing shop in town, for almost a decade, having managed things single-handedly until now. While I've had a few ups and downs over the years, business is generally good these days, and my customers are loyal, so it seemed the right time to take on an assistant. Thanks for opening up. I join Megan behind the counter. I had to run a few errands. No problem, she says sweetly, handing me some stock lists. Her young face is wrinkle-free as she smiles. These are the items I think we should put in the sale. And I checked off yesterday's delivery. Wow, I say, taking the stock sheets from her. You're way ahead. She smiles again,
flashing her straight white teeth. It strikes me that at 24, she's only 3 years older than I was when Aidan and I met at the Christmas party. A shudder runs down my spine. Him turning up last night has sickened and terrified me. How stupid I was to think he was out of my life, that I'd ever be rid of him, that what happened wouldn't come back to haunt me. It feels like a time of reckoning. "Would you like a coffee?" Megan asks.
I cleaned out the machine so it won't have that weird taste anymore. I manage a laugh. God, I've been meaning to do that for months. And yes, please. I watch as she heads off to the kitchenette, her silky olive-coloured skirt looking great with tan leather boots. Her neutral cropped sweater completes her look, along with gold hoop earrings and some stacking bangles. She really fits with Clover's aesthetic. Classy yet affordable. Plus, her being young and gorgeous helps, with her glossy long blonde hair and flawless skin. She's switched on business-wise too, having taken a college course in retail. Out of the 16 applicants, she stood out by a mile. It was easy to see how much she wanted the job. It actually tastes like proper coffee now, I say, sipping from the mug she hands me. Megan laughs, but then her expression falls serious. I meant to say, a man came in earlier. He was looking for a gift for his daughter. He was alone and gave me the creeps a bit. His eyes were all over the place, and he went all round the shop several times, but didn't buy anything. Really? What did he look like? Tallish, quite good-looking, sort of messy hair, wearing jeans, I think. She pauses, looking a bit concerned, but then shrugs. It's hard to remember exactly. After that, I had the woman from the big house just outside of town come in. Ellen? I ask, not liking the sound of the man Megan just described. Thankfully, she doesn't seem too perturbed by him as she chats away. I won't stand for anyone upsetting my staff. Yes, that's her. She pretty much bought her entire spring wardrobe in one go. Here, look. Megan slides the till receipt my way, and I can't help my eyes virtually popping out of my head. 850 pounds, I squeak. She's a great customer, but she's never bought that much before. I swear it was the coffee and those little shortbread biscuits I baked over the weekend. She files the receipt away again. I sat her down on the sofa and just kept parading stuff in front of her. She said yes to pretty much all my outfit suggestions. Nice work, Megan, I say, glancing at the door when the bell tinkles. That's when I notice the window displays have been updated too. Unless she came back in the night, I have no idea when she'd have had time to do all that. Good afternoon, Megan says, going over to the customer. How can I help you? I leave her to it and head back towards the storeroom to unpack yesterday's delivery, but stop at the vintage dresser to arrange a few accessories. I found it in an auction years ago, and it's perfect for displaying scarves, belts, and colourful socks. Plus, I have some jewellery hanging from a couple of display trees. I notice that Megan has added some extra touches of her own. A couple of vintage teacups and saucers, a print of an old county map propped on a shelf, as well as some postcards of local scenery. A couple of them showing the town's high street in Victorian times. I smile, liking what she's done. She certainly has an eye for design. But it's as I'm refolding some of the silk scarves in a wicker basket that I notice it. One of the postcards catching my attention. I take it from the shelf, studying it, my eyes slowly widening as I recognize the picture. A beautiful lake surrounded by woodland. Megan and the customers' voices fade away in the background as I stare at it. Over the years, I've done everything in my power to avoid this place. Foxmere Lake, a local beauty spot about 3 miles outside of Chesworth, a place that I've had to force myself to forget. It's fine, I tell myself.
Nothing to worry about, just coincidence that it's ended up here in my shop. There must be dozens, if not hundreds, of similar postcards in circulation. It's a popular local spot for walks and picnics, after all. It doesn't mean anything. Nothing at all. Stare at it. The glassy surface of the water with the thick forest surrounding it reveals nothing about what once happened there. With trembling hands, I turn it over. There's no address or stamp on it, but then my heart thumps as I read the handwritten words on the back. Wish you were there.
Chapter 6. I reckon Megan's already earned her first month's salary in extra profit, I tell Doug that evening as we're cooking dinner. We always try to eat together on Fridays. I'll have to order in a ton more stock mid-season at this rate. Not a bad problem to have, he says, chopping an onion. I don't miss the tinge of sadness in his voice. He's a freelance photographer, mainly wildlife, and a damn good one at that. But his profession has changed so much in recent years that selling anything is hard. Luckily, he has a few regular commissions with magazines, and he tops up when he can with portrait photography.
He's always adding to his stock photo portfolio online, which ticks over nicely. But without our joint incomes, we wouldn't make ends meet each month. At this rate, we might even be able to take a holiday, I say with a laugh, though the thought of that leads me down a mental path to postcards. A surge of adrenaline churns up my stomach as I try to convince myself that what I found in the shop really was just an unlucky coincidence. Earlier, though, I couldn't resist asking Megan where she'd got the postcard from, holding it out in case it meant something to her.
"Oh,"
she said, taking it from me.
"I don't remember this one. Maybe it was mixed up with the others."
There were some old postcards tucked inside a box of bits and pieces that I bought at a car boot sale. I mainly bought it for the vintage jewelry. She studied the image of the lake again, shrugging. You don't mind that I styled the dresser, do you? I just thought it needed a bit of help. No, not at all, I'd said, relieved that this explained its appearance, though not the strange words written on the back. What with the shock of Aidan turning up at the meeting last night, then seeing the postcard, my mind was in overdrive. It was understandable that I was jumpy, especially when I considered that the postcard had been planted for me to find. Which made me wonder, did someone else know what Aidan and I had done?
Half an hour later, Chloe and Tom set the table, while Doug and I carry the food over to the dining area, chicken curry and rice. "This is delicious, Mum," my daughter says through a mouthful once we're all seated and eating. "Agreed," Tom says, serving seconds before he's finished. I can't help the smile. He's always loved his food. I guess all the football he plays gives him an appetite. "How was your test today?" I ask Chloe, causing her to pull a face and shake her head. "It was super hard," she says, "but everyone thought the same." "Well, I'm sure you did your best, love," I say, rubbing her back. In return, she rests her head against my shoulder, making me feel so grateful for the wonderful family I have. I'm going to miss the twins once they've finished sixth form and head off to university. I shudder at the thought of Chloe following the same life path as me. Not getting good grades, meeting someone like Aidan, having her life's ambitions destroyed. Then I remind myself that Doug and I have given our kids a happy childhood, a solid start in life, unlike me, who never knew what mood my father would be in. To family, I say, raising my sparkling water, relishing the gratitude. Love you all. The others chink my glass, saying the same in return, and I try not to focus on Doug's Sauvignon Blanc. He thinks that I'm not fussed about alcohol, that I used to enjoy a few social drinks but now don't bother. He'll probably only have 1 or 2 glasses over the evening, knowing nothing about my past struggles. As far as he's concerned, I barely give it a thought. But the truth is, while I don't ever feel tempted these days, I still have to be mindful. When Doug and I first met at a mutual friend's barbecue,
only a few months after Aidan had died. Or rather, after I thought he'd died. I was in the vice-like grip of addiction.
No one knew, and I hid it well, functioning just enough to fool everyone, Doug included, after we started dating. A silent battle raged within me, and it took getting pregnant with the twins several years later to make me quit. From the moment I discovered I was expecting, I went cold turkey. But once they were born, I'm ashamed to say that the drinking crept up again, though only when I wasn't in charge. Then I quit again, then started again, then quit again, following an exhausting pattern of binging and hiding and regretting and giving up. That's why, 10 years ago, and determined to stay sober for good, I set up Open Door. There were only 2 or 3 of us to start with, just friends with a common cause who'd found each other in an online forum. At first, we met at cafes or the local park for coffee, but then the group grew through word of mouth and soon became more formal, with me booking the church hall on a regular basis. "How did the shoot go today?" I asked Doug, forcing myself out of the past even though it suddenly seems very much in my present. "Better than I expected," he replies. He's still wearing his camouflage gear. "I got the money shot." I watch him sipping the wine, almost tasting its sharp tang on my tongue. I look away. "There was a new bloke on the team. Decent sort. Not sure who he was with. The production side of things, I think. But we got chatting and had a fair bit in common. He's new to the area, so we swapped numbers. He plays golf, so I might ask him if he wants to join me on the course one weekend." "That sounds great," I reply, pleased that Doug has made a new friend. He often works alone, and I know he finds it solitary. While he's local to the area originally, many of his old mates have moved away over the years. "Why not invite him to play around with you tomorrow afternoon? Then bring him back here for dinner afterwards when Joe and Nick come over. Is he married? What's his name?" The prospect of a couple as new friends gives me something positive to focus on. Something wholesome and normal outside of the seedy world of Aidan Black. "Good idea," Doug replies. "I'll send him a message after dinner. He's called Grant something or other. I didn't catch his last name, and I don't think he's married. He seemed a decent bloke." "You'll like him." A decent bloke. That's what I once thought about Aidan, I think, shaking my head to block out the unwelcome thoughts as I smile across the table at my husband. Chapter 7. January 2003. Aidan hadn't expected to see the girl from the pub ever again, but after the Christmas break, he discovered a voice message she'd left for him. He had 2 phones, and he'd not turned on his second device for several weeks, not wanting to be disturbed over the festive season. When he listened to her message, he'd wondered who the hell she was at first, her young voice bleating out at him. She sounded all cheery, wishing him a happy new year. He smirked, remembering. She'd seemed impressed when he'd told her that he was a barrister, that he worked in London during the week, that his chambers were just off Chancery Lane. Drinking sparkling water in the pub, he'd demolished the best part of a bottle of scotch when he got back home, making him wonder what else he'd told her. He couldn't remember much. He'd smirked again, supposing she could provide a bit of fun in the worst months of the year, then sent her a message back. He'd always hated January, and now, in the damp, post-festive gloom, the weather cold and dull, he stood in the doorway of a random office building just off the Strand, keeping out of sight as he watched Gemma waiting for him about 50 yards up the street. She was stamping her feet and hugging herself against the cold, her breath billowing out in foggy bursts as she pulled her long coat tightly around her. Her nose was red, and her eyes glassy beneath her woolly hat as he watched her impatience growing. He was already 15 minutes late and wanted to keep her waiting a while longer. If she showed signs of leaving, he'd make a move. He'd never intended on using the silly auction lot he'd won that night at the pub. A styling session with Gemma Lawson. Why on earth would he want some random girl from Chesworth to pick out his clothes? He'd only bid on it to show off, to impress her. £500 had seemed a generous amount for a local up-and-coming barrister to contribute. At least he'd had the cash in his wallet, though there was more where that came from if he needed it. A man of his standing had to do his bit for the local community. God, how he'd laughed at that. Then Christmas and New Year had come and gone in a blur. Truth was, he hated parties, family gatherings, forced fun, and pointless chit-chat. Aidan was glad it was all over, picking up Gemma's message the first Monday after New Year's Day. "I'll be in London on the 10th January if you want to meet for your styling session," she'd said eagerly, not realizing she wouldn't be styling anything.
Aidan peered out of the doorway again. She was still waiting for him, pacing about and glancing at her watch. He couldn't deny that she looked elegant, with her long chestnut hair done up like that, a slick of pink lipstick, and heeled boots. She certainly wouldn't look out of place on his arm. Today, at his suggestion, they were going to the Vaults for lunch, a little place nearby, low-key and intimate, wildly expensive. Perfect. When she was facing the other way, Aidan came out of his hiding place and strode up to her, making her start. "Oh!" She touched her hand to her chest. "You scared me. I thought you'd stood me up." She leant forward, as if she was expecting a kiss on the cheek. But Aidan didn't respond. Instead, he pulled on a pair of black leather gloves, making sure each finger sat snugly in the right place. "I'm glad you got in touch," he said, thinking he sounded far too businesslike as they walked off. When he was a boy, his father had often chastised him for sounding too formal and cold. He daren't say that he was just mimicking him, his father. He'd have got a beating for that. "Did you have a good festive season?" he added, thinking that sounded friendlier. "It was so great. I was with my mum and some family," Gemma replied, launching into a lengthy description. "I'm close to my cousins, and they came round on Boxing Day, and we—" She droned on as they walked, and Aidan found himself tuning out. He didn't want to know about her mother or wider family, no doubt a boring lot who he had no intention of ever meeting. Their idea of festive fun was probably watching Mr. Bean and playing Monopoly. "And so Uncle Bob won all 3 games, can you believe? My cousin Andy was not impressed. It was a right laugh." "Sounds like a perfect Christmas," Aidan said, ignoring the pull in the pit of his belly. In all his 30 years, he couldn't recall a single Christmas where there had been relatives or games or any kind of fun or laughter. And now, as an adult, he realized things hadn't changed at all. The holiday season was a bitter reminder of everything that had gone before. Aidan opened the door to the vaults, a discreet entrance set in a passageway off Chancery Lane. "After you," he said, allowing Gemma through first. She glanced back with an excited smile as they descended the stone steps into the restaurant, once the vaulted cellar to a grand residence. Aidan was lucky to get a table, having phoned earlier on the off chance, finding there'd been a cancellation. He breathed in the warm, red wine and truffle-scented aroma of the restaurant, soaking up the atmosphere, letting it percolate in his veins. Low chatter emanated from the intimate, candle-lit tables as they weaved over to theirs in the far corner. This was what life was about, he thought. Good food and an attractive young woman hanging on his every word. "This place is adorable," Gemma said, slipping off her coat. Aidan kept quiet, not wanting to encourage her naivety, but also quite enjoying the wonder of it. It's also bloody expensive, he thought, but didn't say. It was clear that she wasn't used to such places. Looking around the clientele, it reeked of London's legal elite, and he doubted anyone had ever called it adorable before. As they sat down, he couldn't help the smile. "What's so funny?" Gemma sniffed the starched napkin before unfurling it and putting it on her lap,
not realizing the waiter was beside her and about to save her the job. He hung her coat on the stand near their table. "Nice suit, by the way," she said to Aiden, her eyes flashing over him. "Thank you, it's new," Aiden said, stifling a laugh. She'd never believe how much he'd forked out for it, or where he'd got it from. "It's just that you're adorable, that's what." He shocked himself with the display of affection, unable to recall ever calling anyone or anything adorable. Sexy or fuckable was more his vocabulary when it came to describing women. But there was something wholesome about Gemma that lit him up, something that made him feel almost warm inside, less dead. Yes, that was it. A feeling so unfamiliar that, as he stared at the soft white skin of her neck, it made him wonder where this liaison might lead. Chapter 8. It still feels weird not rushing to open Clover myself every morning, especially at the weekend. Megan happily agreed to work on Saturdays and have another day off in the week instead. And Alex, our good friends Joe and Nick's teenage daughter, will also be in to help out in the shop today, given it's our busiest day of the week. She's had a Saturday job with me since she was 15, and occasionally Chloe, best friends with Alex, will come in to lend a hand. Though my daughter is more into photography these days, she's been going on wildlife shoots with Doug since she was old enough to hold a camera. I love that they spend so much time together. To the market, I pop into Clover on the way back to the car. The shop, with its Victorian bow windows, is set in the independent quarter of our little town. Megan is dealing with a customer when I go in, and Alex looks up from the window display she's rearranging, struggling a mannequin into a blouse. "Hi, Gemma," she says with a sweet smile. Her pale, impish features remind me of Jo, her mom, who I've known since forever. We went to the local high school together, becoming firm friends when we were 11. Jo went off to university where she met Nick, but returned to Chesworth a few years after graduating. We both had our first babies around the same time and became godmothers for each other, trusting each other implicitly. I had the twins, my only pregnancy, while Jo had Alex and then George 3 years later. But unlike Jo with her cropped auburn cut, her daughter Alex has hair trailing down her back in glossy red waves. She's done a bit of modeling for me in the past when I've put on little fashion shows for my clients. "That looks lovely," I say, spotting the new display. "Right?" she says, beaming. "Is Chloe coming in today?" I shake my head.
Her dad's playing golf, so she's using the studio while it's free, developing some prints for a school project. Alex nods, knowing that means Chloe will be lost in another world in the dark room that Doug built at the back of our garage. "But you'll see her tonight when you come round with your mum and dad." Alex flashes me a smile, and I carry on through the shop, purposefully avoiding the dresser display, not wanting to see that postcard again. I'm exhausted. It was almost 3 a.m. before I got to sleep last night, my mind churning over and over Aiden turning up at open door, so I can do without any more worries on my mind.
No idea how he found out about the support group. The support group that not even my own husband knows about. Making me think he followed me there. But in turn, that would mean he knows where I live. A knot of anxiety twists my stomach as I work myself into a state again. I hate that he knows anything about me, let alone something as private as the group. I shudder as a flashback from that night whips through my mind. The sheeting rain, the twisty country lanes, the pitch darkness, all in vivid detail, yet I know there are things that I still can't recall. Blank patches in my mind. Though that's not surprising given the amount of alcohol I consumed in the months and years after to block it all out. Since then, I've stood outside the police station many times, mustering the courage to confess what happened, what we did. But the thought of Tom and Chloe growing up with their mother in prison nearly kills me, and I couldn't bring myself to do it. Would they believe me if I told them it wasn't my fault? For a few years after, on the anniversary of the accident, I secretly laid lilies at the roadside, a small mark of respect. I hate that I never even knew her name,
while also thankful I didn't. Having any personal information at all about the woman we hit would have somehow made it even worse. Guilt and remorse coursed through my veins from the moment I saw her pretty face looking up at me from the tarmac. She was a bit older than me, probably about 30, and had so much life left to live. I obsessed over who she was, her story, her hopes and ambitions, making up a fantasy life for her in my head. It was easier than turning on the news and finding out the truth. Because of Aiden, she never got the decent burial she deserved. "How's it going?" I ask Megan when she's between customers. "Hey, you're not supposed to be here." She gives me a gentle nudge, raising her eyebrows. "Day off, remember?" I grin sheepishly. "I was just passing and wanted to see—" "Well, there's precisely nothing for you to see here apart from a load of happy, spendy customers. Everything is under control, so go home and relax. Aren't you cooking for friends tonight?"
I nod, glancing over at Alex. "Yeah, Joe and Nick are coming over." Alex looks up and smiles when she hears her parents' names mentioned. "Then go home and chop something, or take a bath, or I don't know." She laughs. "Things are fine here." I grin, promising that I will. But first I head to the small office out the back. It's been on my mind to check the CCTV since Megan mentioned that man coming into the shop yesterday morning. What was it she said about him? He gave me the creeps. It's only a basic security system, with one camera covering the front half of the shop and another aimed at the rear, though it does the job.
But when I turn on my desktop computer and open the security system app, I find that the cameras haven't been working. "Oh, brilliant," I mutter, skimming back in time, seeing they haven't been recording for a few days now. I sit back in my chair, frowning, trying to convince myself that it's just a glitch and nothing more sinister. I make a quick note to call the tech guy on Monday. On the way back through the shop, I mention to Megan what's happened, asking her to be a bit more vigilant than usual. "I'll take a look later if you like," she tells me. "The software probably just needs updating." "You're a star," I say, sending her a message with the computer password. "You go home," Megan demands, virtually shooing me out of the door with my shopping bags, the bell tinkling as I leave. Chapter 9. "Come on in, guys," Doug says from the hallway shortly after the doorbell rings. I'm in the kitchen sorting dinner when Joe, Nick, and their kids arrive. Suddenly, the house is filled with chatter and excitement, just the way I like it. And Max, our spaniel, rushes around to greet everyone, his tail wagging wildly as he charges about. Our retired neighbor takes him out for a walk each day, looking after him if we're not home, but even that doesn't always wear him out. "Maxie, calm down," I tell him, ruffling his fur when he looks up at me dolefully. Alex kneels beside him, wrapping her arms around his neck, hugging his tan and white body close. Chloe suddenly skids into the kitchen, greeting Alex. "Can Max come upstairs with us, Mum?" she asks, the two girls giving me their own version of puppy dog eyes, as they suddenly seem to revert to about 12 years old. He's not usually allowed. "Go on, then," I say with a laugh, sending them up with some snacks. I give Jo a hug as she puts a bottle of wine on the kitchen counter, along with a bunch of flowers. "It's so good to see you, and thanks for these, they're lovely." I grab a vase. Joe's son, George, has taken himself off to the living room where Tom is playing on the Xbox. "Thought they'd cheer you up," she says, making me glance over my shoulder from the sink. "Oh, do I need cheering up?" I appreciate her concern, but I'd hate for her to know what's on my mind. "I don't know, do you?" she asks, coming up close. There's a pause before she lets out a sigh. "Alex said you seemed a bit stressed this morning at the shop." "Not really," I reply, trying to sound light as I arrange the flowers. "My security cameras were down when I popped in. Maybe that's what she noticed," I say, having no intention of telling Jo why I wanted to check them in the first place.
Nothing I can't handle. Glad to hear, Joe says, seeming satisfied with my reply. A good thing, given she's able to read me like a book.
We tell each other everything, and have done since we were at school. Well, almost everything. While she never met Aiden, she was always suspicious about him, the way he treated me, just from what I told her. And like Doug, she knows nothing about Open Door. Or anything else. No one does. Are you cold? I hear Joe say, snapping me back to the moment. You've got goosebumps. She touches my arm. Oh, no, I'm fine. Someone must have walked over my grave. That's what my mother would say, I reply, taking the flowers through to the living room. I close my eyes briefly, then head back to the kitchen. Joe grabs a load of cutlery and sets the table in the dining end of our kitchen. We love our house, an Edwardian semi with a long, skinny garden, and our forever home since Doug built the annex at the back of the garage. The kitchen is great for entertaining, with the double doors leading outside from the dining area. A bonus, now it's May and the weather's getting warmer. Smells great, Jim, Nick says, as he and Doug take their beers outside to enjoy the evening sun. But Doug halts in his tracks when the doorbell rings again, Dad dancing his way back to the hall to the music that I've just put on. Madhouse, I call above the din as Max bounds down the stairs, barking at the bell. But it's just the way I love it. My home filled with family, friends, and happiness. I ask Jo as she makes up a jug of cordial for the kids, the pair of us squeezing around each other by the sink, my hand on her arm as I reach over to grab a wooden spoon. But before she answers, I freeze. From the corner of my eye, I sense a shadow in the doorway. Guys, our guest is here, Doug says, my blood running cold when I turn round. I reach for the worktop to steady myself, vaguely aware of Joe's hand in the small of my back, asking if I'm okay. Then Max backs away from the door, his head low, with a slow growl rumbling in his throat. Come on in, Grant, and let me introduce you to everyone. Doug continues, leading the man into the kitchen. The man he told me he'd met on a work shoot. The man he said he'd hit it off with. The same man he played a round of golf with only this afternoon. But I need no introduction because I already know him. Aiden is standing in my kitchen. He must have given Doug a false name. Nice to meet you, Grant, Jo says, reaching out her hand to shake his. This is Nick, my other half. Our kids are around somewhere, Alex and George. Shall I get you a beer? She adds, spotting that I'm mute and frozen to the spot. Thanks, Joe, but just a glass of that cordial would be great. He points to the jug on the table. Ah, of course, if you're driving, Joe says, grabbing a glass from the cupboard.
No, I don't drink. Grant, Aiden, replies, his eyes firmly fixed on mine.
This is Gemma, Doug continues, my beautiful and long-suffering wife. I've no idea why Doug calls me long-suffering, just one of those throwaway quips that couples say, I suppose. But with this wretched man here, terrified and shocked wife would be more appropriate. From somewhere deep inside I muster a smile and, to my horror, offer up my hand. Keep up the act, a voice tells me. A reaction is what he wants. Play the game. Lovely to meet you, Gemma, Aiden says in his smooth, deep voice. Thanks for having me round. About you and your family this afternoon on the golf course. Aiden grins. The same grin that won me over all those years ago. At 21, I was so unworldly and inexperienced, taken in by his charm and ambition, his false promises and dreams of a happy life. How I wish I could turn back the clock and swerve him at that charity event. My life would have been so different. I'm looking forward to getting to know you all. Likewise, I croak, my mind racing to work out why he's lying about his name, and why he's not said anything about seeing me at the support group the other night, or that he already knows me, or that he's meant to be dead. I hope Thai food's your thing, I say, hardly daring to look at him. "It's like you know me already," Aiden says, giving me a smirk that only I notice. My favorite. Doug is busy emptying some prawn crackers into a bowl, while Nick is fussing over Max, trying to calm him down. He's still rumbling out a growl, his lips curled as he stares up at Aiden. Jo is at the sink washing her hands. Massaman is my go-to dish, I say, forcing myself to counter his goading by sounding as normal as I can. Doug, why don't you guys take some beers and snacks outside while I finish up the food? Anything to get Aiden out of my space, to give myself time to think, to calm my racing heart. Fridge and peer inside, partly to get the cool air washing over me, but also to hide my shock. I'm in danger of Jo seeing right through me. And indeed she does, as, when the men have gone, she swings the fridge door open even wider, bringing me face to face with a bottle of Sauvignon Blanc as she squeezes beside me. "What's going on?" she hisses, getting right up close. "What do you mean?" I whisper back, my eyes fixed on the fridge's contents. "You went as white as a sheet when you saw that bloke. Who is he? Why are you shaking?" "I'm not," I protest in my most indignant voice, but even I hear the tremor. "I'm just hungry, that's all. I've not eaten all day." Jo stares at me. Yes, she doesn't believe a word I'm saying. "You could have fooled me," she says, taking the bottle of wine from the fridge door. I'm trapped in the small space by her arm reaching across. "I don't believe you." I stare into the fridge, not knowing what to do. Outside, I can hear the men talking, followed by a peal of raucous laughter. Aiden is inserting himself right into their group. Then I hear Max barking again, having followed them onto the patio. "It's nothing," I say, sighing and grabbing the fridge door, pulling it free from Jo's grip. "Really, I'm absolutely fine. Let's all just have a great night." Chapter 10. February 2003. After their first lunch date in London, was it even a date? Gemma decided she quite liked Aiden. He'd been on her mind since they'd met up a couple of weeks ago, even though it had ended a bit weirdly, and it was proving quite hard to contact him. That aside, she'd enjoyed his company and got a warm feeling inside when she thought of him, his tall, lean body, his angular and earnest face, the soft honey blonde of his wayward hair, his spicy cologne, his generosity. But since their lunch, he hadn't answered any of her calls, and he'd only responded to 2 of her text messages, one of which apologized for ending their lunch date so abruptly. Gemma wanted to believe he might be boyfriend material, perhaps even the man she finally settled down with, though Luke kept warning her to be cautious at this early stage. "Take it from me, babe. If he wanted to see you again, he'd be in touch," he said, in that honest but brutal way of his when they were getting a coffee one Saturday morning in town. "You're right. Though I really didn't want our lunch to end. It was such a fancy place, and the food was divine. I had, babe, I know what you had. You've told me 10 times at least. Pigeon breast with damson jam to start, red mullet with samphire for main, and you were too stuffed for dessert, but had a coffee." "Sorry," Gemma said, smiling and winding her spoon around in her coffee. "It's just that I've never had food like that before. And I do quite like him. I know he's older than me, but that's what—" "Age doth not maketh wisdom," Luke said in a silly voice. "Ask me how I know. Besides, you're far too young to be thinking about committing to just one man. You've barely dated anyone yet. Go have a good time. Like me." Luke wiggled his fingers under his chin and fluttered his eyelashes, making Gemma laugh. Though she still protested that it was only 4 months until she was 22, that some of her girlfriends had been in relationships since school, and that they'd soon be married with kids. "I'm virtually on the shelf," she grumbled as they ambled round town after they'd finished their coffees. But Gemma needn't have worried too much, because that night, out of the blue, Aiden phoned her, A real-life call that lasted 3 minutes and 12 seconds. She knew because she checked on her phone bill when it came a week later. She wished she'd had a chance to lock him in for another date, perhaps an evening meal this time. But he'd had to rush off without warning, promising to call her back in a few days. True to his word this time, Aiden did indeed call her back, and the next evening they were having sex in Gemma's car. An hour earlier, when she'd picked him up from town in the pouring rain, her wipers squeaking annoyingly across the windscreen, Aiden had got in the passenger seat soaking wet and smelling of, well, something that reminded her of wet dogs or unwashed clothes. She hadn't seen him since their lunch, and while her memory of him had faded, she didn't think she'd forgotten him quite this much. He was wearing an old t-shirt with a torn check shirt on top and grimy cargo pants with oil stains up the front. His lace-up boots were scuffed and muddy. "Sorry about the clothes," were his first words as he climbed into the car, shaking his head. Water sprayed onto Gemma. She giggled nervously. At least she'd seen him scrubbed up, she thought, because looking at him now, she'd never have guessed that he was a hotshot barrister in London. She almost liked him more for that. "Can't lie, you do look a bit homeless," she said with a laugh, leaning forward for a kiss. Aiden delivered one back just shy of her mouth. "I told you my parents live on a farm.
Been helping Dad mend the tractor and didn't have time to change." Gemma drove off, following Aiden's directions, assuming he'd got a plan in mind. But 10 minutes later, he suddenly told her to pull over into a lay-by. They were down a dark country lane about a mile outside the village, and that's when their second date turned into sex in the passenger seat of her Ford Fiesta. As they were doing it, Gemma told herself it was fun, romantic, spontaneous. Afterwards, Aiden lit a cigarette. He opened the car window and blew out. Raindrops splattered onto the door trim. "Good?" he asked with a drowsy, drunk look in his eye. "Yes, good," she replied, looking down at her lap. She hadn't realized he smoked. "I was hoping we could have—" She hesitated, suspecting Aiden was the sort to get easily offended. Perhaps impromptu sex on the edge of a field was his idea of an exciting date, but she wanted to let him know it wasn't really hers. "Maybe next time we could—"
"Go for a drink?"
He'd finished, exhaling smoke and chucking his butt out of the window. "Sure, let's go and get one now," he added, buckling up his seatbelt. In the Swan at Little Compton, the pub where they'd first met the night of the charity auction, Aiden bought Gemma a rum and coke. He just had a coke. It was early February, and the place was pretty much deserted. "Did you know that last Monday was officially the most depressing day of the year?" Gemma said, trying to make conversation as they sat at a small table by the open fire. She'd put on a nice skirt and blouse, thinking they'd be going out, but she felt a bit disheveled now. Aiden's eyes flicked over her face, and Gemma wondered if her mascara had run. The sex had been intense. But then he smiled, and Gemma got the sense he approved of her imperfections, perhaps making her seem more real compared to the put-together and glamorous women he no doubt met in his high-powered legal world. She was coming to suspect there was family money, too. "Well," he replied, leaning forward and clasping her hands in his. "Today is officially the happiest day of my year, so it cancels it right out."
Chapter 11.
"Couldn't eat another thing."
Grant, Aiden, says, a hand on his flat stomach. All 9 of us are sitting around the table, finishing up our meal. He's 52 now, almost a decade older than me, though he could easily pass for my age. He's looked after himself over the years, and appears a whole lot better than when I last saw him, though that wouldn't be hard. "In fact, that's one of the best Mossamans I've ever had, Gemma," he continues, staring at me. "You're a lucky man, Doug. It wasn't much, just a I'd kill for a wife who can cook like that, Aiden continues, his eyes still fixed on me. 2 decades on, and I recognize him for what he is now. A master manipulator. His fake charm doesn't wash with me anymore. But until I know what he wants, why he's come back, he has the upper hand. And with him being inside my house, buddying up to my family and friends, I feel even more on the back foot. Yeah, it was great, Mom, thanks, Chloe says, reaching over to clear some plates. And actually, Dad's a pretty good cook too, aren't you, Dad? Bless her. I could hug her, even though we all know Doug can barely make a bowl of breakfast cereal. Doug laughs, and then Nick chips in about a new restaurant he and Joe went to recently, leaving Chloe and me to clear the plates and load the dishwasher. Bit full of himself, isn't he? My daughter whispers to me with her back to the table, glancing over her shoulder at Aiden. I breathe in deeply and raise my eyebrows, saying nothing, but I know she gets my drift. See who wants dessert, I say to her, my fingers curling around the handle of a sharp chef's knife. I stare at it a moment, catching my breath. Jem? Comes a concerned voice.
Here, give me that. Joe prizes the knife from my hand, and in the background, I hear Chloe taking orders for homemade mango sorbet or apple pie and cream. You've gone white again, she says. You're not anemic, are you? She puts the knife carefully on the top rack of the dishwasher. Oh my God, Jem, you're not... Are you pregnant? She hisses, her mouth hovering by my ear. No, I exclaim, making the others look over. No, I am not, I whisper back. It's just been a long week, that's all. The rest of the evening passes in a blur. Thankfully, all the kids are oblivious to who is inside our home, and Joe finally seems satisfied that I'm just weary, rather than pregnant or ill or upset.
Doug, however, is worrying me. He seems overly enamored with his new friend, and by the time Joe and Nick are making noises to leave, my husband is keen to arrange another round of golf with Aiden. I've got to find a way to stop it. You can help me with my swing again, Grant, Doug says, heading towards the front door as the kids come bounding down the stairs. I stifle a yawn. It's only 10:30, but I'm glad the evening hasn't dragged on too late. Nick grabs his denim jacket off the banister, and Joe rummages in her handbag for the keys as she's driving. There's a flurry of hugs and kisses as everyone says goodbye, with Max wagging his tail and winding around everyone's ankles and getting in the way as they all leave. Doug flicks the outside light on, then heads out onto the drive in his socks, telling Joe that he'll guide her out as she reverses onto the street. And then there were 2. Comes a smooth-as-silk voice from behind me, the second Chloe and Tom go back upstairs. I spin round, recoiling as I feel the warmth of Aiden's hand on my shoulder. What the fuck? I spit, pressing myself against the wall as he shuts the front door, making me feel trapped. My heart thunders in my chest. What do you want? Why are you even here? I pray that Doug both will and won't come back inside right this moment. I want to hear what Aiden has to say, but I don't want to be alone with him for a second longer than necessary. Aiden comes closer, leaning one hand on the front door. It would take a few shoves for Doug to get in. Don't be like that, Gemma, he says quietly, sounding oddly reasonable. I'm not here to cause trouble. I press myself harder against the wall. I could push past him, I suppose, and risk him grabbing me. Or my other option is to run upstairs and lock myself in the bathroom until Doug comes back inside. But my freeze reaction is overwhelming, so I end up staying put. Then why are you here? I stare up at him, looking deep into his blue eyes, reminded of how I was once drawn into them, how they seemed to change color in an instant. I feel so bad for my younger self as regret washes through me. I had no idea what I was getting into. What do you want? I thought you were... I stop, deciding not to say it. I don't want to bestow the power of resurrection on him. He'd love that.
You thought I was dead? A laugh rumbles in his chest. It'll take more than a blow to the head to finish me off. He stares down at me. But I can tell you one thing. If you don't listen to me very carefully, if you don't do exactly as I say, then you're soon going to wish you were dead.
What are you talking about?
I hear the rev of an engine outside as Joe reverses off the drive, Doug calling out that it's all clear. Aidan pauses, frowning. You don't know, do you? He says, looking incredulous. You'd better brace yourself, Gemma. A chill runs the length of my spine. Brace myself for what? I have no idea what he's talking about. We need to get our stories absolutely straight, he says. Make sure we're on the same page with every detail. Do you think you can lie? Lie about what? I instantly feel stupid, because there's only one thing that it could be about. Dread creeps through me. Bye, guys. Thanks for coming. See you soon, I hear from outside, imagining Doug, my dear, unsuspecting, innocent and loyal husband, standing outside in his socks, waving off our good friends. He'd be horrified by what Aidan is saying, horrified by what we did. Then I hear a couple of toots as Joe drives off down our street, knowing Doug will be back inside any second now.
Haven't you seen the news? Aidan asks, a dark and serious look in his eyes. His frown deepens. I shake my head quickly. No, I haven't. My heart thumps frantically. What's happened? They found her, Gemma. The woman we killed. The police found her body in the woods, and it won't be long before they find us, too.
Chapter 12. I barely slept a wink. All night I lay staring at the ceiling, my thoughts wheeling around until my brain felt hot. Aidan turning up at Open Door on Thursday, worming his way into Doug's life, having the nerve to come to our home. Then the final bombshell before he left. They've found her. I spent the entire night firefighting the guilt burning deep inside me. Surely this meant it was time to confess. No more hovering outside the police station. I had to go inside and tell them everything. But how could I betray my family? For a start, we needed my income. My kids would suffer if I ended up in prison. Doug would have to sell the house. But then, isn't it what I deserve for being a part of this horrible mess? I wish to God I'd never listened to Aidan all those years ago. Wish to God I'd been strong enough to follow my conscience when it happened. In the early hours, I reeled through various outcomes, trying to convince myself that the discovery of her body did not necessarily mean the police would find us. How would they even track us down? But if they did, would they believe that Aidan had forced me to be complicit? That would depend on them understanding the power he had over me. As dawn broke, all I could think about was that poor woman. I'll never forgive myself for what came next, for panicking, for agreeing to Aidan's crazy plan to bury her in the woods because he was driving. I wasn't thinking straight, and hadn't even processed that we'd killed someone, let alone taken on board what came next. Instead of protecting him, I should have called the police. But he flew into a rage, swearing there'd be deadly consequences if I breathed a word about what had happened. It was all about saving him. As we'd stood over her body in the rain, our faces lit up by the car's headlights, he insisted she'd come out of nowhere. He made it sound as if it was her fault. The engine was still ticking over, steam coming from under the bonnet, and I had my phone in my hand ready to call 999, but Aidan suddenly lunged at me, telling me not to be an idiot, that calling the police wouldn't bring her back to life. I'd tried to resist, tried to get my phone back when he snatched it from me, yelling out and fighting back, but he was too strong for me. He refused to let me get help. I begged him, whimpering and shivering as the shock set in, pleading that we had to think of her family. What if she had children or a husband? but he shoved me against the car, the weight of him pressing against me. I was alone and vulnerable, knowing he'd get violent if I didn't do as he said. He'd shoved his face up close to mine, repeating over and over that it was a terrible accident, that nothing was going to bring her back. He forced my chin up, so I was looking directly at him, but my mind was unable to take everything in as I tried to replay events. Some details were already fuzzy, as if they were dissolving by the minute.
If you do exactly as I say, then no one else need ever find out.
I remember him saying,
You don't want to go to prison, do you?
I chickened my head, knowing that however much I protested, Aiden would rather see me dead than have me call the police. If I went along with him, then I knew our terrible secret would be safe. But also, I would be safe. In the hours, days, and weeks that followed, guilt had me by the throat. All I could think about was the woman's family, if she had children, a husband, parents, siblings, people out searching for her, people out of their minds with worry, people desperate to hear from her. We had no idea who she was. In the aftermath, I couldn't bring myself to watch the news and face the truth, so I buried my head in the sand and fell into a deep depression, barely leaving the house and certainly not reading the papers or watching TV. For months, I had nightmares that were filled with muddled fragments from that night, none of them giving me the full picture of what had happened. Something important was evading me, but I wasn't sure I could cope with knowing what. As the days turned into weeks and months, as my alcohol consumption ramped up, more memories slipped away and I lost my grip on the truth. My mind ravaged me with guilt, echoes of the woman's piercing scream as we'd hit her, her terrified face glimpsed through the windscreen as she flew onto the bonnet, the dark country roads and lashing rain as Aiden struggled to see out of the windscreen. All these things ripped through my conscience.
There was no doubt he was driving too fast. No doubt I was distracting him, yelling, angry, heartbroken. No doubt we'd both been drinking, which, for the next 5 years, is exactly what I did to numb the pain, to try to forget, making any chance of remembering the missing details slip further from my grasp.
Jem, you okay?
A voice comes now. I feel a hand on my shoulder, making me flinch. It's not him. It's not Aiden, I tell myself, turning my head sideways.
You were talking in your sleep, Doug whispers.
What time is it?
Despite the bad dreams, my churning thoughts, I must have finally dozed off.
7:10.
Sun streams in through the slatted blinds.
Too early for a Sunday,
he jokes, groaning.
Especially after a bottle of wine.
Did you drink that much? I ask, grateful at least that I don't have to worry about hangovers anymore. But then I know Doug's grogginess isn't a patch on my thunderous days of oblivion. I sit up, reaching for my glass of water, gulping down half of it. And that's when I remember all over again. They found her. What was I saying in my sleep? I say, resting my head back down, feeling sick with anxiety. Hard to tell, Doug replies, his arm levered behind his head. Something about a car, though mainly a lot of moaning and mumbled words. Maybe you were dreaming about me. He grins and twists onto his side, slinging an arm over my waist.
always.
I nuzzle a kiss into his neck before throwing back the duvet. Better get up, I say, feeling dizzy from lack of sleep. Busy day today. Mom's birthday party later, remember? It's no good. I can't unhear what Aiden said. I need to see for myself if it's true. As I get dressed in gym leggings and a hoodie, do a quick skincare routine, I can't help thinking ahead, playing it out in my mind. Ironically, something Aiden once taught me to do.
Think of life as a many-layered game of chess,
he said once, after we'd not seen each other for a few weeks. He told me there'd been a high-profile case at the Old Bailey taking up all his time.
Trying to predict someone's next move without looking inward at yourself, then trust me, You'll get it wrong every single time. Look over your shoulder, of course. Know your threats, know your enemy. But know yourself more. I didn't really understand what he meant, or how I should act on his supposed wisdom. And in the years after the accident, I didn't indulge in deep thinking. My brain gradually became numbed by booze, just the way I wanted it. "I'm going for a run," I call up to Doug. He's in the shower, so doesn't hear me, but Chloe says she'll tell him. "You lot be ready to leave by 1:30, I remind the twins.
Nana's birthday.
I manage a smile as I close the front door, hearing the mumbled protests. Tom and Chloe love their grandmother, but an afternoon sitting about with relatives drinking tea and eating shop-bought sponge cake isn't their idea of a Sunday afternoon well spent, when they'd rather hang out with their mates. Though Mum always tries to put on a bit of a spread and make everyone feel welcome. She's not had the easiest time of it over the years. It's safe to say that I am not particularly fit, the price paid for not actually going to the gym on Mondays and Thursdays, and I'm definitely not capable of running the 3 miles to Foxmere Country Park, so I decide to drive there instead. If Doug asks why I took the car, I'll say I went to run at the athletics track in town. I don't want Foxmere on his radar. 10 minutes later, I pull into the car park, the tires crunching on the rough surface. I'm just about to reverse into a parking space when I spot it. The blue and white police cordon flapping in the breeze near the path that leads to the play area and the lake. There are 3 marked police cars parked nearby, plus several other official-looking vehicles, as well as 2 uniformed officers standing sentry to the entryway. They're chatting idly to one another, glancing across when they see me arrive. One officer, a woman in her 20s, strides over to my car. Damn, I shouldn't have come. I put down the window, my fingers shaking on the button. "Sorry, the park and walks are closed for the foreseeable," she says, peering inside, her eyes quickly scanning me. Then she has a glance in the back. "Didn't you see the sign at the entrance?" "Oh, no, sorry, I was going for a trail run." The officer shakes her head. "Not today. Incident. It could be closed for at least a week, maybe more." "Incident?" I say, pushing my luck. "It was on the local news," she says, straightening up and peering over the roof of my car, distracted by something. Another car arriving. It pulls up next to us, and the driver winds down the window. Fuck. Aiden.
Hi, Gemma.
He calls out with a quick flick of his hand. "Is there a problem, officer?" he says, glancing at the police cordon. "We arranged to meet here for a run." What the hell is he doing here? I can't believe the pair of us are chatting to a police officer so close to where we buried the body. "I was just telling your friend the park is closed, as there's been an incident," the officer replies. "You'll have to run elsewhere today." "Not a problem," Aiden continues. "I hope it's nothing serious," he directs at the constable. "Gemma, why don't you follow me? I know a spot." I can barely breathe, but manage to say, Yes, of course. I'll follow you." Which is what he's clearly been doing to me, to know that I'm in running gear and would be here in the first place. "Thanks, officer," I add, before we turn our cars around, and I pull out onto the country lane behind Aiden. It's tempting to go the opposite way and drive straight home, back to my husband, my children, my lovely life. But when I get a glimpse of the lake and the surrounding woods in my rear-view mirror, I'm suddenly reminded of the postcard I found in my shop, and the words written on the back. "Wish you were there." I grip the wheel, thinking, did Aiden put it there? A twisted calling card? I can't see why he'd do that, though. Surely, like me, he's panicking that the body has been found, and the police investigation has begun. But then, if he didn't leave the postcard in my shop, who did? Megan had no recollection of it, and given the news, it doesn't feel random. That leaves one alternative, and I can't stand to think of what it might mean. That someone else knows our secret.
Chapter 13.
It's only when we're both parked in the lay-by 10 minutes later and Aiden has got into my car that I realize where we are. An appropriate spot, don't you think? He says with a smirk. God's sake. I mumble under my breath. It's the lay-by where we ended up the second time we met for a date. You were following me? I scowl, unable to look at him. Instead, I stare across the fields beyond the gateway. First you come to my support group, then you buddy up with my husband, worming your way into our home. Now this. There's so much that wants to spill out, but I've got to stay calm. Angering him is not in my interests, and I don't trust him an inch.
I wasn't sure how you'd react, he says, to me being alive. He scoffs a laugh. Not after you tried to kill me.
What the hell? I stifle a gasp, swinging round. You think I tried to kill you? I found you dead. Or so I thought. Anyway, if you thought it was me, why didn't you report me to the police?
He smirks. And risk you telling them I'd killed and buried a woman? All things considered, Gemma, I think we were both best off keeping out of the police's way.
I pause, closing my eyes a moment. Which is exactly why I'm here now. He leans closer, grabs both my hands. I freeze. Now they've found her. It's not improbable that the police will be paying us a visit before too long.
Forensics have come a long way in the last 20 years. I've no idea what their investigation will reveal, but we've got to be prepared. Christ, I say, yanking my hands free, knowing he's right about the police being able to glean a lot from a little, that they'll chip away until they get answers. But can I trust Aiden? Is he really only here to make sure we get our stories straight? Or is he here to throw me under the bus? For 20 years, I thought I was the only person alive who knew what had happened. But now 2 of us know. Or 3, if it wasn't Aiden who sent the postcard. I'm starting to worry that Aiden wants to be the only person alive to know what happened. Suddenly, I feel even more unsafe being alone down a country lane with him. But even if the police do figure out it was a hit and run, they won't know who was actually driving, I say, having no idea what they could determine from the woman's remains or other traces left at the scene. In all the panic, I don't think we were very careful. Surely they can't prove anything. It's time to get your head out of the sand, Gemma, he says coldly. I'm telling you, we need to get our stories watertight. We must deny ever being together that night. I grip the steering wheel, wondering what he knows that I don't. He's trying to unnerve me, frighten me, suit his narrative. He was always a manipulator, always thinking several steps ahead. Just leave me and my family alone, I say, or I'll tell Doug that you're not really a journalist or whatever bullshit you fed him. And first thing tomorrow, I'm reporting you to the Bar Standards Board for everything. You'll never practice law again. You'll get struck off. Do you hear me? It's the best I can do without actually going to the police. He knows I won't do that. I might not have had much to lose back then, but I certainly do now. Oh, Gemma. Aiden leans his head back against the headrest, glancing sideways at me. You always did know how to make me laugh. He shakes his head, smirking. You're just a lying alcoholic who helped cover up. You bastard! I spit, lashing out with my left arm. But he's too quick and grabs my wrist. Now stop it and fucking listen to me. What you don't seem to realize is that I'm trying to help you too, you stupid woman. His raised voice makes me recoil. I turn slowly to face him,
my heart banging. For a moment, I see a flash of something familiar in his eyes. Something like the look I once fell in love with. I've been sober a long time. Not that it's any of your business. I'm a wife, a mother, a business owner.
A business owner. You were the one driving the car that night, in case you've forgotten. You were the one who hit that poor woman. You were the one who suggested we get rid of her body. You were the one with the high-flying legal career to protect. My only mistake was to get caught up with you in the first place. He stares at me, silent for a moment, slowly shaking his head. Gemma, I understand that you're upset. Really, I do. And I get that this has come as a shock. But listen to me. The police will soon identify her. There's no doubt about that. He trails off, looking oddly perturbed, almost as if he's feeling some kind of guilt.
Stop it, I whisper, my voice trembling. Shut up. This is not happening. I screw up my eyes, praying it will all go away, that my life will go back to normal, and that Aidan won't be here, and... God, I need a drink. A drink will take away the pain. I quickly whip the thought from my mind. Wake up, Gemma. Do you think the police are going to give her a nice little burial and forget about it? No, they aren't. He's talking to me like I'm a child. They'll start asking questions. Lots and lots of tricky questions about how she died and who killed her. So I suggest you prepare yourself for an uncomfortable visit. It's imperative we get our stories straight. He sighs, waiting for my reply. Will you look at me, for Christ's sake? He grabs my chin and twists me round. Imperative? That's a strange word to use. Again, it makes me concerned that he knows something I don't. Did we leave a calling card with our names and a DNA sample when we buried the body in the woods? I don't see how else they'd trace us. I try to pull away, but he's too strong. Our faces are close, our breathing heavy. I want him out of my car, out of my life, out of everything. I was doing fine until Thursday evening when he showed up. And what if I refuse? I say, standing my ground. He's not dealing with a girl anymore, barely out of college in a childhood that set her up to fail. Me to deal with now, a strong woman in her 40s with a precious family. I've got a lot more to protect now, and I'm damn well not going to let him destroy my life. What if I don't want to lie for you anymore? Then it's not good news for you or your family, Gemma, is it? Not good news at all. Chapter 14. Happy birthday, Mum, I say brightly when we arrive at her house, despite feeling sick inside. When I got home earlier, I rushed upstairs and went straight into the shower, even though I'd done no exercise. Doug had already taken Max for a walk and was in the garage with Chloe developing some pictures, and Tom was in his room, so no one saw my flustered state, or noticed that the sweat on my face wasn't because of actual running. Pour over me, scalding my skin and washing away what felt like an infection after Aidan explained that he would make my life unbearable if I didn't agree to get our stories straight. That we must deny ever being at the scene, to quote his exact words. He told me to remain vague about that night as it was so long ago, and if asked, to say that we never even knew each other. Then he got out of my car and returned to his before speeding off. I'd sat there staring out across the fields, numb to everything, terrified for my family. I drove home on autopilot, got ready for Mum's party, and here we are now, everyone in celebratory mode while my insides feel as though they've been ripped out. Oh, thank you, darling. You needn't have bothered with a gift for an old thing like me, Mum says as Chloe hands her our present. I bought and wrapped it a couple of weeks ago,
having taken ages choosing something I thought she'd love. We all head through to the kitchen, greeting relatives and Mum's neighbors as we go. She's got a house full already, and the French doors from her small living room are open with a few adults and kids spilling out into the garden.
Tom and Chloe head outside when they see their cousins, while Doug makes a beeline for Richard, his younger brother, who is standing with his arm around a woman we've not yet met. While Rich claims to enjoy single life and the freedom that brings, saying he never wants to settle down or have kids, he's recently dropped a couple of hints that he might have found the one. Despite his bachelor image, I think Rich is lonely. He deserves to be happy. "This was very unnecessary, love," Mum says, placing her present on the kitchen counter with her other gifts. "I don't like you going to any trouble. You always say that, Mum. Go on, open it." I watch as she carefully peels back the paper, her face lighting up when she sees what's inside. Mum's always felt she doesn't deserve nice things or good treatment by others. A relic of being married to my father for over 25 years. I was 15 when he died, and overnight it was as if the grey clouds looming over us had cleared. The atmosphere in the house lighter the moment the paramedics wheeled him out in a body bag. Outwardly, we grieved, but Mum and I seemed to share a silent understanding that life would be different from now on. Better. So much better. Though I don't think she ever quite adjusted to having her freedom back, or realized that she didn't have to answer to my father anymore. Me? I relished our new normal the moment he'd gone, though looking back, his chokehold lingered on in subtle ways, helping me make poor decisions, smashing down my confidence, and choosing unsuitable men. Men just like him. Men that I was familiar with. Men I thought I understood. "Oh, Gemma, it's beautiful," Mum says, holding up the tan leather handbag. "It must have cost you a fortune." "Fortune? I can't accept this." "Mum, stop it," I say, laughing and drawing her in for a hug. "I'm glad you love it. You deserve nice things." "I'll have to save it for special occasions and—" "Nonsense," I say. "What's the point of that? I want you to use it every day. Come on, let's put the stuff from your old bag in it right now." I know she'll just put it in the wardrobe otherwise. So together we transfer her purse and reading glasses and keys and lipsticks and a book, plus all manner of other detritus from the battered old bag she's been using for years. But suddenly I freeze. "What's this?" I ask, my heart racing as a postcard falls from the pages of her paperback.
"Oh, that," Mum says, shaking her head as she thinks, her lips pursed. "Mum, where did you get this?" I say, barely able to take my eyes off the picture. A view of Foxmere Lake, exactly the same as the postcard I found in my shop. I look up at my mother. "Oh, yes," she says after a moment, long enough to think up an excuse. "I think it came through the door a few days ago. Probably one of those promo things, is it, with an advert on the back?" "I didn't take much notice, dear. It was just handy to use as a bookmark. You can have it if you like it." She smiles and hooks her new bag over her arm, showing it off. "There, what do you think? Does it suit me?" "It does, Mum," I say, not taking my eyes off the single word handwritten in biro on the back of the postcard. Liar.
Chapter 15. "Jam, come and meet Rich's new girlfriend," Doug calls over to me when I go outside, trying to hide my shock. I don't want to ruin Mum's celebration. I did as she said and slipped the postcard into my bag, the sinister word on the back playing on my mind. Surely she doesn't have anything to do with it. I really can't believe that my mother is responsible for leaving the card in my shop, mainly because she has no way of knowing anything about what happened that terrible night. But then, how did the postcard end up in her bag? And the more I think about it, I'm less and less convinced it was Aiden, too. It wouldn't make sense. He's trying to divert attention away from Foxmere, not attract it. Then I remember Megan,
and the creepy man she mentioned coming into Clover last week, wondering who he was, if he had anything to do with it. But why would he target my mother, too? And if the postcards are intended as a threat to me, then how was the sender so certain that I'd find the one in Mom's bag? Maybe he was hedging his bets, hoping that I'd come across it, or that Mum would mention it. All I know is that nothing makes sense. But after my unexpected encounter with Aiden at the lake earlier, the timing couldn't have been worse. My nerves are shredded, but I force myself to put on a brave face as I step outside, squinting in the sun, and head over to where Doug is on the lawn with his brother Richard. "Hey, Rich," I say, standing on tiptoe to give my brother-in-law a kiss on the cheek. I get a bear hug in return, his bushy beard tickling my face. He rocks the lumberjack vibe well. "How are you doing? Not seen you in a while."
"All the better for seeing you, Jem,"
he says in a deep, warm voice as his eyes twinkle.
"This is Sandy."
He proudly slips his arm around the waist of a petite blonde woman beside him, pulling her close.
My new, well, I was going to say girlfriend, but actually, she's my fiancée as of a week ago.
He adds in a coy way that makes him sound about 15. Like his brother, Rich is an absolute sweetheart, and I've always joked to Doug that if anything should happen to him, I would only ever want to be with Rich. Though going by the loved-up look on his face, that option is now firmly off the cards. "Oh my God, Rich, that's incredible news! I'm so happy for you. And you too, Sandy. It's so nice to meet you," I reply, holding out my hand to her as I beam at them both. "I'm Gemma, your soon-to-be sister-in-law." Then I dive in and give her a hug instead. Doug pats his brother on the back.
He says, "Rich has asked me to be his best man."
My husband tells me proudly. "This is just the best news all round," I say, raising my glass of lime and soda at them. The men clink beer bottles, and Sandy raises her orange juice. "To us. And lovely to meet you both, too," she chimes confidently, her strong voice belying her delicate looks. "I've heard so much about you already. It feels as if I know you. You have such a beautiful family." She glances over to where the twins are lolling on the lawn with a couple of the neighbors' young children, fussing over Max. "I love your dress, by the way." "I have indeed been blessed with amazing offspring," I reply, unable to help the grin. "And thanks. The loose waistline is good for hiding, any indulgences." I laugh, putting a hand on my stomach. "Not that you need that, of course," I quickly add, seeing how trim she is. Probably what I'd look like if I actually went to the gym twice a week, like Doug believes. "Is it from your boutique?" she asks, a slight blush forming on her cheeks. "Ah, so Rich has told you about Clover," I say. "Yes, it's from the new season's range. You should pop by sometime for a coffee and have a look at what we've got." I finally feel myself relaxing, especially as Sandy seems so approachable. But behind my outward-facing veneer of normality lurks a layer of fear, as thoughts of my conversation with Aiden earlier bubble at the back of my mind. "I'd love that," Sandy replies. "I used to be in uniform, which made choosing what to wear each day easy. But these days I get so sick of sensible trousers and shirts for work." "Will you be there on Tuesday?" "It's my day off. I'm busy in the afternoon, but can come to the shop in the morning. Any excuse for a new outfit." "That sounds perfect," I say. "You'll get a first look at my new stock."
"What is it you do?"
She mentioned a uniform, so I'm imagining a doctor maybe, or a chef, or perhaps a paramedic, or cabin crew. But I couldn't be more wrong.
"I'm a police officer," Sandy replies, producing a card from her bag and handing it to me. "Here's my number. I'm a detective in the Major Investigations Unit these days," she adds proudly, as I stare down at her official work contact details. "So mostly I just wear black trousers and a shirt, but I love wearing dresses when I'm off.
I'm so excited about visiting your shop. Do you think Rich will actually go through with it? I say to Doug on the drive home, me at the wheel as usual when there's been alcohol. As in, get married? Rich seemed genuinely happy, he replies. So yes, I think this could be it. My little bro finally settling down. My stomach knots as I sense Doug is right. They did seem like a couple in love. As much as I warmed to my future sister-in-law, the thought of Sandy being part of the family and having to see her regularly fills me with dread. I still can't believe that she's a police officer. And not only that, but she's a detective. She's bound to know about the Foxmere case. And to make matters worse, Doug and Rich were talking about the four of us going out for a meal next weekend. I've been desperately trying to think of a way to get out of it. But with Rich so loved up, socializing with them seems inevitable. If Aidan gets wind of it, I'm not sure what he'd make of me hanging out with a police detective from the major crime unit. I don't want him thinking I've done it on purpose, or risk antagonizing him. I just thought Rich seemed a little reserved in front of Sandy, I say. Thankful Tom and Chloe both have their noise-cancelling headphones on in the back. You know, as if he wasn't fully relaxed around her. Really? Doug says, his tune changing a bit as he mulls it over. I didn't pick up on it. Maybe I should text Rich later, just check in with him. For what it's worth, Sandy seemed lovely. Oh, I agree. But also, don't police officers have a bit of a reputation for not being the most reliable, especially when dating? I say, having no idea if that's true or not, but it sounds vaguely plausible. Their jobs are so stressful, it must make relationships hard. Doug turns to me, raising one eyebrow as if I'm mad. I just don't want to see Rich hurt. Doug reaches out and pats my thigh. I love that you care, Jem, but don't worry. Rich has his head screwed on, he adds, so I decide to leave it there. Once we reach home, I let the others out of the car, including Max. Need a few bits from the co-op, so I'll head off there now before they shut. I say from the driver's seat when Doug's half out of the car, "Get me a 4-pack of Stella, would you?" he asks, leaning back through the door. "Sure," I say, swallowing down the trigger as he shuts the car door. Truth is, I'm only going to the shop to buy a local newspaper, the first opportunity I've had since Aidan told me the news last night. I want to see if there are any updates about the discovery at the lake. Nothing was featured on the breakfast news this morning, but then I only had the local radio on for 20 minutes or so. There's no way I'm doing a Google search until I know more. As Aidan always drummed into me, I'm trying to think a few steps ahead, predict what might happen if the police do come knocking at my door. They'd probably seize all my devices, deep diving through my internet history, uncovering my sudden interest in Foxmere Country Park. No, until I know more, newsprint is the safest way for me to find out. I park outside the co-op on Hillview Road. As I unclip my seatbelt, I swear I catch sight of someone staring at my car in my rearview mirror, just fleetingly, the shape of a man standing a little way down the pavement. But when I swing round, there's no one there. My head and get out, heading for the magazine and newspaper section of the shop. Being a Sunday, the national papers are mostly sold out now. But I doubt they'd be running a small-town story that broke 5 days ago. Instead, I hunt down a copy of the local weekly paper, the Chesworth and Kempshire Observer. It comes out every Thursday, so I quickly grab one, shoving it in my basket. Then I rush around the store in search of eggs, milk, breakfast cereal, and Doug's beers before turning towards the self-service tills. At the back of the shop, I stop suddenly. Up on the wall is an old-style convex security mirror, and in it, I catch sight of a male figure lurking. The same size and stature to the one I saw in my rearview mirror outside, though it's hard to see clearly as his collar is up and he's wearing a dark beanie hat pulled low. Is it him? Is Aiden following me again? My skin crawls at the thought of him tracking my every move, watching me, making sure I don't go to the police to turn us both in. I swing round, hurrying to the front of the shop, but when I barrel around the corner, I almost bump into an old lady who tut-tuts at me as I bluster out an apology. By the time I get within sight of the exit, all I see is the shadow of someone slipping between the sliding glass doors and disappearing out of sight. Chapter 16. Back in the car, I grab the newspaper from my shopping bag and leaf through it, scanning the front page. Almost instantly, I see it. The headline that confirms my worst fears. Human remains discovered at Foxmere. Work on the new picnic and play area at Foxmere Country Park ground to a halt last Tuesday, 13th May, when contractors uncovered human remains buried in nearby woodland. A worker, Alan Marshall from Kempshire, spotted what appeared to be a skull by chance while downing tools to go on his tea break. I didn't believe what I was seeing, Alan, 38, told our reporter.
A deep pipework trench, and at first I thought it was an animal skull, a deer or something, and thought my boy would like it for science class. But when I pulled it from the digger bucket, it was clear it was human. So I alerted the foreman, and he stopped works. Police detectives and a specially trained forensic archaeology team have since sealed off the site, and work on the revamping of the northern end of the former quarry has been halted. Detective Inspector Morgan from Warwickshire Police commented that further human bones and other items of interest have since been extracted from the makeshift grave, but declined to release more information at this stage.
Identification of the body is ongoing, and relatives are yet to be informed. I stare at the black and white photograph of Foxmere Lake and the surrounding woodland, a view I'm all too familiar with, though not so much with the police crime scene tape and officers guarding the site. These days, there's a path all the way round the lake, and it's a known beauty spot. But 20 years ago, it wasn't much more than a disused quarry, and not all of it was accessible on foot. I shudder, remembering what happened there. What Aiden and I did. I'd do anything to take time back. I wonder how much progress the investigation will have made since this piece was written. The body was discovered 5 days ago now. I don't know much about police work or serious crime scenes, but I expect they'll be scouring missing persons lists and rushing through DNA tests on the remains. I sigh, chucking the newspaper onto the passenger seat and closing my eyes. I let out a deep groan, then take a breath, knowing I need to get home before Doug starts to worry. But then I catch sight of his beers in the shopping bag on the passenger seat. I reach out and touch one of the cans, but only for a second, imagining the crack hiss as it opens, the cold liquid fizzing down my throat. But I turn away and start the engine, focusing straight ahead as I drive off home.
You're a star.
Doug opens a beer and raises it in my direction. None of us are very hungry after scoffing Mom's buffet food all afternoon, but I make Tom and Chloe a plate of chicken sandwiches with some crisps, which they take up to their rooms. I've already made some for Doug, and he's eating his in front of the TV, Max lying at his feet.
Your mom was on good form.
He pats my thigh as I sit next to him with a cup of tea. The hoppy smell of his beer hits me as he drinks. I nod, not feeling much like chatting. Yeah, she seemed to have a nice time. Doug has the newspaper I bought earlier open on his lap, the front page facing up. I do a double take when I see it. Recycling, but he must have grabbed it before I had a chance.
Terrible about that body, eh?
He says, tapping the paper with his finger as he swigs from his can.
Almost on our doorstep.
Not good, I say as casually as I can manage while flipping channels on the TV. But my insides are churning. Shall we carry on with the Netflix series? We've got time for another couple of episodes. I just want to change the subject.
Sure, Doug replies. I wonder if they'll manage to identify the poor sod.
He points at the photo of the woods.
I bet they will,
He says, answering his own question through a mouthful of sandwich.
It's amazing what they can do these days. Someone's going to get a shock when the police come knocking.
What do you mean?
My cheeks flare red. Just that some poor family is going to get a visit from the cops with bad news.
Oh, yeah. Right. It's awful. I force a laugh. I'm still so on edge, especially after finding out that Rich's new fiancé is a detective. I meant to say, I had a call from Grant while you were out, Doug says, biting into another sandwich. It takes me a moment to realize who he means. Aiden. He wanted to say thanks for last night. I told him it was your idea to invite him, and he said he was very touched. That's nice, I say, biting my tongue. Shall I press play? I aim the remote at the TV. In a sec, love. Grant wanted to ask us a favor, but it's a pretty big one, so I said I'd run it past you first. I whip my head round again. A favor? Like what? He's recently moved to the area and is in between places. He's looking for somewhere to stay for a month or two, just until he gets sorted with his new job and can find somewhere more permanent. My eyes widen. I can't believe what I'm hearing. What does this have to do with us? I showed him our annex last night. He seemed quite impressed with my handiwork, and now I realize why. He's asked if he could move in while he finds a place to live. My mouth drops open, but I have to force the words out. Not really. No, that won't be possible. He can't stay here. This can't be happening. I have no idea where Aiden is living these days. I don't know if he's remained local the last 2 decades or if he moved away. Perhaps he's been at his parents' farm. They would be well into their 90s by now, so he might even have inherited their property. I never got to meet them. Why not? Doug says, sounding surprised. He said he'd pay rent. He offered 800 quid a month, love, so I don't think we should be too hasty turning it down. And it might even be for 2 or 3 months. About it. That's a couple of weeks in a Cornish cottage paid for. I'm hearing Doug, but not taking in his words. How the hell am I going to refuse? Aiden has me over a barrel, and it's obvious that he only wants to stay in my orbit to make sure I don't crack and go to the police. But if I don't agree to him moving into the annex, then he's able to make my life very difficult. For a start, he knows about Open Door, and will have probably worked out that Doug doesn't know about it, that I've been lying all these years. I'd have a lot of explaining to do to my husband. Sure, you're right, I say with another of my forced smiles. I'm being silly. We could do with the extra cash. I jab the remote control at the TV. Tell Grant it's fine by me. Chapter 17, March 2003. So, are you officially dating? Officially in love? Officially boyfriend and girlfriend? Joe asked Gemma as they wandered down the high street in the drizzle, arms linked and the bottoms of their jeans soaking wet. There's so much to catch up on since Christmas. I can't believe you've met someone, and without my prior approval. Gemma pulled Joe close so they both fitted under her small umbrella. She gave her a hip bump, grinning. Maybe, she sang, eyeing her friend. Jo was in her final year at Leeds University and had come back for the weekend. After browsing the shops, they were going to grab some food before an evening at the cinema. They'd been looking forward to seeing each other for weeks. That's infuriatingly vague, Jo replied. Topshop? Gemma nodded as they veered across the pavement to the shop's entrance, where she shook out her umbrella. Her smile dropped away as she turned to Jo. Actually, Aiden's infuriatingly vague. We haven't seen each other very regularly. I don't know if we're official or just dating or what. Sack 'em off then. Life's too short to waste on losers, Gem. That's what Luke says. Gemma followed Joe inside the store, her eyes lighting up at the new season's stock. Wow, look at this. It's so gorgeous. She lifted the fabric of the pink tulle skirt, showing off its many layers. This would look fab with my dogs. Very Sex and the City. Try it on, Joe said, grabbing Gemma's size, plus a top for herself. Gemma hesitated. Though if I'm going to end up as the wife of a barrister, perhaps I should, tone down my style a bit. Be more sensible. She giggled, pulling a face. Nah, Joe said, grabbing Gemma's arm and leading her through the racks. Never lie about who you are, especially not to some guy. You can bet your life he wouldn't lie for you, she added, which stuck in Gemma's craw and had her mulling over the words for the rest of the day. Nice skirt, Aiden said to Gemma later that same evening. He'd phoned her out of the blue, just as Gemma and Joe were about to get food. Joe wouldn't be back in the area again until the summer, but Gemma had made pleading eyes at her friend, her hand covering the phone, mouthing that Aiden wanted to meet up, and would she mind terribly if they took a rain check on dinner and the movie. Gemma felt awful, but Aiden had been so persuasive. Joe did mind, that was obvious. She minded a lot. But she didn't say. I wasn't sure if you'd like it, Gemma said, giving a little twirl. It's a bit out there. I like it. It's quirky, like you, Aiden replied, wrapping his large hand around hers. Come on, dinner's all sorted. Rise. 10 minutes later, they were driving out of town in a battered panel van. Sorry about the limousine, Aiden joked, yanking open the stuck passenger door. The Bentley is being serviced. He laughed, glancing sideways. It's one of the farm vans. And it is true my car is at the garage, though I'm joking about the Bentley. I drive a Mercedes. Nice, Gemma said with a smile. She hadn't been in his actual car yet, as, so far, she'd either picked him up or they'd met on foot. Though the shabby van look kind of suits you. It's mysterious and edgy. Top London barrister drives rusty, untaxed van. Could be a vibe. They both laughed as Aiden drove out of town, eventually turning off down a twisty country lane. At first, Gemma wondered if he'd booked a pub restaurant, and maybe even a cozy room for the night. But then he told her he'd packed a picnic. It's beautiful around here, she said, trying to stay positive, though it was pretty much dark now and getting cold. Not ideal conditions for a picnic, and she was beginning to think that a date eating sandwiches in his van wasn't worth bailing out on Joe. So where are we going to eat then? She trusted him, of course, but was naturally curious. She loved the way his mind worked, unafraid and different. Would have been too easy to end up in a run-of-the-mill chain restaurant in town. Instead, Aiden was being creative. Hold on, it's going to get bumpy, he said, turning into a gateway, beyond which was a farm track. He leapt out of the van to open the rusty old gate, pulling through before closing it again. Then he drove on along the muddy ruts carved in the field. They were heading towards woodland a good mile from the road. Apart from a glimmer of moonlight, it was almost pitch black now, with no houses or lighting around. Gemma swallowed, grabbing the door handle. You're not wrong about it being bumpy, she said, her voice wavering every time the van jolted. Are you sure you know where you're going? She made a nervous, half-laughing sound, looking between him and the track ahead. We're in the middle of nowhere. Aiden said nothing. He kept his eyes fixed ahead, his knuckles white as he gripped the wheel, and he flicked on the wipers when the rain came down, the rubber squeaking across the screen. He put the headlights on main beam, just as a rabbit darted in front of them, dazzled and frozen for a moment in the slanting rain. Wherever we're going, I hope it's warm, Gemma said, wishing he would reply or say something. His silence was unnerving. She made a brrr sound and clamped her arms around herself. Not a great night for a picnic. She was now wishing she'd gone to Wagamama's with Joe, then on to watch the film they'd been looking forward to all week. Still, Aiden remained silent. "I can't be too late back, just so you know," Gemma ventured, hoping that might elicit a response. "I need to be up early, as I promised Mom I'd help her with something first thing." Not the truth, but it sounded plausible.
Again, Aiden didn't reply, though Gemma thought he acknowledged her with a small nod, that it could have been because of the bumpy track. "Go on then. Tell me where we're going. Are we picnicking in the rain?" Another nervous laugh bubbled up Gemma's throat. Her heart was beginning to pound, which was stupid if she was rational, because this was the man who treated her to an expensive lunch in London, the same man with whom she'd had passionate sex in her car, and the man who looked at her adoringly the other few times they'd met. Hadn't he already proved that he wasn't some evil murderer, that his intentions were wholly good? But Gemma was still unnerved by his silence. "Can I have a clue? Just one teeny-weeny one?" She slid a hand onto his thigh, feeling his quad muscle tense beneath his jeans. Anything to elicit a response. Aiden briefly looked across at her with a blank expression, then veered off down another track towards the edge of the woodland, bumping along as they drove between the first few trees. Gemma noticed the curl of a small smile, the way his eyes narrowed. As they went deeper into the woods, it suddenly got darker, until finally they came to a stop in a small clearing. Aiden turned sideways to face Gemma. "Are you scared yet?" he asked in a growly voice. His eyes were as black as the night. He heard him correctly. Did he just ask if she was scared? Is that how he got his kicks? By terrifying her? Oh my God, what do I do? I'm out here in the woods at night with a man who I don't really know that much about, and no one knows where I am. Oh God. "Of course I'm not scared," Gemma said, forcing a brittle laugh. It was the biggest act of her life. "Why would I be?" She peered out of the window, wishing she had better shoes on for when she needed to leg it across the fields. The rain was coming down hard. "Come on," Aiden said, not taking his eyes off her. "Follow me." He grabbed a waxed jacket from the back and put it on. Against her better judgment, Gemma got out of the van and pulled up the hood of her coat, watching as Aiden grabbed a wicker hamper from the back of the van and then strode deeper into the woods, hunched against the rain. She glanced back over her shoulder towards the fields and the way they'd come. It was so dark out there now, and she wasn't entirely sure which direction the road was, and it was muddy and cold and scary looking in this rain. Was she better off staying here with Aiden? Her imagination had run away with her, that was all. He wasn't going to hurt her. She just needed to get a grip and calm down. Nodding to herself, she followed Aiden deeper into the woods, tramping between the trees, tripping on ferns and undergrowth, until they reached another, smaller clearing. "Oh, who lives here?" Gemma said, shielding her eyes from the rain as she stared at the almost derelict-looking caravan hidden in some bushes. It was part rust and part covered in brambles and moss, its battered green metal sides dented and discolored. Was there a faint glow coming from inside? "The groundsman who tended these woods used to live in it. It's all part of my father's estate." There was a tinge of pride in Aiden's voice as he shoved a key in the lock, giving it a firm wiggle. Then he yanked the stiff door open, beckoning for Gemma to go inside ahead of him. Gemma didn't get to ask any more questions because a second later, she could barely speak from shock. She covered her mouth, staring around disbelievingly at the otherwise grim interior. She turned, her eyes wide as she looked up at Aiden, suddenly bursting into fits of giggles. "Oh my God! I don't believe you did this!" She gazed around. "It's beautiful! This is all for me?" Both hands covered her mouth as Aiden's expression turned from stony to delighted.
Gemma took in the dozens of candles and tea lights on every surface and ledge, plus strings of fairy lights everywhere illuminating the inside of the caravan. It's like a magical grotto.
Fit for a princess,
he said with a satisfied smile, setting down the hamper on the grubby worktop. A hamper with Fortnum and Mason printed on the top of it, no less, Gemma spotted, feeling so happy. A moment later, they were drinking champagne from crystal flutes, and a short while after that, they were making love on the old sofa cushions with the sound of raindrops pattering on the roof above them. It couldn't have been more romantic. And later, even though Gemma desperately wanted to ask why Aiden had asked if she was scared, watching her reaction with a sparkle in his jet-black eyes, she decided that, all things considered, it was best she didn't know.
Chapter 18.
Knock, knock.
A voice says, making me whip up my head.
May I come in?
Oh, hi, Megan. Yes, please do.
Everything okay?
She asks, coming into the back office at Clover, where I'm hunched over my desk, staring down at a pile of papers and invoices. It's Monday morning, and so far I've got nothing done. I keep thinking about the poor woman we hit, not to mention her unsuspecting family who will soon be in for a shock. Yeah, just getting sorted for the week ahead, I say, bluffing. On top of everything, I can't stand the thought that when I get home later, Grant, whatever he's calling himself, will be living in the annex. He won't have access to our actual house, but he'll still be way too close for comfort. Doug has only recently put the finishing touches to it, getting it ready for Bill, his and Rich's father, to move into. That was until he had to go into a nursing home a couple of months ago. I've just taken a delivery that will cheer you up, Megan chimes, looking fresh-faced. I, on the other hand, have barely slept a wink the last few nights. A delivery, I reply, wondering if it's stock I'd forgotten about. Whatever it is, I'm unable to share her excitement. Unless it's Aiden Black's head on a platter, I doubt it will cheer me up. Come and see. I've made coffee. I drag myself up from the desk and follow Megan. For some reason, I'd been thinking about that evening when Aiden whisked me off for an impromptu picnic in the caravan. Looking back, it wasn't about the twinkling lights and candles, or the caviar or the champagne. It was about the sick thrill Aiden got from scaring me, terrifying me. He took delight in watching my fear unravel as we headed into the dark woods, me terrified that I was about to be murdered. No doubt he got a kick from it. I follow Megan back to the shop floor, blinking away tears of anger and compassion for my younger self. I had no idea what I was getting myself into. Ta-da! Megan exclaims, gesturing to a huge bouquet of white lilies on the counter. Oh, goodness, I say. My first concern being that Doug and I can't really afford such luxuries. Then comes the panic that I've forgotten our anniversary. But no, that's 3 months away yet. My next guess is that they're from Joe and Nick to say thanks for the meal on Saturday, though she's already sent me a text and she brought flowers on the night. I pluck off the attached envelope and open it. Inside, there's a postcard, and when I turn it over, there's a sickeningly familiar picture of Foxmere Lake and woods. This time, R.I.P. is written on it in black pen. Here, drink this.
You look like you've seen a ghost.
I take the coffee mug from Megan. Thanks, I appreciate it. Have one of these too. You really are as white as a sheet. She hands me a packet of chocolate digestive biscuits. Did you even eat breakfast? Oh my God. You're not pregnant, are you? No. I wish everyone would stop asking me that. I roll my eyes, trying to sound good-humored, but the flowers have got to me. Lilies. The flower of death. Are they from Doug? Megan asks,
You'll have to get him to come into the shop one day so I can finally meet him. From what you've said, he sounds like a darling. I manage a laugh. He is, but he didn't send the flowers. I bite into the biscuit. Gosh, maybe you have a secret admirer. She reaches for the card that's on the sofa beside me. We're sitting in the small lounge area by the changing rooms while the shop is quiet. The husband sofa, we call it. Truthfully, I don't know who sent them, I say, making a grab to get the card back before she reads it. But I'm too late. Ew, that's a bit freaky, Megan says. R.I.P. Surely it's some kind of prank, right? She frowns. Yeah, probably, I say, taking a sip of coffee to hide the concerned look on my face. Or maybe you have a stalker. Megan glances towards the shop windows, squinting out. Creepy guy I mentioned from the other morning. He might even be out there now watching us. I wish I'd taken more notice of what he looked like, but I didn't want to make a thing of staring. She lets out a nervous sound.
It's fine. You did the right thing.
I can't help staring out of the shop window too, in case anyone's lurking. It was probably just a mistake by the flower shop, and they were meant for someone else. It's fine. I'm not a great liar, and I sense Megan knows it.
It's not fine, though, is it? I've only known you a few weeks, Gemma, but I'm good at reading people. It's almost like a sixth sense. My mum says I must have got it from my birth parents. I'm adopted, you see. She gives a tinkly laugh. Sorry, I'm also good at oversharing. You don't need to know my life history. I pause a moment, thinking. I didn't know this about her. Are you in touch with your biological parents? I can't help wondering how it must feel to have inherited traits from people you've never met. Megan shakes her head. No, she says wistfully. But that's okay. I don't remember any different. I love my parents, but... Megan's eyes dart to the shop door as the bell tinkles. Oh, I'll go, she says, heading off to greet the customer, almost seeming thankful for the interruption. I take a deep breath. Hearing a little about Megan's past has put things into perspective a bit. Whatever happens to me, at least my children are safe with a mom and dad who love them to bits. And until I get home, I need to focus on my work, putting Aiden and postcards and the police firmly out of my mind. Chapter 19. At lunchtime, Megan holds the fort while I pop out to grab some sandwiches. As I'm walking past Lovell's, the electrical shop, the TVs in the window display catch my eye, making me stop. About 8 screens of different sizes are all playing the same local BBC news channel. The red and white ticker tape rolls beneath the on-screen story with the day's headlines, but the female presenter is standing with her microphone in a rural spot that I immediately recognize. Foxmere. She's reporting live from the car park, and there are several white-suited members of the forensic team carrying equipment in the background. I can't hear what she's saying, so I dash into the shop, but find all the televisions muted. Any chance I could hear what the sound is like on this Sony? I ask the salesman, who's hovering nearby.
Sure,
he says, aiming a remote control at the set.
I'll get something a bit more interesting on for you to listen to,
he adds. No, the news is fine. Leave it on. I say rather too harshly, taking the control from him and turning it up even louder.
As the police continue to search the site here at Foxmere, no further information has been released about the body discovered in the woods.
All we know is that the remains are confirmed as human and believed to be an adult female, who was discovered by a site worker almost a week ago now, last Tuesday. Work on the Foxmere Country Park Development and Conservation Project has been halted until police are satisfied that all evidence has been recovered. Forensic archaeology and anthropology teams have been called in to help. Earlier,
I spoke to the police detective leading the investigation. The scene cuts to a recording of the same reporter interviewing the police officer in a different location, at the lake, earlier in the day. It takes me a moment to realize what I'm looking at. But when I do, I can't help the gasp. Oh, fuck! I cover my mouth.
If you want to test another TV, madam,
the salesman says,
I'd also recommend the Samsung. The sound is really crisp and—
Shh, please! I hold my palm up at him. I don't take my eyes off the screen. Off the police detective, talking to the local reporter.
Detective Inspector Sandy Morgan, you're heading up this investigation. Can you tell me what you know so far about the human remains found in the woods here at Foxmere Country Park?
Sure, and the answer at this point, I'm afraid, is not much, though various tests are ongoing. She's definitely female, we know that, and our best estimate is anywhere between the ages of 20 and 45.
We're looking at 5'7" or so.
The remains were well preserved in their location, thanks to the quick thinking of the groundworks team. This means that most of the body has been recovered as it was originally buried, along with teeth, hair, fragments of clothing, and some personal items. Do you have any idea when this person died? I know your team has already implied the discovery could result in a cold case being reopened, but do you have an estimation of a year or even decade of death? D.I. Sandy Morgan, the woman whom my brother-in-law Rich has proposed to, the woman at my mother's birthday party on Sunday, the woman I invited to come to my shop, gives a nod and a professional smile. Her glossy blonde hair is tied back in a neat ponytail, and she's wearing a gray cotton shirt over dark trousers with a black gilet on top. Her police lanyard hangs around her neck. I cup my hand over my mouth, stifling a retch. The salesman looks at me, recoiling.
We're working on a timeline, Sandy replies to the reporter, but what I can reveal is that one piece of key evidence has given us a strong indication, perhaps even exact, of the day of death. Once the labs and our experts confirm, we'll have more to announce on this. And of course, my detectives are working their way through missing persons lists now that we have DNA samples back.
It won't be long before we're able to notify the family, and hopefully get to the bottom of exactly what happened. I can't listen anymore. I thrust the remote control at the salesman and rush out into the street, heading to a narrow alley at the back of some shops where I know there are some dustbins. I lift the lid of one and throw up.
Chapter 20. For the rest of the afternoon, the shop is quiet, leaving me to organize a new sale rail, though mainly I'm staring into space. It feels as if my life is crumbling around me, though more than anything, I'm consumed by guilt. With a single conversation at the police station, I could solve the entire case and put a whole family out of their misery. Yet I would be plunging my own family right into it. Besides, Aiden would never allow it, and if he found out, there's no telling what he'd do to Doug and our kids. He'd hit me where it hurts, my family. I'm back with the sandwiches at lunchtime, putting mine in the fridge because I couldn't face eating. Megan seemed to know better than to ask what was wrong, and I felt her concerned eyes watching me. She does indeed seem able to read people. If only I'd had her skills at the same age. I took a look at the CCTV system while you were out getting lunch, she tells me. I glance up from writing sale price tags. For some reason, the file-saving option had been turned off, and the cameras had been disabled in the settings. But I fixed it all now. The software needed updating anyway, so I've done that too. To call out the IT guy anymore? Oh, that's a relief, I tell her, thankful that at least one problem is sorted. We don't get many shoplifters, but it's good to have evidence for the police if needed. My stomach lurches at the mention of police. I still can't believe that Sandy was on the news. Of all the people my brother-in-law could have picked to fall in love with, it had to be the detective inspector in charge of the Foxmere case. Later, when I get home, I'm wishing I had cameras installed there, too.
What the hell? I say as I go inside, almost tripping over the piles of stuff in the hallway, as Max winds around my legs, pleased to see me. Who's done this? Though I'm not sure I need to ask. There are boxes everywhere, stacked up at the bottom of the stairs, as well as black bin bags full of belongings. When I peek inside one, it looks like clothing. "Doug, are you home?" I call out. "Anyone back yet?" For a moment, no one replies, but then I hear someone bounding down the stairs, and Tom is suddenly beside me, wrapping his arms around me as he gives me a hug. My son's presence feels like a moment of calm as I give him a massive hug back.
"Hey, Mom. What's for dinner? I'm starving."
Tom is constantly starving. I've joked in the past that it's a wonder he didn't eat his sister in the womb. Can't help the smile, instantly feeling better from his spontaneous affection. I'm not sure yet. It's Dad's night to cook. Guilt surges through me as I realize what that means. It's Monday night. Lying about the open door meets to Doug is bad enough, but not telling my kids the truth really cuts deep. I can't stand the thought of them thinking badly of me, not because I don't deserve it, but rather because they deserve a mother who is honest. If they knew the facts, I'd like to think they'd understand.
"That'll be spaghetti then."
Tom laughs, opening the pantry cupboard and pulling out a large sharing bag of crisps. Before I can protest, he tears it open and shoves in his hand. "Do you know where all that stuff in the hallway came from?" I ask, just wanting to check. Tom nods, his floppy fringe covering one eye.
"It belongs to that bloke. What's his name again? The one who came to dinner on Saturday?"
Grant? I say, hating that's another lie to my son.
"Yeah, him,"
he replies.
"He turned up just after Chloe and I got home from school. He said that you and Dad told him he could leave his stuff in the house until he moves into the annex."
"Right, thanks, love," I mutter, leaning on the sink for a moment, taking a breath. "Did he say when he'd be back?" Tom glances at his watch.
"Shouldn't be long. He said they'd be gone for about an hour. Mind you, that was almost 2 hours ago now."
"They?"
"Yeah, as in Grant and Chloe."
"Chloe's gone out with him. Where?" Blood drains from my head. The thought of my daughter alone with Aiden makes me feel ill. Tom shoves a fistful of crisps in his mouth, showering crumbs down his front. "Tom, please, tell me. Do you know where your sister has gone? Christ, I'm going to call her." I grab my phone from my bag with a shaking hand. "I wouldn't do that, Mum. Not while she's driving." "What do you mean, not while she's driving?" My twins have only just turned 17. "Your provisional licenses haven't even come yet. Doug and I were going to wait until the summer holidays, then surprise them with driving lessons. But I know Doug particularly wanted to take them out for their first lessons himself, saying it was a rite of passage. And driving what, for heaven's sake?"
"I don't know. Grant's car, I guess. He said he'd take her out on the road, let her get some practice. Chloe was well pumped about it. He said it's my turn next. And chill about the licenses, Mom. They were in the mail on the doormat when we got back from school."
This evening's support group has been going for almost half an hour now, and there's no sign of him yet. Small mercies, though I still can't relax knowing he might turn up at any moment. Every creak in the old building, or squeak of a chair or scuff of a foot has me jumping and glancing at the door. Chloe got back safely earlier, thank God, but I had to bite my tongue to stop myself having words with her. When Aiden dropped her home, he didn't come in the house, but Chloe, still buzzing from her first time out in a car, told us over dinner that he would be back later to move his stuff into the annex. I'm hoping that's what he's doing right now, meaning he won't turn up at the meeting. But then knowing he's moving into our property doesn't help my jangled nerves either. All through dinner, Doug was talking about how great it will be to have his new golf buddy living in the annex, that he'll have someone to watch the rugby with, and how the extra rental income will pay for a summer holiday. I tried to sound pleased for him that he'd made a new friend, but God, it was hard. Of all the people in the world for him to hit it off with, it had to be Aiden bloody Black. I wish I could warn him that he's orchestrated their meet,
wormed his way into our lives for one reason only, to make sure I don't tell the police the truth. I bring my attention back to the open door group. "Thank you for sharing your story, Pete," I say. He's a burly man in his 50s dressed in high-vis workman's gear. He has ruddy cheeks and tears in his eyes, and I don't fail to notice the tremor in his hand when he hands the spotty handkerchief back to Eric. "It was brave of you to be so vulnerable." He smiles over at me, giving me a look that tells me how grateful he is for my support. After his first time at the group, he didn't come back the following week, so I reached out to see if he wanted to get a coffee. We sipped our drinks and walked in the park, doing this a few times before he finally built up the confidence to return to the group. He's been sober ever since.
"Does anyone else have anything to share?"
Eric asks. I glance at the door, praying it doesn't open. It's now or never, and I could really use some support myself. "Yes, me, if that's okay," I say, raising my hand tentatively. Eric smiles and nods, passing me the handkerchief. Another glance at the entrance door to the church hall to make certain Aiden isn't about to come in. I take a breath. "It's been a tough few days," I say, my voice wavering. "I came close to temptation." A few murmurs ripple around the group as I remember Doug's beers sitting on the passenger seat of my car, plus me watching everyone drinking at Mom's party. My husband, well, he doesn't know about my struggles. I hear a surprised noise from Eric. We've been together about 20 years, and, well, it's never seemed like the right time to tell him about my drinking. I'm not proud of it, but I've been lying to him all this time. I clamp my arms around my body and hang my head. It feels strange hearing it said out loud. Suddenly, a noise echoes around the entire hall. Everyone looks around, me included, to see Aiden standing in the entrance, the shoulders of his dark coat glistening from the rain as he bangs the door closed behind him. I have no idea how much he heard. I was so focused on what I was saying, I didn't even hear the door opening.
"Sorry I'm late,"
he chimes, his eyes instantly seeking me out. He strides over to the group and inserts himself into the circle.
"Welcome again, Aiden,"
Eric says somewhat flatly.
"Gemma was just telling us about a moment of temptation this week."
My cheeks sear red hot, and I ball up my fists on my lap, twisting the handkerchief around my knuckles. "It's fine," I say, shaking my head and staring at the floor.
"I'd finished anyway." "No, do carry on, Gemma," Gail pipes up from my right. "You mentioned about lying to your husband. Well, the same happened to me. It would really help me too if we could discuss this." "Yes, do carry on, Gemma," Aiden says, hanging his coat on the back of his chair. He leans forward on his forearms, settling into his seat. "What did you lie to your husband about?" He steeples his fingers, tapping them together, watching me intently. I turn to Eric, praying that he'll pick up on my discomfort and choose someone else to speak. But he doesn't. Instead, all I hear are encouraging words from around the group for me to carry on.
"It's nothing, really. I had a bit of a shock and then thought about a drink, that's all." I tense up, not daring to look at anyone for fear I'll break down. "Sounds tough," Aiden says. "Perhaps if you share more about the shock, that might help." I whip my head up, almost seeing the red line of the laser stare he's giving me. It's... I stall, unable to think of a suitable lie to cover all the other lies in my life. "Take your time, Gemma," I hear Eric say. "No pressure." I nod, feeling the sting of tears. It's just... well, it's funny how stuff from the past, things that you thought were long gone, things that you were certain were buried,
It's funny how they rear up when you're least expecting them. I bow my head and close my eyes. Silence for a moment as everyone takes in what I said. Then Gail chips in. "It's unfinished business then, love," she says in a well-meaning voice. "Your past is part of the future in ways you never imagined when it was your present. It always comes back to bite you. You just have to find it within yourself to give it a damned hard bite back."
Chapter 21. In the tea break, Aiden approaches me in the corridor where no one can see us. He grabs my arm, pulling me close. "Get off," I hiss, shrugging away. "Just checking we're still on the same page, Gemma," he says in a low, intimidating voice. "Checking you're not going to do anything stupid, like go to the police. My bet is they already know the identity of the woman. That detective on the news said they've got some strong evidence." I lead Aiden further down the corridor so we're not overheard. Most people are busy getting tea or outside having a smoke.
"Look, last time I saw you, I thought you were dead."
I finally get free of his grip and clamp my arms around my body in an attempt to stop the shaking. "If you were that bothered about getting our stories straight, you wouldn't have disappeared for the last 20 years. Where the hell have you been all this time?" My mind takes me back. About a week after the accident, my guilt was overwhelming, and I'd made up my mind I was going to the police. It would also mean finishing things with Aiden, so I went to his house to end it. I suppose a part of me was hoping he'd come to the station with me. When he didn't answer the door, I tried the handle and found it unlocked. I went inside, and that's when I found him on his hallway floor with a blood-covered wrench from his toolkit lying nearby. I stifled a scream before dropping to my knees, checking and double-checking for a pulse. But there was nothing, not even a faint heartbeat, and I couldn't see him breathing either. Blood spilled from the gash on his head as I bent down and cradled him, sobbing because the man I once loved was dead. Looking back, maybe they were tears of relief. Someone had done this to him. Someone had killed Aiden Black, and thoughts of going to the police were overshadowed. Then, as I prepared to leave, wiping the door handle and anything else I'd touched with my scarf, making sure I'd not left a trace of myself behind, a chilling thought struck me. What if whoever had killed Aiden knew our secret? What if they'd done this to get revenge? And what if their next target was me?
"I've been busy living my life, Gemma, just like you,"
Aiden says in the corridor, snapping me out of my horrible thoughts.
"You have a lovely family, by the way. You've done well for yourself."
He smirks, allowing a moment for his veiled threat to sink in.
"But the police are getting closer to the truth, and we need to be prepared. Get our facts straight."
I tense up at the mention of Doug and the twins.
"Don't you dare bring my family into this,"
I hiss. "And what the hell do you think you're playing at, moving into our annex?"
"Your family is already involved, whether you like it or not, Gemma. Call it insurance. Being close lets me keep an eye on you and make sure you stick to what we've agreed. I'd prefer that neither of us goes to prison. But if it must be one of us, then I'm going to make damned certain it's not me. You want your husband and children to find out the truth about you? That you're a lying alcoholic with a criminal past?"
It's a scenario that I've not had to think about in a long time, anyone ever finding out what I was a part of that night. Back then, I'd have done anything to please him. I just wanted us to be happy. I suppose I always knew something about him wasn't right, that he was intense and not like other guys. Inexplicably, that was the lure of him, almost as if a part of me longed for bad treatment. It's what I was used to growing up, after all. He added electricity to my life, and I quickly became addicted to him. Then I replaced him with alcohol.
1 month,
I tell Aiden, knowing I have no choice.
That's how long you've got in the annex.
You'd better hope everything blows over by then, and Aiden grabs me harder, making my head jerk back. Blow over. Do you realize how fucking serious this is, Gemma? Get off me! I twist out of his grip. God, I wish I'd called the police that night. I spit. You were the one driving, and you were the one who wanted to cover it all up. It was an accident, I know that, but burying her wasn't, and certainly not after we've lied about it all this time.
I should never have covered up for you, but I can't bring myself to say it. Can't give him the satisfaction of him knowing how much I once loved him.
We'll both go down for murder, or manslaughter, for perverting the course of justice, and God knows what else they'll find to throw at us.
Aiden shakes his head, looking down at me blankly.
Don't mess with me, Gemma, or you'll regret it.
He's about to say something else when Eric suddenly comes down the corridor.
We're regrouping now,
He says, touching my arm when he sees me shocked, then shooting a look at Aiden.
Everything okay, Gem?
Does he sense the tension crackling between us? Yeah, I'm fine, thanks. I want to hug Eric for saving me, but instead I walk off and take my seat with the others. For the next 15 minutes, various members share stories. I try to listen as best I can, offering helpful comments where I'm able, but it's hard to focus. Then Aiden pipes up that he'd like to speak, taking hold of the handkerchief when Eric passes it to him. My heart skips a few beats as I brace myself for what's going to come out of his mouth. He clears his throat, clutching the square of red and white spotty fabric, toying with it as he leans forward on his forearms, staring at the floor.
I lost my father to alcohol,
He begins, suddenly glancing up at me.
I found him lying in a pool of blood and excrement. It was like a murder scene. I was 12 years old.
Several gasps ripple around the group, while I silently draw in a sharp breath. 12? But he told me his father was alive, that his parents owned a farm. I don't understand. I think back, remembering him talking about his dad, how he helped him on the land, mending tractors and hay baling when he was up from London. I never met his parents, but he often talked about them. His dad's bad back, his mother's homemade cakes. Was he lying then? Or is he lying now?
I worshipped my father.
Aiden continues with a wistful smile.
I thought he was the best dad a boy could want. He gave me my first drink when I was 8, a sherry at Christmas. He made me gulp it down in one go, saying it would make sure I never drank in the future. Like when parents make their kids smoke an entire packet of cigarettes to put them off for life.
There's a ripple of agreement around the group.
Problem was, I liked it. A lot. Or rather, I liked what it did to me. I wanted more. It made me feel warm and happy inside,
Calm and at peace. When I drank, it made me not care about anything. As I got older, I drank more and more, my teenage problems melting away. Whenever I could, I'd steal booze from the secret stash my father didn't think I knew about, or I'd nick money and get one of the older lads at school to buy it for me. Mainly, I loved being drunk because it dulled the agony of watching my father beat the shit out of my mother, and it took the pain away when he did it to me. Everyone is rapt, hanging on his every word. Christ, he's a good liar.
That sounds tough, Aiden. You've done well to get sober.
You said last time that it's been 5 years now? Eric seems as taken in by his lies as the others. Yes, 5 years, Aiden replies, prompting a few claps. I'm desperate to stand up and tell the group that he had almost a bottle of red wine to himself at my house with Joe, Nick, and Doug on Saturday night. But somehow, I find the strength to keep quiet. I'll never go back to it. Not after. He stops briefly, staring right at me as he continues. Not after what happened one terrible night many years ago. A shiver runs through me. Dear God, surely he's not going to talk about that. Still staring right at me,
Aidan remains silent. Then, after what seems like a lifetime, he passes the handkerchief back to Eric. Chapter 22. When I get home after the meeting, the twins are upstairs, so I head up to see them. They're like an antidote to seeing him this evening. Tom is glued to his screen, headphones on, playing a game, but twists round and smiles when I give him a hug, letting him know I'm back. Chloe is lying on her bed in her room, scrolling on her phone, and seems pleased to see me. "They're nice," I say, peering over her shoulder. She's looking at a pair of shoes. "Nice if you can afford them," she says, about to scroll on. "Wait, do they have your size?" She nods. "They do, but I spent all my pocket money." It doesn't take an expert to see how much she loves them, and they're just her style. "I'll transfer you the money," I say, opening my phone and giving her a wink. "Treat yourself." "Oh my God, Mom, really?" Her smile warms my heart. "Really," I say, giving her a hug and heading back downstairs, transferring the same amount to Tom's account so it's fair. In the living room, Doug is watching TV with Max draped over his legs. I sit down beside them, giving Doug an extra tight squeeze before burying myself in the crook of his shoulder. God, I want to stay like this forever. "Hey, you," he says, draping an arm around me. "What's all this for?" If only I could tell him. If only I could confess that it's because I've been lying to him for nearly 20 years. Then maybe the guilt would lift a little. There's no easy way to explain that the man I committed a terrible crime with is now living in our annex. It makes my lying about going to the gym seem trivial. "No reason," I say. "He's moved his stuff then, I see." I gesture to the hallway. "Grant?" "Yeah, he got it all into the annex. He came back not long after you left for the gym, then went out again. Tom was a bit gutted he didn't get a driving lesson like Chloe." I sit up and face Doug. "It's not right that he just took Chloe out like that without asking us. If she hadn't texted me back when they pulled over, I'd have been out of my mind with worry. You might know him, but I don't." Yet another lie. "I mean, was he even insured?" Doug nods. "He told me he was covered through his works policy. To be honest, love, I don't mind that he took Chloe out. She was thrilled, and it saves us forking out the extra premium." "I thought it was a big thing that you wanted to do with the twins. First time out on the road and all that." I hate that Aidan stole that from us. I'd planned on sitting in the back and filming it. I know, but I'm not about to fall out with him over it. Good thing. Anyway, according to Tom, when Chloe saw their provisional licenses had arrived, she literally begged him to take her out. The poor man wouldn't have had a choice. "But our daughter got into a car with a virtual stranger," I want to yell. There's so much to warn Doug about, though the more I protest, the more unhinged I'm going to sound. The irony doesn't pass me by either. 20 years ago, I hardly knew Aidan, yet I still got in a car with him. No, I'll have to bide my time and play this carefully. Play Aidan at his own game. I remember him once telling me how he cross-examined in court.
"It's easy to lead a witness without actually leading a witness," he'd said one of the times we'd grabbed lunch that first summer. We'd met outside his chambers and headed over Waterloo Bridge to South Bank to get a sandwich. "And I'm the grand master at it. You've heard the expression, keep your friends close and your enemies closer." I'd nodded, eager to learn about Aidan's work. I remember being surprised that he was wearing jeans and a t-shirt to the office, assuming he mustn't have been in court that day. I'd hinted several times that he might one day take me inside his chambers, show off his fancy wig and gowns, but he said I wouldn't be allowed in, that they were strict with security. So you see, I soften the witness up like butter, getting them on side. I allow them to trust me, Gemma. That's what it's all about,"
he said as we strolled along the river eating our lunch.
"Befriend them, flatter them, relax them. Once I have their trust, I own their soul."
The next morning, I'm late getting to work, but thankfully Megan has opened the shop. I didn't sleep well again, turning over everything in my mind. There's a psychopath living in my property, and without handing myself into the police, destroying the lives of my children and husband, I can't see a way to get rid of him. I listened to Doug's soft snores as he slept, thinking of all the ways I could kill Aiden. Everything from poisoning him, to stabbing him, to shoving him in front of a high-speed train swept through my exhausted, desperate brain in a fit of sleeplessness and anxiety, with me replaying the consequences over and over, and it was always the same. I would end up in prison. "Did anyone come in looking for me?" I ask Megan when I get back from the bank mid-morning. "A blonde woman?" Sandy, Rich's fiancé, Detective Inspector Sandy, didn't say what time she'd stop by this morning, but I've been both dreading it and keeping an eye open for her. On the one hand, the less she knows about me, the better. But then Aiden's words from way back keep coming to mind. Keep your friends close and your enemies closer. Not that Sandy is an enemy, exactly, but she is the lead detective in the Foxmere investigation, which makes her not exactly on my team either. Fuck. What a mess. "No, sorry," Megan says, handing me the weekend's sales sheet. I give it a quick scan. Pleased the numbers are looking healthy, but any positive thoughts are quickly overshadowed, knowing that Sandy could walk in at any moment. What if she's already onto me? What if she's only pretending to look at dresses, but really she's sussing me out, covertly gathering evidence, listening out for slip-ups and clues to my guilt? I have no idea how anything from the past could possibly lead her to me, but my exhausted mind wheels through ridiculous possibilities. Keep your friends close. I grab the business card Sandy gave me from my bag and dial her number. I need to know if she's coming or not. But it rings out. Then I sent her a text. "Looking forward to seeing you at Clover this morn. Coffee and cakes are waiting." But even after an hour, there's no reply. Perhaps she's changed her mind about coming. I look at my watch. 12:25 p.m. I'm certain she said she'd visit this morning as she was busy in the afternoon. She's either forgotten or something else has come up. Adrenaline pulses through me as I wonder what could have come up on her day off. Perhaps something urgent about the Foxmere case. But keep your enemies closer. Before I change my mind, I fire a text off to Rich. "What's Sandy's address, Rich? I have some clothes to drop off at hers. Lovely to see you on Sunday, and congrats again. Kiss, kiss." He replies within a minute, no doubt from under the bonnet of a car at the garage where he works. "Don't let her spend too much, saving for wedding, LOL. Flat 2, Oak Tree Court. You can park out front." I shoot a message straight back about giving her a family discount so he needn't worry, and then grab half a dozen random dresses in sizes 8 and 10, my best guess, and bundle them into a protective cover. "I'm just delivering these to a client," I tell Megan, which isn't that unusual. Some of our customers can't always get to the store. Megan tells me she'll hold the fort, and I head off, carefully laying the dresses on the backseat of my car. Outside the main door of Sandy's building, I ring the buzzer for flat 2. There's no reply, so I ring it again, my overwrought brain convincing me more and more that she's been called in to work on her day off. Not a good omen. My mind spirals, concluding that the forensic team must have discovered who killed the woman in the woods, that a man called Aiden Black brutally mowed her down in a hit-and-run and then cold-heartedly buried her body in a remote grave with his girlfriend, Gemma Lawson, guiltily watching on. Can they ascertain that much from decomposed remains? I press the buzzer again, but there's still no reply. The dresses are getting heavy, and there's no one about to let me in so I can knock directly on Sandy's door. It's a sprawling 1970s block set in large gardens with 12 buzzers on the panel and only 3 stories high. I imagine flat 2 will be somewhere on the ground floor. Perhaps Sandy has got earphones in, maybe enjoying a leisurely read on the sofa. Or she's having a cleaning session and hasn't heard the buzzer over the noise of the vacuum cleaner. I try to focus on that rather than the called in to work scenario. I follow the path around the outside of the building where there's a garden area with some of the flats having windows and French doors opening out onto it. I've no idea which is flat 2, but I steel myself to peer in through one of the windows, cupping my free hand against the glass. An old lady starts when she sees me, clutching her heart and dropping her knitting. I hold up my hand and back away. Sorry, I call out, moving on. The next window I look through has a definite bachelor pad vibe to it. Posters of women and fast cars on the walls, and men's clothing strewn about on the bed, so I doubt it's Sandy's place. But the next window along seems more promising when I peer into the neat living room with its neutral sofas and pink scatter cushions. There's a bookshelf on the far wall. I remember Sandy telling me at Mum's party that she liked to read, and there are some framed photos on a side table that I can just make out. Bingo! There's a cute shot of Rich and Sandy eating ice creams by the sea. Before I can take any of that in, my eyes are drawn to something else. A dark red stain on the fluffy white rug by the sofas. When my eyes finally focus, I realize that it's a pool of blood, congealed and browning against the pale wool. My mouth falls open as I gasp and drop the dresses. I cup both hands against the glass, tracking the bloody trail across the room. And that's when I see the body. Sandy is lying splayed out on the floor, her lips a purplish blue and her eyes dead and unblinking as she stares up at the ceiling. And she has a large, bloody gash right across her throat.
Chapter 23, April 2003. The warm, contented feeling Gemma was left with after Aiden turned that dilapidated old caravan into a romantic grotto lasted well into the spring. No one had ever done anything like that for her before, and she told whoever would listen all about it. Candles, a posh picnic, champagne, the works. The evening had been so special. But Joe and Luke, her 2 best friends, were still dubious about their friend's crush. Neither of them had met him yet. That's all he is, Gem, a massive crush, because you've only seen him a handful of times. I think you're a bit lonely, Joe said on the phone one night a month or so later. It was true that since her school friends had gone off to university and then moved away for their careers, Gemma hadn't had as many people to hang out with. Because of her troubled teenage years and her father dying, studying for A-levels when she was so far behind had seemed like an impossible task. As a result, she hadn't got the grades to do a degree. It was all right for Joe. She'd got her bloke, Nick, and by the sounds of it, they were serious and would probably end up getting married. They'd met at Leeds, which is where they both still lived, though Joe eventually planned on moving back down to Chesworth and getting a job at a local accountancy firm once she'd got some experience. Nick was happy to move with her. Joe was right, though. Gemma had been lonely, not that she'd ever admitted. She'd felt an emptiness in her chest bigger than the entire universe, a physical pain, and she didn't think she'd ever meet anyone who'd fill the hole. That was until she'd crossed paths with Aiden at the charity auction. You couldn't be more wrong about him, Joe. Can't you just be happy for me? Gemma said on the phone. You should have seen what he did to that caravan. It was so romantic. How the hell did you get romantic grotto out of creepy abandoned caravan in the woods? Sounds like something out of a horror movie to me. For heaven's sake, be careful, came Joe's reply, which was the cue for Gemma to change the subject. She had to accept that neither Joe nor Luke would understand the electric bond she and Aiden shared. He was so clever, so intense, and he excited every cell in her body. When are you next seeing him?
Luke asked later in the week over coffee.
Nothing planned yet, but get this. After our caravan date, Aiden said we were official. Gemma beamed and pulled down the neck of her sweater. Ta-da! He gave me this. It's solid gold. Isn't it gorgeous? Luke leant forward to see. It was a delicate chain with a gold-colored charm attached, no bigger than a thumbnail. Whoa, girl, that's grim.
The coffin.
Luke backed away, pulling a face and holding up a palm.
And no way it's solid gold.
I don't think it's even plated.
Gemma laughed. Oh, Luke, it's not creepy at all. Aiden said the coffin symbolizes eternal love, even beyond death. Look. She peered down and picked at a tiny clasp on the side of the charm. It even opens, see? He put some of his hair in there and then snipped a tiny bit of mine to add in. The inside of the coffin lid is engraved, too. Can you read it? It's so tiny. Luke wrinkled his nose and leant close, his eyes locking onto the words.
Memento mori, he read, looking up at Gemma with his mouth hanging open.
You do know what that means, right?
I think it means that it's a keepsake, a memento. Aiden says he has another identical one for himself, too. He took some of my hair to put inside that. Gemma beamed and carefully closed the coffin charm lid, tucking it under her sweater again. Luke stared at her, slowly shaking his head, but Gemma refused to believe the necklace charm was anything but adorable, even when he told her that the engraving meant, "Remember, you must die." It was several weeks since he'd brought Gemma to the caravan. Aiden flicked on the fairy lights, thinking it was a good job they ran on batteries. There wasn't any power out here in the woods.
Each string of lights was only a $5 at the local tat shop, not that he'd paid for them, nor the dozens of tea lights. The shop was busy and understaffed. He always made sure of that when he went nicking. Besides, the police wouldn't do anything, even if anyone bothered to phone them. No one saw him slip out with a load of stuff under his coat.
It was luck finding the picnic basket in a skip the week before, and ingenious to draw on the Fortnum's logo with a black marker.
Gemma didn't know the difference, and any good sense she might have had was outshone by the twinkly lights and lavish lifestyle he pretended to live. Booze and a few candles usually did the trick with these women, along with the champagne and caviar he'd bought with the cash from that old bloke's wallet he'd nicked down the pub. All so easy. Aiden smiled as he remembered Gemma's growing panic when he took her into the woods. He loved that she was scared, her suddenly thinking that he might be a psycho killer. He liked to think of the caravan as his lair. Through the fear barrier early, lowering her expectations and defenses, setting the bar. It was the only way to take control. And without control, life was way too boring for someone like him. It was how he was wired. Not that he knew what to do with Gemma long-term yet. That was the problem. In the past, he'd always been a bit dumb when it came to women, not knowing how to act around them. No, he hadn't been dumb. He'd been catastrophically terrible with women. Growing up, he'd watched his father beat his mother's bones to a pulp on a regular basis, so that wasn't much of a blueprint to work from, though he can't say it hadn't fascinated him to some extent, sometimes dreamt about it. Over the years, he'd tried to learn what women liked, but he found relationships hard. On, off, on, off. Some women couldn't make up their minds. Some went hysterical at the slightest thing, while some were needy and clingy, demanding his attention all the time. But he liked Gemma. She seemed, well, different to the others, grateful almost, and he didn't want to end up hurting her, though he wasn't entirely certain he'd be able to stop himself. Aiden lit the cooking stove in the caravan, filling the tin kettle with water. It was a pain having to bring it from the standpoint in the next field, but at least there was a supply nearby, and during the times he stayed here, he'd got used to it. Once it was hot,
He tipped it into a plastic washing-up bowl. Then he stripped naked, glimpsing his reflection in the small window with the darkness of the woods beyond. He smiled at how lean and muscular he was. That run of farm laboring he did several weeks ago had not only given him a bit of cash in hand, but also helped sculpt a six-pack, though he'd blown most of the money on weed and booze. But to give himself credit, he did buy another suit and some leather shoes from the charity shop in town, where he got all his professional gear from. Even he couldn't bring himself to steal from age concern, probably because the entire place smelt like his mother on her deathbed. Musty, old, and unwanted. As a boy, he'd tried to help her, tried to make things better for her, but it had backfired and made his father take to him with his fists too. Besides, his mother hadn't seemed very grateful whenever he'd tried to intervene, almost as if she enjoyed being beaten up. He wondered if that's why he was so bad with women now. There was no fucking pleasing them. He grabbed a sponge and lathered up with a bar of soap, washing himself all over. He rinsed in cold water, gritting his teeth, refusing to shiver. Then dressed in a t-shirt and joggers. He grabbed a bottle of whiskey from his stash in the locker under the sofa bench and unscrewed it, dropping down onto the uncomfortable bunk where Gemma had lain beneath him not so long ago. He pressed his face into the cushions, breathing in deeply, certain that behind the stink of mildew there was still a whiff of her perfume. Gemma, 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 he said to himself, swigging from the bottle. What am I going to do with you?
Chapter 24.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. There's a dead body on the floor. A dead fucking body. It's only the second one I've seen in my life, though it would have been the third had Aiden stayed dead. Technically, I never saw my father's body, so I can't count him. As I stare in through the window, Sandy lies unmoving, twisted and bloody on the floor in her flat. My breathing is fast, panicked, and I'm dizzy from hyperventilating. Slow down, and think. My brain won't work, like there's wet cotton wool in my head clogging everything up. Did he do this? Did Aiden somehow find out from Doug where Sandy lived? And he killed her because she's onto us? Christ, you can't just go round killing cops. But then, maybe he could. I've witnessed firsthand how cold he can be, like he's dead inside. Any compassion he ever did show was all fake. I realized this way too late. I peek through the window again, covering my mouth. Then I think, maybe Sandy just had an accident. Yes, that could be it. Perhaps she was on a ladder changing a light bulb and she fell and hit her head, and she's just unconscious, not actually dead. Though that wouldn't explain the gash across her throat. But I see no ladder in her living room, nor anything else that could have led to an accident. Just that giant pool of blood on the carpet, and Sandy as pale as a ghost, looking as though she's been lying there since, well, for a while. I turn away, screwing up my eyes. Then I think of Rich. Oh God, dear Rich. He's going to be destroyed when he finds out. They were so in love, so excited about their future together. He deserved to be happy. I glance behind me, scanning around the neat communal gardens. What if whoever did this is still here? What if Sandy's murderer is still lurking, watching me, biding their time? Don't be silly, I whisper to myself, trying to stay calm. No killer would hang around at the scene of the crime. And I should know, I think. My insides knotting up as I remember how Aiden couldn't wait to get rid of the evidence all those years ago. I was shocked at how easy it was for him, how swiftly he dealt with everything, cleaning up the mess he'd made. Trembling outside Sandy's window, I bend down to pick up the dresses, spotting a man in the garden about 20 or 30 feet away, sweeping the path. I could tell him. I could tell him what's inside Sandy's flat, tell him there's a body on the floor, ask him for help. I could call the police myself.
but I don't.
I'm frozen, triggered, my mind filled with the horror of that night 2 decades ago. And if it was Aiden who did this to Sandy, I can't imagine what he'll do if he finds out I've reported a murder he's committed. The groundsman keeps glancing up at me from his work, so I turn back to the window, praying that when I look again, he'll be gone. But he isn't. He's coming over.
Everything okay, miss?
He asks as he approaches. He looks early 60s and has a friendly-looking face. His skin creases around his eyes as he smiles. "Oh, yes, fine," I reply.
I've, brought some dresses for my friend, but I can't seem to get her attention. Thankfully, the sun has come out and is reflecting on the glass, making the man squint. I position myself between him and the window, praying he doesn't have a view inside.
"You mean Sandy in flat 2?
I nod and let out a throaty squeak, trying to keep calm. His face lights up even more. "I'm Cyril, the caretaker. You should have come and found me instead of standing out here." He pulls a set of keys from his pocket.
Now, follow me and I'll let you inside the building.
And that's how I end up getting inside Oak Court, waving goodbye to Cyril as he goes back to his sweeping, before slumping back against the wall near the lifts once he's out of sight. Fuck. Clutching the dresses in one arm, I drag my fingers through my hair. I'll wait a few minutes, then slip back out to my car, praying that no one else sees me. I do not want to get caught outside a dead police officer's door. But when I look around, I realize that's exactly where I am. Right outside flat 2, the door nearest to where I'm standing. And not only that, but it's been left open an inch or two. My mouth is like sandpaper as I swallow, wondering if the murderer left it like that. Or did Sandy attempt to get out and raise the alarm? I creep over, listening and watching out, but there's no one else around, and a lift shaft behind me is silent. I don't know what makes me do it. Maybe the hope of finding out what happened to her, or maybe the hope that I was mistaken by what I saw. But I push the door inward with my foot.
"Hello?" I call out as I creep inside, feeling stupid as there's no way she's going to reply. At the end of the long hallway, there's a door leading to the kitchen, and on the left is another door, which I nudge open. Sandy's living room. I hardly dare breathe as I go inside in case there's a bad smell. But oddly, I can't smell anything. Just the sweet aroma of a reed diffuser on her sideboard. And there she is, lying on her side facing the window, her back curved part way around the sofa as I approach her. She was petite when I met her on Sunday, seeming tiny next to Rich. But now she seems almost childlike, as if the life draining from her has diminished her further. I step closer, being careful not to tread in the pool of blood that has spilled from the deep wound under her chin. Whoever did this went for her carotid artery or jugular vein, and I'm no expert, but the lack of bad smell and wet blood on the rug suggests that she's been dead less than 24 hours. Suddenly, I hear a noise. I freeze, listening out. Voices. People chattering and laughing. A man and a woman out in the hallway. Then it falls silent again, making me wonder what the hell I'm doing. Sitting in a dead police officer's flat, not sure if I should call 999 because, honestly, what would I tell them? That the detective in charge of the case relating to the crime I committed 21 years ago is lying dead at my feet? I don't think there's any way to explain myself out of that. But I can't just leave her here. I take my phone from my pocket and unlock it, my finger hovering over the 9. Then I look down at Sandy. Something. What if she was on to me and Aiden and the truth was about to come out? Or what if the person who sent the postcards did this to her? But if that's true, then the real question is, who's next? Then I spot it, poking out from under her leg. I blink several times, staring down at it,
hoping it's a figment of my imagination. But it's not. It's the red and white spotted handkerchief, identical to the one we use at Open Door, the same one that Aiden was holding last night. I bend down and give the square of fabric a tug, pulling it out from under the weight of Sandy's dead leg. It has blood stains on it, but there's no time to care about that. In the side pocket of my handbag, knowing there's no way I can leave something so specifically linked to me at the scene of a murder. And I only have to think of the twins to convince myself not to call the police. I turn, about to go, when another noise makes me jump. This time it's a phone ringing. Sandy's phone, and it's over on the coffee table. I step over the body to see who's calling, letting out a little sob when I see Rich's name lighting up the screen.
Chapter 25.
Back at the shop, I can barely function. I swear Megan is going to pick up the scent of death on me, somehow working out that I've just come from inside the flat of a dead woman, a dead police officer. Didn't she like the dresses? Is the first thing Megan says, eyeing the clothes draped over my arm. I stare at her, mouth open. You've brought them back. Didn't she like what you chose? Oh, no, actually, she wasn't home, I managed to say, which is the story I'll stick to if anyone asks. She must have forgotten our arrangement. I can drop them off on my way home if you like, Megan offers. It's no problem. I shake my head. No need.
Texted her to let her know I stopped by. A lie, of course. By the way, I put up some reels of the new stock on Clover's Instagram while you were out, Megan says later when we're eating a late lunch. There are loads of positive comments already. Well, she's eating lunch. I'm just picking at the pasta salad I brought back with me. I'd stopped off at the deli as planned, not wanting anything to seem out of the ordinary. Yet again, I can't believe that in less than a week, my life has turned into a catalogue of lies, dead bodies and deception. Somehow, talking about the shop's Instagram is a small distraction from all that.
I've been meaning to update the account for a while, I tell her, grabbing my phone to have a look as we sit side by side at the counter. I open Instagram, going to the shop's account. Wow, great work, I say. 103 likes and 28 comments already. I nod approvingly. We've had 3 online orders because of it. I've packaged them up and will drop them at the post office this afternoon. I hear Megan talking, but her words gradually fade away as my eyes lock onto an account you may know, as suggested by Instagram. I've no idea how the algorithm works, but for some reason it seemed fit to show me Aiden Black's account. A sickeningly familiar face stares back at me from his profile picture. My finger shakes as I dare to tap on his name, taking me to his grid. His account seems new, and he's only posted a few photos. I quickly scan his bio, which only states his name. He doesn't have many followers, and he's barely following anyone either, just a couple of law firms in London and a couple of local businesses. Then I see he's following Clover's account, which must be why he was suggested to me in the first place. I don't have a personal account of my own. His red-ringed profile picture tells me he's got a story uploaded. Itches to tap on it, but the moment I do that, he'll know I've viewed it, and I'm not giving him the satisfaction. Instead, I scan down his photos, only about a dozen or so posts, and they're mainly just selfies of him out and about in different places, most of which have a woman in the background. Wait, what? I glance over at Megan, but she's engrossed in her own phone, so I quickly tap on another of Aiden's posts, flicking through the carousel, hardly able to believe my eyes. Then I click on a reel, zooming in on the person he's with. In each and every one, the woman he's with is me. Out and about with my love, one caption reads. Sneaky afternoon meetup, says another. Says one of his earlier posts with me in the background. When I check the date, I see it's from last week, a few days before he turned up at Open Door. What the hell is going on? At that point, I was blissfully unaware of his existence, still believing he was dead. And yet, here I am in his pictures as if we're a happy couple. Shopping for our date night meal. I cherish every minute with you, baby. I scroll through the carousel. The first picture seems to show us buying groceries together, even though we weren't. Plus, there's a close-up shot of a shopping trolley that certainly looks as though it's filled with items I'd buy. Another selfie of Aiden, him grinning in the foreground with me in the background, loading my shopping into the car. I'm not actively engaging with him in any of the photos, and he's clearly taken them without me knowing, but it means he's been following me, tracking me, watching my every move. Finally, there's a photo of 2 hands clasped beside a chopping board, one male, one female, but the woman's hand is definitely not mine, and there's an 8-inch chef's knife lying beside them. This last picture almost looks AI-generated. Fuck. What am I going to do?
Thankfully, the posts only have a few likes each, but I have no idea what he's playing at or trying to achieve by making out we're together.
What I do know is that Aiden has been stalking me, following me to the shops, trailing me around town, watching me go to my car, which leaves me feeling ill. When I check his followers, thankfully there are only 15 accounts, mostly people who have followed him back. But then I spot a familiar name on the list. Richard Lawson, my brother-in-law. Do Rich and Aiden somehow know each other? Did Doug mention his new best mate to his brother? Rich is so kind-hearted that he'd probably follow anyone to be nice. I flip back through Aiden's posts, seeing that none of the likes are from Richard. I pray that either he's not seen any of Aiden's photos and ludicrous claims, or Richard has only recently added him as a friend. Either way, it's far too close to home for my liking, and would destroy Doug if he found out, though I'd like to think he'd believe my version of events. If Rich thought there was something going on between Aiden and me, he'd be straight on the phone to his brother. But then I remember, Rich is about to have way bigger things on his mind when Sandy's body is discovered. Surely someone is going to miss her soon and raise the alarm. Comes in, making me jump. My finger slips on my phone, just enough so it taps on Aiden's profile photo, taking me straight to his story, which I really wish hadn't happened, because what I see on the screen makes me want to bleach out my eyes. It's a picture of Aiden wearing a smart suit with a red and white spotted handkerchief tucked in his top pocket. The caption above it reads, "Dressed to Kill." Chapter 26. When I get home after work, the house is empty. Apart from Max, who greets me as usual with his tail thrashing wildly. Chloe is studying at the library with her friend Kate. Her mom will drop her home later. And Tom is round the corner at his friend Ryan's house under the pretense of studying, too, when really I know the boys will be gaming. Thing is, right now, I don't mind. Doug is also out, on a photo shoot about an hour away, doing the pictures for a piece about life on the canal waterways. And this also suits me fine. I want to have the house to myself and do some digging, though I'll have to be careful about the trail I'll leave behind on my laptop. Explaining to the police why, exactly, I've been searching for news stories about the Foxmere case and missing persons from February 2004 might be tricky if they ever found a reason to delve into my history. But as I open my laptop, I convince myself it's not going to come to that I'm overthinking and my nerves are frayed. Anyway, I'll delete my search history and shut down all the windows once I'm done. It might go some way to covering my tracks, though I know they have their ways of finding out. I type a quick search into Google, seeing that the Foxmere story has dropped off the main pages of the local news websites, but there are still a couple of recent updates. Head injury likely cause of death catches my eye, so I click on it, scanning down the piece, which briefly states that police have confirmed the human remains are a female in her late 20s or early 30s. Forensic pathologists have speculated that she died from a head injury and skull fractures. I try to stay calm and click on another news site to get more details. Apparently, fragments of the woman's clothes were also recovered from the Woodland site, and the police are tracing manufacturers to help confirm and cross-match a date of death. Confirm and cross-match? I say to myself.
Surely to do that, they must have a date to cross-match it with. I click on another link, reading a press release taken from the Warwickshire Police website. As I'm skimming through, I suddenly find myself thinking about the leftover wine from when Joe and Nick came on Saturday. I glance up at the fridge, wondering if just a small glass would help calm my nerves. No, I tell myself, turning back to my laptop. Though it's hard to shake the feeling that a drink would help take the edge off my anxiety. I've not felt an urge this strong in a long time.
Police forensic officers have recovered a number of items from the site where human remains were discovered at Foxmere Country Park last Tuesday, including clothing, several pieces of jewelry, and a unique wristwatch still on the skeleton, I read, shuddering at the thought of these items still attached to the woman's bones. The findings are helping to build a picture of the deceased and providing us with several leads. While we can't release full details yet, some of the items have been sent away for testing and expert analysis, with the watch being of particular interest, said D.I. Sandy Morgan, leading the case. I close my eyes briefly at the mention of Sandy's name. I gave this press release yesterday morning, proving she was still alive then. I wonder if her body has been found yet, if Rich knows, if her family, friends, and colleagues have been told the terrible news. But now I'm worried about this watch and what information it could possibly reveal. I type in a couple more searches but can't find anything else about it. I think back, not recalling what the poor woman was wearing, but then I wasn't in a fit state to take much notice of details. Somehow I managed to prepare a meal for Doug and me, though it's just pesto pasta and a quick salad. He phoned as he was leaving the shoot, so he should be home in about 10 or 15 minutes. The twins have both eaten, and after a quick catch-up, each of them telling me about their days, they've gone upstairs to chill in their rooms. I keep checking out of the front window to see if Aidan's car is there, but there's been no sign of him so far this evening. I want to have it out with him about the Instagram posts before Doug gets back. I'll be telling him to take the pictures down, preferably deleting his account entirely. I grab the spare key to the annex and head into the back garden, locking the inner bolt on the side gate so that even if Aidan does come back, he won't be getting in that way. And the front door to the house is locked, so he can't come in there either. I let myself into the annex, flicking on the light. The small living area is piled up with his stuff, most of it in bin bags or supermarket boxes. Hardly high-end luggage for a barrister. He's not bothered to unpack, which I consider a good sign. And he doesn't have a lot to show for a man who once claimed to earn several £100,000 a year. Perhaps he's been living with someone, but they split up and he hasn't cleared out all his belongings yet. Given he's spun an entire fabricated life to Doug, telling him that he's a magazine editor relocating to the area instead of a barrister, that his name is Grant and not Aidan, nothing would surprise me. Listening out, I open one of the bin bags and have a quick root through, pulling out a sweater from the heap of clothes inside. A musty charity shop smell wafts up. I stare at the supermarket brand label in the neck, wondering if Aidan lost his job or gave up his career. For a man who claimed to wear Savile Row suits to work, this sweater is something of a come-down. I hunt through a couple of boxes, not finding much of interest. But then I spot something hidden under a couple of books. An old, framed photograph of a man and a woman. The man, late 20s, is sitting in an armchair, and the woman, a similar age, is perched on the arm next to him. Going by the man's mullet hairstyle and the woman's permed hair and layered skirt, I'm guessing it was taken sometime during the late 70s or early 80s. Someone has written Dawn and Val, 1979 on the back of the frame. I turn it over again. The woman's face has an innocent quality about it as she beams a smile, her hand resting lovingly on the man's shoulder. But there's something in the man's eyes that I recognize. Something dark and menacing, as though his thoughts aren't matching the semi-smile on his lips. It's the same look I've seen in Aiden's eyes. And not only that, but there's a definite resemblance between Dawn and Aiden. Both have the same straight, sharp nose and angular cheekbones. I'm almost certain these people are Aiden's parents. But what's most shocking about the photograph is that the man has a line gouged across his throat, as though someone has stuck it with a pencil or a sharp object, tearing over and over at the paper.
Gemma, what are you doing in here?
I start and spin around. Doug is in the annex doorway, and just behind him, Aiden is standing there, smirking at me. "Oh, gosh, sorry. I was, just looking for something." I stare at my husband, praying that he'll cover for me, his hands planted on his hips, scowling. "Mum asked me to return a vase that I borrowed. I thought I'd put it out here somewhere." "You thought your mother's vase would be among our guests' belongings?" Doug's eyes flick down to the photograph I'm still clutching. Why is he being like this? My own husband is taking the side of someone he barely knows. But then Doug doesn't realize how dangerous Aiden is, what he's doing to me. The blackmail? The lies? All he sees is me snooping through Aiden's stuff. He sounds embarrassed more than anything. "Oh, no, sorry. I just saw this bag of clothes and thought this might be your laundry, Grant," I say, thinking quickly and pointing at a dustbin sack. "I was putting on a wash and it's only half full. I don't like wasting water or energy." I mentally pat myself on the back, especially when I notice a vase on the sideboard that I put out here ready for my father-in-law's arrival. Then I spotted this old photo and couldn't resist a look. Sorry again. Are they your parents, Grant? Thank God I remember to use his fake name. When Aiden doesn't reply, I put the photo back in the box and grab the vase to make my story seem plausible. I head over to the door, waiting for Doug to move out of the way, but he doesn't. "Dinner's ready, and there's plenty for you too, Grant," I say, forcing myself to sound cheery as I quickly check to see if there's blood on his clothes, or maybe rips and tears if Sandy fought back, but it's hard to see in this light. "Great, thanks, I'm starving," Aiden replies, and Doug visibly relaxes. "Is there time for me to have a quick shower first?" he asks, showing me his hands. "I really need to wash off the day. Then I could murder a good meal."
Chapter 27.
Somehow I made it through dinner last night despite my hands trembling as I served up, and my heart hammering the whole time. Having Aiden at our table again, smarming up to Doug, his eyes burning into me as he ate, had me so on edge I could barely function. And Max didn't like it either, perhaps sensing my anxiety. He stuck close to me, eyeing Aiden warily, letting out an occasional low growl. Midway through the meal, the house phone rang, causing me to jump out of my skin, but it was just a spam call. Then Doug got a couple of texts, also making me edgy, but he said they were from work about the next day's shoot. To make things even more unbearable, Aiden accepted Doug's offer of a glass of white wine, plus a couple of refills, leaving me breathing in the fumes in the hope it might calm my nerves. It didn't. Things really took a turn, though, when Rich phoned Doug soon after we'd finished eating. I was clearing the plates, trying to listen in, but couldn't glean much. And at least Doug wasn't gasping in shock and offering his deepest condolences to his brother, so it seemed as if Rich was still in the dark about what had happened to Sandy. But I knew it was only a matter of time. "You'll never guess what," Doug said after hanging up. I noticed how Aiden glanced up from his phone at that precise moment, his eyes tracking my husband. "Rich was asking about reputable jewelers in town." Doug started helping me load the dishwasher. "He wants to take Sandy ring shopping." "A ring? For Sandy?" I almost dropped a glass. "Who else?" Doug rolled his eyes. "I suggested that jeweler's on Church Street, near your shop. Finch's, isn't it?" I nodded, feeling sick. Rich didn't know. Sandy's body still hadn't been found, which meant that no one had been to her flat since I was there. Thank God I made certain not to touch anything, pulling my sleeve over my hand when I closed the door, though several people, including the gardener, would have seen me at the building. But so far it seemed that no one, not even Rich, thought it unusual she wasn't answering texts or taking calls. Perhaps she was notoriously bad at such things. But I was struck by a pang of sadness that poor Sandy seemed forgotten. A detective inspector who'd served her community. A woman who had no doubt regularly put her life on the line for the safety of others. Finch's stuff is quite pricey, I told Doug, trying my hardest to sound normal.
They also sell and repair collectible watches. I know this because I went looking for a birthday present for him last year, thinking a watch would be a great gift. But when I saw the prices, I opted for a pair of golf shoes instead. I'm not sure their stuff will be within Rich's budget, I added, knowing that there wouldn't be a ring or a wedding, so it didn't really matter. Now, the next morning, as I walk down the street towards Clover, I can't help slowing down as I pass by Finch's. The shop has been in town since the early 1950s and is a well-loved family business. For a moment, looking at the beautiful rings in the window, wondering which one Rich would have picked out for Sandy. Wondering if today will be the day that he finds out his fiancée is dead. I turn away from the window and walk briskly to my shop, cursing the tears in my eyes. I'm greeted by a pleasant fragrance when I go into Clover. On the counter, there's an aroma diffuser gently puffing out a scented mist. Rose geranium, Megan tells me, for emotional balance and to reduce anxiety. For a second, as she shows me the bottle of essential oil, I wonder what she knows, why she thinks I need anxiety reduction or emotional balance. But I quickly realize I'm being paranoid. I'll put the customers in a buying mood. Nice touch, I say, smiling, catching sight of the screen in front of her, her laptop from home rather than the shop's computer. She quickly closes the lid, looking a bit sheepish. I smile, letting her know that I don't mind her using it. Besides, I've got other things on my mind. Someone is bound to discover Sandy's body today, especially if she's meant to be at work. Though it may have already happened, if Rich got worried he hadn't heard from her last night. I can't stand to think of how he must be feeling. I'm about to head out the back when Megan stops me, a hand on my arm. Just so you know, some bloke was hanging around outside the shop when I arrived this morning. She makes a concerned expression. Can't lie, he was a bit weird, and followed me inside as soon as I opened up. Was it the same guy you mentioned last week? Aiden again, no doubt. I wish to God he'd leave me alone.
Megan shakes her head.
I don't think so, though it's hard to remember exactly. I got quite creepy vibes from him. Then it was also a bit sad, too. He told me he wanted a dress for his wife. His wife? Maybe I'm wrong about it being Aiden, then. I think it might be for his dead wife, Megan adds in a whisper. For the undertaker to dress her in. I didn't want to pry. She shrugs and pulls a face. Oh, okay. Bit odd, I say. But then my thoughts go straight back to Rich, knowing he'll soon have to choose something for Sandy to wear. Then that sets me wondering. What if it was Rich who came into the shop this morning? Surely not. It's far too soon to be organising things like that. The funeral won't be for several weeks yet, especially as Sandy's death will be treated as suspicious, and being a police officer, there'll be a huge investigation. I'm sorry you were freaked out, I say to Megan, not wanting her to feel scared at work. I'll be here early to open up tomorrow. Megan seems unfazed, so I head into the back room, getting an idea. I turn on the computer, opening the CCTV app while I'm waiting for the coffee machine to heat up. Thankfully, the cameras are still active, confirmed when I see a live view of Megan at the counter checking her laptop again. Then I click on the footage from earlier, skipping backwards in time.
And there he is, just as I feared.
Following Megan into the shop at 8:53 a.m. How dare he show his face here? I know what he's doing, keeping himself in my orbit just enough that I can't forget his presence. Just enough so that I don't forget he's watching me, checking on me, making sure I don't go to the police. I squint at the grainy black and white footage, turning up the volume. "Good morning. How may I help you?" Megan says politely. I sit down at the desk, glued to the screen. "I'm after a dress for my wife." Aidan replies, sounding convincing. His wife? Really? The man's lying skills are second to none. It's conceivable he might have got married since I last saw him 20 years ago, several times even. But he's not mentioned a wife to Doug or me, and living alone in our annex would suggest he's either single or divorced, or at least separated. I'm suddenly reminded of the time I was certain he was going to propose to me, how excited I was at the prospect of becoming Mrs. Black. We hadn't been together very long, but he'd started dropping hints about marriage and a future together, making me think it was probably nerves stopping him from popping the question. Despite the tough outer veneer he put on for work, I knew he was sensitive and complex, and probably nervous of rejection, which was what made me decide to take matters into my own hands and propose to him instead. After all, it would soon be 29th February, leap year day. And it was 2004, not 1904, so I saw no harm in being the proactive one. I shudder at the memory now. So sad that I didn't see any of it coming. "What sort of dress did you have in mind for your wife, sir?" Megan asks on the CCTV. I watch him, noticing how he smirks as Megan darts around the shop, plucking dresses off the rails. The look in his eyes triggers me, making me shudder. Dead eye, I used to call it, where everything and nothing was contained within the blackness of his huge pupils. I can't believe the gall of the man, coming into my shop and harassing my employee. He's really gone too far now. "Now this," Aidan says, striding over to a rack of evening dresses, "is perfect." He plucks a hanger from the rail, holding out the gray chiffon garment. It has a halter neckline and a long, layered skirt with tiny beads stitched around the bodice and hem. "Isn't it gorgeous?" Megan says, taking the dress from him and holding it up against herself. The color is called Ghost. Lovely for spring evenings, but would also be fabulous for winter parties with a faux fur shrug. "Ghost," Aidan says thoughtfully, steadying the size label and nodding. "That makes it even more perfect." More perfect. "It's for my wife to wear at her funeral," he adds blankly. "But first, she'll be wearing it at our wedding." Chapter 28. November 2003. Despite repeated warnings from Joe and Luke about her new boyfriend, as summer turned into autumn, Gemma continued seeing Aidan, though it wasn't nearly as often as she'd have liked. She never felt quite sure where she stood with him. It was frustrating, of course, but she told herself that she'd known the score from the start, that his career came first, often making him too tired to see her at weekends. She'd still not met any of his family, though she supposed it was early days, not even a year yet. Besides, he'd not met her mom or her friends either. During the precious time they spent together, they existed in a contented little bubble of delicious food, alcohol, and sex, either in her car or the secret caravan in the woods that no one seemed to know about, and occasionally at her flat, though Aidan somehow seemed wary of going there. For a while, she became worried that he didn't want to be seen out with her, and she'd given up suggesting they go to hotels when Aidan told her it felt seedy. "It's not about the money," he'd stated, hopping back into his boxers in the caravan one evening. "Call me old-fashioned, but it would feel like—" He pulled a pained face. "It's paying for your time if I splashed out on a hotel." Gemma understood, convincing herself that she was being paranoid and needy, not the kind of woman Aidan would want to be with. So she checked her thoughts and became grateful for the time they had together,
She'd never met anyone like him before, and knew she wouldn't again, so she ignored what Joe and Luke said, that Aidan was leading her on. She knew it wasn't true. She loved him, and, in his own way, she knew he loved her, too. She didn't need him to say the actual words because she could see it in his eyes. It's like they change colour, Gemma recounted to her mum one evening when she was visiting. No way would Gemma reveal how much it excited her when his icy blue irises darkened to terrifying depths of inky black, his pupils growing huge. She imagined it was what the bottom of the ocean looked like. How lovely, was all her mother had said, making Gemma wonder if she'd even been listening. She glanced at her watch. Visiting her mum felt more like a duty than a pleasure these days. It was guilt driving her visits more than anything, since she'd become a widow when Gemma was 15. She felt terrible for thinking that way, but wanted to check she was okay. There was no one else to care for her, after all. Her mum was making a pie, as usual, and would be off to choir practice later. She didn't seem lonely, and kept busy, but Gemma worried she existed in a time capsule, that for some reason she was stuck in the past, even though she never wanted to talk about it and visibly tensed at the mention of Gemma's father. The furniture and ornaments in the house were the same as when Gemma was a child, and everything was arranged the same way too. She'd tried to encourage her mum to take a holiday, perhaps get some new furniture, but she was always met with resistance. The house even smelt as it did back then, of dusty carpets, cheap furniture polish, and disinfectant. It was all so predictable, depressing, nothing like the exciting new life she had with Aidan. Gemma was glad she was earning her own money, independent, even though some months she struggled to afford the rent on her one-bedroom flat down by the station. But she was proud of herself. Her teenage years hadn't been easy, but she'd worked her way up and was now a junior buying assistant for a clothing chain. Life was finally looking up. "So, when do I get to meet this Adrian of yours?" Gemma's mother, Pamela, said, glancing up from the kitchen counter. She was making pastry, her hands covered in flour. "It's Aidan, Mum." Gemma's stomach nodded at the thought of bringing him to her childhood home and introducing him to her mother, who'd no doubt be in her flowery apron that never seemed to get washed. She reckoned the stains had been there since she was a kid. She imagined Aidan turning up fresh from the Old Bailey in his Savile Row suit, bally shoes, and expensive aftershave. Thing is, while her mother would flounder talking to someone like Aidan, she knew he would be the perfect gent. He'd bring flowers and chocolates, and give her oodles of flattery, making her feel relaxed in no time, just like he'd done to her. "He's very busy with work," Gemma said. "Is it?" Her mother looked up, scratching the end of her nose and getting flour on it. "What, ever? I thought you said he was going to propose. I'll have to meet him before the wedding." God, Gemma wished she'd never mentioned marriage. She should have known her mother would latch on to it. She'd probably told all her friends where she worked at the supermarket about it, too. And if Vi down the road got wind, the whole town would be flooded with gossip. "Yeah, of course, Mum," Gemma said. "But, he works in London during the week, and when he comes up at weekends, he often helps his parents on the farm. They're big landowners." "Really?" Pam had a curious look in her eye. "Doesn't sound like he has much time for you. Why don't you find a nice boy around here, Gem, love? Denise's son Mickey has got a good job in insurance now and is about your age. He used to smile at you after church, don't you remember? He's even got a car and—" "Mum," Gemma warned, "I'm happy with Aidan. I don't mind that we don't see each other every minute of every day. It's not like it was in your day." She reached out and gently wiped the flour off her mum's nose, smiling at her. "We love each other. You'll see. Everything's going to be fine." "Ow!"
That hurts!
Gemma cried out later that night. She didn't like making a fuss, but he'd done it a few times now, and it still didn't feel nice. Despite her protests, Aiden kept hold of her hair.
They'd been back to the caravan a few times over the summer months, because Aiden said that there was something exciting and dangerous about being in the woods at night, just the two of them, alone. This time he'd phoned her out of the blue while her mum was making the pie, asking to see her. Gemma had left her mum's house early, rushing back to her flat to shower and get ready. Aiden said he was too tired to go out, and that she should meet him at the caravan instead. When she arrived, Gemma was already cold. It was a foggy November night, but now, naked under the thin blanket that always felt damp, with Aiden looming over her, the numbness in her fingers and toes from the cold was quickly replaced by the pain in her scalp. She felt like she might lose her entire head of hair if he pulled any harder, yet she knew he liked doing it, and she wanted more than anything to please him.
Tell me you love me,
Aiden panted, looking down at her. Gemma shivered as she saw the darkness in his eyes deepen. She was trying not to tremble or squeal, not wanting to ruin the moment, and surely it meant he loved her too. Slipped to her throat, making her gasp.
Tell me,
he ordered, the whites of his eyes seeming to have disappeared entirely, leaving only bottom-of-the-ocean blackness. I love you, Gemma said, though she struggled to say anything at all with the pressure on her windpipe. Her hand went up to his wrist, trying to pull it away, and she shook her head. She wanted to say no, stop, but it wouldn't come out. Then, just as she was starting to panic, Aiden flopped down beside her, his skin hot and sweaty against hers. "What was that?" Gemma said, hoping the ringing sound in her ears would soon go away. You've never done that before." She coughed, rubbing at her neck. Supposed he must like it. At least she could breathe properly now. "You enjoyed it, didn't you?" Aiden turned on his side. The narrow bunk was uncomfortable, and Gemma's back was sticking to the plastic. She'd often wondered if someone lived here, as occasionally she noticed remnants of food on the side or a bowl of cold soapy water left in the sink. But the caravan was so squalid, with no running water or electricity, she doubted anyone did. Aiden liked the solitude here, a contrast to his high-pressure job, an escape, a release valve for him, a little secret, just between them. "Yes," she said meekly, not wanting to hurt his feelings. "It was nice." She was beginning to wish she'd stayed at her mum's and eaten the pie. "But I like the gentle Aiden more." He stared across at her, the blackness simmering in his pupils. "Do you like gentle Aiden enough to marry him?" He'd tracked a finger down her chin, her neck, and onto her breastbone. "One day," he quickly added. "Oh, yes, I do." Gemma instantly sat up, grinning and hoping her neck wasn't too red and unsightly from where he'd gripped her. If he was about to propose, she wanted to look her best. Or was that his proposal? She wasn't sure. Later, Aiden walked her back across the fields by torchlight, to the lay-by where they'd left their cars. "Can I come to see you at the farm soon?" Gemma said, knowing it wasn't easy for him. "Meet your parents." He'd explained several times that they were funny about him bringing girlfriends back, that they were old-fashioned about that sort of thing. "Then we won't have to hang out in that freezing caravan. It's not so romantic anymore, especially now it's getting to winter again." Aiden laughed and pulled her in for a hug. "My silly, impatient Gem-Gem," he told her. She loved it when he called her that. "When we're properly engaged, my parents will feel differently. They're from a generation where things were done right. Let me get a ring on your finger first, and we'll do things their way." Gemma smiled, realizing Aiden would probably want to meet her mother, too. God, she'd not even told him her father was dead. She got in her car and watched Aiden turn and walk back across the fields, tracking his flashlight as it lit the way back to the caravan. She didn't know it then, but she needn't have worried about any of that. Marriage was far from what Aiden had in mind for her.
Chapter 29.
Megan has gone out to get some lunch, so for the next half an hour, I'm alone in the shop. I keep thinking about poor Sandy, and if anyone has found her yet. I'm still distracted by what I saw on the CCTV. Aiden buying the gray dress. We're not even married yet has been playing on a loop in my mind, mixed up with Sandy's murder, the spotted handkerchief on Aiden's Instagram story, it's still inside my bag, and the postcards of Foxmere with their sinister messages. None of it makes sense. It's as I'm filing some delivery receipts at the counter that I notice Megan's laptop is half open, the glow of the screen reflecting on the keyboard. Glancing over at the shop door, I open the lid, hoping she won't mind if I quickly search for a stock price at our supplier. I smile, seeing that she's been looking at a family tree website. Jo likes to do the same, tracing her ancestors, and I am about to open a new window to check what I need, but accidentally click on another tab instead, a newspaper archives site. And it seems that Megan is logged in with what seems to be a paid subscription. It must be to do with her ancestry research, but then a thought occurs to me. I slide the laptop a little closer, wondering if she'd mind, or even know, if I ran a search for local news stories from the past, more specifically, 21 years ago. It might shed light on the police investigation now. While they may not know the exact date of the accident, I do. February 29th, 2004. I can't search for the dead woman's name because I don't know it, and for the months after it happened, I shut myself off from the news. My way of coping was to bury my head in the sand and drink myself into oblivion. I type, "Woman, Murder, Chesworth Foxmere, 2004, into the archive search box. Disappointingly, nothing much comes up when I scan the results. There's a headline about a rape trial and another about the attempted murder of an elderly woman whose house was burgled, plus a couple of other unrelated news stories. But then it strikes me. I'm doing this all wrong. The bones have only been discovered in the last week, so it's not a murder story from years ago that I should be searching for, rather a missing persons story. No one knew what happened to her back then, so any reports at the time would reflect that fact. People disappear all the time for various reasons: mental illness, escaping domestic violence, kidnapping, or even wanting a fresh start. Must have reported her as missing, and so that's what would have been in the papers, and what I should be searching for now. I type in some keywords: woman missing Foxmere, Chesworth, 2004. My eyes scouring the list of results. I glance up when someone walks past the shop window, but it's not Megan. I think she'll be gone a while yet. Elderly dementia patient gives staff a runaround. I mumble to myself, reading about a local woman who went missing for 2 days in the spring of 2004. Then I skim another story about a woman who disappeared from her home, only to be found 6 months later living in New Zealand. More reports from the area catch my eye, but none seem to fit, date-wise or age-wise. I'm just about to give up when a smaller piece under another story about missing cattle from a nearby farm catches my eye. I bring up the newspaper record, which thankfully loads fully, given that Megan is a paid subscriber. Search for local woman continues. The search for a local woman continues after her husband reported her missing on Sunday, February 29th. Laura Ellis, 30, from Chesworth, failed to return home from a dog walk. Police are appealing to anyone who may have seen Laura, blonde, 5'7", and wearing jeans, a dark North Face zip-up fleece, and green Wellington boots on the evening of the 29th, for information, however insignificant, and especially if they remember seeing a woman walking alone. Her family states it's not like Laura to go off without notifying them, and they appeal to her or anyone who knows her whereabouts to get in touch with the police. I check the newspaper date. Saturday, April 10th, 2004. about 6 weeks after her actual death. I shudder, hating that I'm one of only 2 people in the world who know exactly what happened that night. One half of a terrible secret, thought creeps up on me. What if Aiden hasn't just come back into my life to make sure I stay silent? What if he's come back to make sure I can't say anything at all? Ever? By moving into our home, he's biding his time, waiting for the right moment to strike. He's proved he's not afraid of murdering to protect himself. I'm almost convinced that's why he got rid of Sandy, because she knew too much. Is it just a matter of time until he does the same to me? Am I going to be next? I sit behind the counter, staring at the rain that's coming down outside, watching droplets snaking down the shop windows as I absorb what all this means. Then I snap out of my thoughts, knowing Megan will be back any moment. I quickly type Laura Ellis into the newspaper archive search box, hoping to find a piece written in the immediate aftermath of her being reported missing. And sure enough, the Chesworth Evening Telegraph ran several stories immediately following her disappearance. For a second, I hesitate, not sure if I want to know more about the woman who lay dead at my feet. But then I click on the link, opening the piece. Missing local woman named. A woman reported missing from her home on Adkins Road, Chesworth, late on Sunday 29th February has been named. Laura Ellis, hairdresser, wife and mother, was last seen when she went out for her usual dog walk around 7 p.m., but failed to return home. After driving around searching for her, her husband reported her missing to police around 11 p.m. Laura is aged 30, 5'7", with blonde, shoulder-length hair. She was wearing a dark North Face fleece jacket, jeans, and green Wellington boots. She may have been wearing glasses and a cream woolen hat. And relating to Laura's whereabouts should call Warwickshire Police, quoting reference B292318. I read it several times, feeling sick. I don't deserve to know anything about her precious life. After all these years, she's been a blank in my mind. Someone who didn't have a life or family or friends or a home or a job. Just some woman who was in the wrong place at the wrong time, dumped in the wet earth in the woods. Now, 2 decades later, I know that she cut people's hair, that she had children, was married with a dog, and lived on Adkins Road, just round the corner from my mother's house. There's a photograph. A black and white head and shoulders shot of a pretty woman wearing clothes similar to those described. Her wavy hair pokes out from beneath a pale beanie hat, and she's beaming a broad, white smile. Before Megan comes back, I take a quick photograph of the piece, then delete the pages visited from the browser's history, finally going back to the Family Tree website and lowering the lid again. I don't want her to think I've been snooping. And I'm just in time, because the shop door opens and Megan strides in, bright and breezy, holding up a paper bag. "I bring lunch," she says cheerfully. "God, it's horrid out there," she adds, taking off her coat and putting the bags on the counter. "I got you a chicken and salad wrap. Is that okay?" But I don't get a chance to reply because my attention is drawn back to the shop window, where I see a marked police car pulling up on the street right outside, stopping on double yellow lines. 2 police officers get out and stride from the car into the shop, their neon yellow high-vis jackets glistening wet. They both remove their hats as they come inside, stamping their boots on the doormat. The crackle of their radios gets louder as they approach the counter. Like me, Megan stares at them, her mouth hanging open. "We're PCs Jenkins and Duke from Chesworth Police Station," the female officer says seriously. "And we're looking for a Gemma Lawson."
Chapter 30.
"Yes, that's me," I say, horrified, wondering if this is my last moment of freedom. Chloe, Tom, and Doug flash through my mind. How broken they'll be if the truth comes out. Dear God, I can't let that happen to them.
Megan watches on, a little gasp coming from her as she realizes that this isn't a routine town safety patrol. These officers are here for a reason.
We'd like you to come with us to the station to answer some questions.
PC Jenkins, a young officer with fiery red hair, states.
It's about an ongoing investigation, and we believe you might be a potential witness.
Oh, I see, I say, feeling as if my legs might buckle. I'm working right now. Right. I'm stalling for time, madly trying to think of what Aiden would tell me to do, how I should act. I can only think it's about the body in the woods, though I've no idea how they've linked the case to me. I'm not about to ask for details in front of Megan. Then it strikes me. What if they're here about Sandy's murder? That'd be 2 bodies linked to me. Investigating the death of one of their own, the police will stop at nothing to find Sandy's killer. If Aiden gets questioned too, then can I trust him to stick to the story? The only glimmer of hope is that, as a barrister, he's going to be good under pressure. I'm certain it would take a lot to make him crack. Unlike me. I can't help the whimper. It would be so easy to give in, to admit to everything. But I can't do that to my family. I've got to stay strong for my children, my husband.
We could arrange an alternative time, but we advise you come now.
The male officer, PC Duke, says.
The matter is quite pressing.
I nod, resigned to my fate, knowing I might as well get it over with. You go if you need to, Megan says, thankfully not probing what it's about. I'll manage here. She puts a hand on my arm, a frown sweeping across her face. And Gemma, if you want me to call Doug. Her expression is sympathetic as she speaks in a low voice. I'll let him know what's going on. Thanks, Megan, I say. No, don't do that. No need to worry him. Half an hour later, and I'm sitting in an interview room with 2 male detectives. Informal chat, they said when they brought me in here. Nothing feels informal right now. No need to look so worried, the older detective says. I'm D.I. Samuels, and this is D.C. Wiseman. All these names. No way I'll remember. We're bringing in potential witnesses as part of an ongoing investigation. You may have heard about the human remains found in the woods at Foxmere Country Park recently. I nod, keeping the whimper inside. I wish I knew how their investigation has led them to me.
Have they tracked Aiden down too? Evidence has come to light which has led us to believe you might be able to help with our inquiries.
I stare at the plastic cup of water on the table between us, desperately wanting a sip, but I don't trust my hand not to shake. Tom and Chloe are at school right now. I waved them off this morning as usual. What if the next time I see them is when they visit me in prison? I can't imagine either of my twins doing something as stupid as I did when they're 21. Or ever. Thank God they didn't have a childhood like mine, governed by my father's unbreakable rules. Early to bed, no playing out, straight home from school. He monitored what I wore, what I ate, what I watched on TV. His moods came out of nowhere. One minute he'd be calm, the next he'd be in a rage. When he died, the freedom was intoxicating. But in my eagerness to experience everything I'd missed out on, I also got into a few scrapes, even before I met Aiden. This included failing my exams. Okay, I'll try to help, I say, reaching for the water. Bringing it to my lips will be another matter.
We realize it's a long time ago, but we have reason to believe you were driving along the B4891 early evening on the 29th of February 2004. It was leap year, which may help.
Do you remember anything about that night? Gosh, not really, I croak. A leap year. I pause, pretending to think. That's so long ago. Leap year day. The day I'd planned on proposing to Aiden. emblazoned on my mind for all the wrong reasons. But how have they linked the body in the woods to me driving along that road, and on that specific date? God, I'm not sure I will survive this. While neither officer is in uniform, their official lanyards and solemn expressions are absolutely freaking me out. At 9:56 p.m., to be precise.
Oh, right. Okay. I'm shocked by how specific they are. I manage a little shrug. It's all such a long time ago. Surely forensic testing of the bones wouldn't ascertain an actual date of death after 21 years of decomposition, let alone an actual time. But that still wouldn't explain how they've placed me there that night. The officers watch me, waiting for me to speak. One of them taps a pen on the edge of the table, which sounds deafening in the otherwise silent room, though not as loud as my heart thumping. Sorry, you've lost me. I decide it's time to reach for the water. I really can't remember.
The speed camera along the stretch of road between Chesworth and Kempshire, about 200 yards from the Foxmere Lake turnoff. You were caught on it, driving 58 miles an hour in a 50 zone.
Oh, was I? I say, the cup of water halfway to my mouth as I try to conceal my shock. The speed camera. Aidan with his foot down, driving like a madman, me begging him to slow down as we sped away. How could I forget? Didn't I pay the fine? Is that it? I kick myself as soon as the words leave my mouth, realizing how flippant I sound. Neither of the detectives cracks a smile. We have a record of you admitting to being the driver and paying the fine, contacting everyone who was caught on the camera that night. Due to a police station move 12 years ago involving several storage units that weren't cleared of old records, the documents are still available. I've gone cold, as if my body is shutting down. I can't help shivering. Is there a reason why you're interested in this stretch of road? My heart races as I realize that this isn't about unpaid speeding fines. This is about proving who was in the area that night. Think. Do I tell them it wasn't really me behind the wheel? That Aidan was the one driving? Thing is, I confessed to it on the penalty notice. Are fuzzy, blanketed by trauma. But I was horrified when the police letter arrived a few days later, making it impossible to deny we were there. I told Aidan immediately, and he convinced me not to worry, that there was no link between the fine and the poor woman we buried. Then he asked if I would admit to being the driver instead of him, as the photo evidence on the letter wasn't clear. In fact, he pleaded with me to take the fine for him, saying that he'd lose his license otherwise as he'd already got points. Stupidly, feeling sorry for him, I agreed. This all happened a couple of days before I found him, supposedly dead, at his house. So I never thought anything more about the speeding ticket after that. God, what an idiot I was. My mind races as I try to work out why the police have homed in on 29th of February. Is it because they finally identified the remains as Laura Ellis, knowing that's when she was first reported missing by her husband? We realize it's a long time ago, Mrs. Lawson, but do you recall seeing anything unusual in the area that night? The speed camera is in an accident black spot, and we're using it to gather information about potential witnesses. D.I. Samuels says. An attractive man with a smattering of dark stubble on his square jaw. He's wearing a wedding ring and has a pair of glasses forked on his head. No, sorry. I shake my head, concerned they'll see right through me. The forensic pathologist has indicated that the deceased suffered injuries in line with impact from a road traffic incident. He stares at me, but I remain silent. As for that date, you may have heard on the news that the deceased was wearing a watch that turned out to be quite rare, a collector's piece. We've had the expert horologist's report back stating... Di Samuels reaches for the file and pulls out some papers clipped together. He flips through them. It's a Patek Philippe perpetual calendar watch. Our expert from Finch's in town informed us it's a valuable piece. He glances up and raises his eyebrows.
It automatically shows the exact day, date, and year without ever having to be altered, including for leap years. As it happens, Finch's regularly serviced the watch and confirmed it was an heirloom from the deceased's grandfather, whom they also knew. Quite a local character by the sound of it. Apparently he left a note for his granddaughter to wear the damn thing and enjoy it. The detective glances up, looking briefly amused.
Anyway, the expert from Finch's confirmed the watch to be in full working order on last inspection, as they'd recently made strap adjustments.
The detective skims down the page with his finger.
Ah, here we go. The watch appears to have been badly damaged from some kind of impact, causing extensive damage to the crystal, which resulted in the mechanism ceasing forward motion on Sunday, 29th of February 2004 at 7:23 p.m. The timepiece underwent extensive expert cleaning and examination due to several decades of being buried in soil.
D.I. First Samuel sits back in his chair. This is invaluable for our investigation, and given the location of the burial site, it's entirely possible the deceased was in the same area as you the night she went missing. That's why we're talking to potential witnesses.
My gosh, I say, fearful that whatever comes out of my mouth will land me in trouble. I'm so sorry, but I really don't remember anything at all. It's so long ago. I've forgotten all about this speeding fine. Which isn't true at all, as while it wasn't the most terrible thing to have happened that evening, it certainly panicked me when it arrived. But I believed Aiden when he assured me that if I just paid it, everything would be okay.
Back then, I trusted him with my life.
Do you remember seeing any pedestrians walking along that route, either on the verge or on the road? Any cars parked up in gateways or laybys? Anyone acting suspiciously at all in the area? I shake my head. Sorry, no. My palms start to sweat, so I put the water down again, not wanting to risk it slipping from my hand. It's over 20 years ago. Where were you traveling from and to that evening? DC Wiseman asks. Hard to recall. I tell them, not wanting to reveal the truth, that Aiden had grabbed my car keys from me in a fit of anger, that he was driving like a madman, that I had no idea where we were heading. While I know my memory has blanked out some of the details, I'm certain that much is true.
Maybe I was going home from my parents' place?
It sounds like I'm asking them, not telling them. They instantly latch on to my mistake, which suggests they've done some digging about me already.
Where did you live at the time, Mrs. Lawson? And where did your parents live?
Wait, no, it couldn't have been that journey, I say, feeling my cheeks flush. I was living in a flat down by the station, and Mum and Dad lived in Roper Avenue, the other side of town. Mum still lives there now.
In case it helps you remember, the B4891 leads from Chesworth to Kempshire.
We're particularly interested in the stretch of road between Chesworth and Foxmere Country Park. I frown, pretending to think hard. I can hardly tell them that Aiden and I were in the middle of a heated argument. An argument that was reaching boiling point. How impetuously I'd leapt into the passenger seat of my car as he was driving off, terrified he was going to do something stupid. He was so agitated. I had visions of him careering into a tree or a brick wall. Looking back, I should have let him. Sorry, I don't remember where I was going, or anything out of the ordinary, I tell them, which they finally seem to accept.
Okay, moving on,
D. Samuels says.
I know a man called Aiden Black.
My world stops turning. It seems to take forever for my brain to engage my mouth. I'm not sure if I'm even breathing anymore. From way back, yes, I stutter, forcing myself to sound casual. But I didn't know him very well. What the hell did I say that for? Especially when Aidan told me to deny ever knowing him. What if they've already done some digging and know we were an actual couple? What if they found out he's living in our annex right now? Fuck. D.I. Samuels nods. What can you tell me about him? He continues. Where did you meet? I clench my teeth as I think what to say. We met in a pub. Again, it was a long time ago.
Chatting, you know. He was a barrister and worked in London during the week. His parents lived locally on a farm. We hung out a few times. Another nod from the detectives as they make a couple of quick notes. Do you know this woman? He then says, sliding a photograph across the table. I look at it, taking in her pretty features, her blonde wavy hair, the woolly hat, the almost knowing smile as she stares at the camera. I instantly recognize her. It's the woman I saw on the newspaper archive website on Megan's computer just an hour or so ago. The same photo that was publicized when she went missing. Laura Ellis. The woman we hit. No, sorry, I say. Know who she is. I've never seen her before. D.I. Samuels nods.
Okay, no problem. It was a bit of a long shot, though not entirely implausible that you might know her. I stare at him.
Really?
The word catches in my throat.
How come?
Because she was Aidan Black's wife.
Chapter 31.
They say that little girls fall in love with their fathers, and sons with their mothers, competing with the opposite-sex parent for attention, that it's all a natural part of early childhood and the unconscious. So said Freud. Except that I did not fall in love with my father. He was not the type of man that had me vying for his attention over my mother. As far as I was concerned, she could have him all to herself. Though I don't think she wanted him either, often muttering that she wished he was dead. Whenever my father was around, I felt afraid and on edge, waiting for his temper to flare. I learnt from an early age to keep out of his way, not to show my emotions. It's probably also what helps me lie to the police with a perfect poker face right now. But only because I'm so used to hiding my feelings. Inside, I'm a mess, tying myself in knots as I try not to shake. Sadly, she's also the woman whose remains we found. D.I. Samuels continues as I stare at the photo.
Oh, okay,
I say, desperate to sound unsurprised that Aidan had a wife, but also saddened. That's terrible. Aidan Black's wife. We buried his fucking wife. I can't believe I was going to propose to him, not having a clue he was already married. Mainly, I can't believe he didn't say anything after we killed Laura. Not even raising an eyebrow that it was his wife lying dead on the road. He gave nothing away about who she was, from when he first saw her blank and staring face to when we bundled her into the boot, to after he'd shoveled the last of the earth back over her. I feel sick at the callousness of the man.
Take another look, if it helps.
The detective continues.
You've never seen her before? Her husband was the one to report her missing when she failed to return home from walking the dog.
The dog.
His words are bullets fired into my heart as I remember how we put the poor creature on the back seat of the car, with Aidan promising to find out who it belonged to. And all along it was his. No wonder it kept fussing around him. I pick up the photograph, making a show of studying it, pulling a thoughtful expression. I stare into Laura's eyes, noticing the little laughter lines. Did Aidan cause them?
Did they laugh together so often that their happy marriage became etched on her face? The way her nose crinkles just above the bridge as she smiles makes her look so kind, so approachable, so unsuspecting. She has straight white teeth and pretty daisy stud earrings. Laura Ellis. She must have kept her own surname when she and Aiden got married.
Sorry, I really don't know her. I didn't even know that Aiden was married.
The truth, at least. It's hard to take everything on board, to process what this means. Aiden was married. At night, as the rain sheeted down around us, as we dug a grave in the woods, as we struggled her body out of the car and dragged her through the undergrowth, Aiden knew he was burying his wife. We were together just over a year, and he was lying to me the whole time. I can't stand to think that I was the other woman, even though I had no idea. I would never have got involved with him if I'd known about Laura. No wonder he never took me to his house or to meet his parents. That poor woman. Like I said, Aiden and I weren't close. A shiver runs down my spine. What about this car? The detective slides another photograph over to me. Do you recognize it? My heart slows to a dangerous rate, or speeds up. I'm not quite sure which. I stare at the picture, typical of an image captured by a speed camera. I recognize my old Ford Fiesta instantly from the number plate, the last 3 letters of which spelt out FOG. Looking back, that's exactly what I was living in, a thick fog, unable to see clearly around me. But then, there's something not quite right about the image. Something that doesn't register with me initially. Yes, that's my car. Or was, I should say. I sold it a long time ago. There's no point lying to the police about owning it. They'll have access to all this information anyway. I bought it from the local garage, so proud of myself for saving up. From the poor quality image, it's impossible to tell who's driving. Do you see how the number plate is lopsided, hanging down on the driver's side? It slowly dawns on me what this means. The camera caught us after the accident. The timestamp fits with this too. A little, I say, though anyone can see it's not level. In fact, it looks as though it's about to fall off. I'd say it looks quite badly damaged. Do you remember how or when it became so crooked? I let out an incredulous laugh. Sorry, no, it's so long ago. You really expect me to remember something like that? If you can try, please. The only way to end this is to give him something to chew on. Now I think about it, it was loose when I first bought the car from Frankton's, the garage in town. You know the place? I don't wait for a reply. I kept meaning to take it back to get fixed, but never got round to it. So you're saying the number plate had been wonky for a long time? D.I. Samuels replies. Yes. Okay. But that doesn't quite fit with what we know. It doesn't? We have the car's MOT history here. As part of our investigation, we visited several garages in the area, hoping to track down details of any locally registered cars caught on the speed camera that they may have worked on or repaired around this time. We struck lucky. He slides photographs of some papers towards me, but I only give them a quick glance. There's no way I can focus or concentrate properly to read the small print or the handwriting of whoever did the test. The papers in the image are crumpled and smeared with oil. We discovered that your car passed its MOT first time on the 27th of February, with no advisories. Just 2 days before you were caught by the speed camera, which means it would have had a correctly affixed number plate at the time this certificate was issued. In that case, it must have come loose in the time between the MOT and the speed camera photo. Di Samuels nods once and just sits, staring right at me, unnerving me. My point exactly.
he says finally, causing my cheeks to burn red as I realise that I not only helped dig Laura Ellis's grave 21 years ago, but I've just made excellent progress in digging my own. God, I need a drink. I bat the thought from my head. I'm sorry that happened. I can't have noticed. I play dumb as if they're slapping my wrists for a minor motoring offence 2 decades ago.
But all I can think of is the dull thunk of Laura Ellis's body hitting my car. Her watch smashing, preserving the time of her death. My number plate coming loose on impact. The speed camera locating my car near the scene on the same night. Me admitting to driving. It's starting to feel a lot like I was set up. "That'll be all then, Mrs. Lawson," D.I. Samuels suddenly says. "You're free to go." "I am?" I say, wishing I hadn't sounded so surprised. "I hope I've been of some help." When the officers stand up, gathering their papers, I stand up too, feeling slightly dizzy at first. We head to the door. "Oh, you've been very helpful," D.I. Samuels says, holding the door open for me.
By the way, he says when I draw level with him. I stop, turning my face to the side. He's inches away. Aidan Black isn't a barrister.
Chapter 32.
I don't know what makes me do it, but after I get back to the shop, apologizing to Megan for leaving her to cope alone, then blustering out an excuse about why the police wanted to talk to me, about an anti-shoplifting operation for local business owners, proud of myself for thinking of that cover story on the spot, I decide to go to my mother's house. My mother's house. Almost like I want the day to go from bad to worse. "Are you sure you can manage for the rest of the afternoon?" If Megan is hesitant, I'll just close the shop as I don't want to burden her, but thankfully she's more than understanding. "Yes, of course. Your poor mum," she says in response to my second white lie. "I hope her fall wasn't too bad. You've had a right day of it, haven't you, Gemma?" Then she laughs. "I prescribe a glass of wine or two for you tonight." Her cheery laugh follows me all the way out of the shop as I head back to my car, her words ringing in my ears. If only she knew that when I used to drink, it wasn't with my feet up in front of the telly, sipping on a civilized glass or two of Prosecco. No. With me, it was full-on, messy, lose an entire week kind of drinking. With Megan's words ringing in my ears, something makes me take a different route back to the car. Right past Mountjoy's, the wine shop. I slow down as I walk past the window. In fact, I stop, looking at the wooden wine crates in the window, stacked up and filled with straw, bottles of red and white and rosé set out in them. The walls inside are lined with shelving, every space crammed with alcohol, the bottles seeming to rattle and tinkle together as my eyes flash over them. Further back in the shop, there's a small table with tasting samples for customers to try. "Help yourself," the sign says. For a moment, I imagine tipping them all down my throat. But despite the burning feeling inside me, the almost unstoppable wave of desire for a drink, I somehow make it back to the car without destroying my sobriety. If I should call Eric for support, but I'm too rattled to sound coherent. Eric would only start asking questions, putting me on the spot. Instead, I drive across to the other side of town to my mother's house. "Gemma," Mum says, once the shock of me turning up unannounced has subsided. She's standing at the ancient gas stove, her hand resting on the old-fashioned kettle as it boils. She's always done that, as if by touching it she's speeding it up. There's something oddly comforting about it, about the sameness of her. The reason I wanted to come. "What's wrong? You never visit without good reason." "Nothing, Mum," I reply, miffed that she thinks I need a reason to visit. Though she's probably right. When Doug and I pop round, it's usually so he can fix something or do DIY for her. Plus, she likes to see the twins on their birthday. But it's always at her house, familiar, safe territory. She rarely comes to us.
That's not to say she doesn't have an active social life. She does. She sees friends for coffee, plays bridge twice a week, and sings in a choir. Normal mum things. Except she's not a normal mum, because she didn't protect me. She allowed my monster of a father to terrorize me.
I've never once called her out on it, and I doubt I ever will. I know she suffered too.
Come on, Gemma, I know you, Mum says, pulling her chin back. The kettle whistles and she sloshes boiling water into the teapot to warm it, then tips it out. What's happened? Is it Doug? Mum spoons loose tea leaves into the pot from a metal caddy that I remember from when I was a kid. Like most things in this house, nothing much has changed over the years. And apart from the gray hair, a few more wrinkles, that includes her. No, it's not Doug, Mum. Though maybe she's right. He's unwittingly invited Aiden to live in our annex.
If he'd not been so quick to offer help to a virtual stranger, then maybe Aiden would have got bored and disappeared again. But then that's Doug all over. He's always seeing the best in people. Are the twins okay? School going well? Let's not make this a guessing game. She pours water into the teapot, puts the lid and cozy on, and brings it over to the small kitchen table along with 2 cups and saucers. Then she sits down, hands clasped in her lap, as she waits the obligatory 3 minutes for it to brew. Our knees are lightly touching under the table. I don't know whether to pull away or think of it as an honor, a rare connection with the woman who has always seemed unreachable. I just wanted to see my mum, you know? I let out a laugh at how pathetic I sound. It's unfamiliar territory. I've never admitted this before, that I need her, that I'm unsettled enough to want my mother to soothe me. The very idea is foreign. Growing up, it was always the other way round. I watched out for her, slipping an arm around her shoulders when I found her sitting on the stairs crying, taking over the chores if she was too upset from Dad being vile to her. Mum splashes a drop of milk into each teacup and pours out the tea through a strainer. She slides the cup and saucer in my direction. "Did you start again?" she asks. "Start what?" I feel the burn of her stare. Unusual for Mum. She rarely gives me eye contact. Now it seems she wants it. Yet it's me who can't look at her. I pick at my nails. Drinking. My head whips up. We're face to face. Mother and daughter. Woman to woman. Which is strange, given that I've never considered her an actual woman before. She's always seemed like an empty vessel. Kind of sexless. Just something that was in the house, like the sofa or the TV. Perhaps that made it easier for her to turn a blind eye to what my father was like, how he treated us. Being inanimate was her way of coping. She'd look at him with hatred in her eyes, as if she was plotting her escape, or his demise. Talking about? How does she know? I never told anyone, let alone my mother. Oh, come on, Gemma. I'm not an idiot. This shocks me. I'm suddenly ashamed. More ashamed that I've never given her emotional credit. Have I got things wrong about her? It makes me wonder what else I've overlooked. No, I have not started drinking again, I say, wishing I'd not added again. It's kind of damning. Good. There are better ways to deal with things. It's a bit late to start offering advice, Mum. The hurt on her face is instantly visible. You never asked for advice. Not once. Does a daughter have to ask? I pick up my cup but can't face drinking the tea. The lengthy ritual and brewing, it looks weak and milky. Besides, I never felt I could. You were too much like a gateway to Dad. If I opened up to you, then I was giving him something as well. I'm sorry about your father, Mum says, not answering my actual question. I know it was hard. There's no reply to her wild misinterpretation.
The man beat me for the slightest wrongdoing. A pair of shoes left out of place, a plate not cleared away. He locked me in my room for a week when a boy from school asked if I could come out to play. I was 12. One time, my father refused to speak to me for a whole year. I can't remember why. "Why didn't you leave him?" I ask. "It's horrid to you, too." This is dangerous territory. I imagine my mother standing over my father's dead body at the bottom of the stairs all those years ago, wondering if she felt grief or sadness or if she finally felt free. I don't know. Mum sips her tea, her hand steady as she brings the cup to her mouth. I should have done. At least it worked out in the end. What on earth does she mean by that? Did she want him to die? Being here, in this house where it all happened, I'm suddenly flooded with unwelcome feelings. "I don't want to talk about him," I say. "He's long dead, Gemma. He can't hurt you now." That's not true, I want to tell her, but stay silent, explaining that his cruelty reaches beyond the grave. When he died, I never saw him fall, never saw his body. But I heard my mother's screams as she came through the front door, shopping bags in hand, finding him lying at the foot of the stairs. His neck had broken in 3 places, a massive bleed on his brain. That's what the doctors said later. I told him not to go up in the loft, said he was too old, the ladder unsteady. My mother repeated robotically for the rest of the day as if it might somehow bring him back. I remember sitting on my bed, knees drawn up under my chin, staring at the wall. Mom seemed to have forgotten I existed, only remembering me when I crept downstairs later, putting a hand on her back as she wept. She shrugged me away, wiped her eyes, then got up and made macaroni cheese as if nothing had happened. "We all have our own way of coping, you know, Gemma," Mum says now with conviction. She knocks back a swig of tea as if she's downing a shot. "You chose shit-faced. I chose brave-faced." I stare at her, shocked. Did my mother really just say that? Then I can't help the laugh. I don't know where it comes from, and it's small at first as I try to stifle it, but it's impossible to keep in, and I end up spraying out a full-force guffaw at the ridiculousness of the situation, of everything. It's that or break down in tears. Then Mum starts laughing too. From the belly, like me. Soon we're both rocking back and forth on our chairs, tears streaming down our faces. Our eyes lock as if it's the first time we've ever properly connected. But also, I see something else in her. A glimmer of understanding. A spark that looks a lot like gratitude. She reaches out and takes both my hands in hers. Leans close to me then, her expression suddenly falling serious. She whispers in my ear, "Gemma, I know what you did." Chapter 33. What the hell did my mother mean, "I know what you did"? I'm ashamed to say I didn't ask. In fact, I stopped laughing and couldn't change the subject fast enough, leaving soon after I'd drunk the remains of my milky tea. She's never even met Aiden, then or now, so couldn't possibly have an inkling about what we did that night. I wasn't even living at home at the time. If she's seen the recent news about the body at Foxmere, then I've no idea how she's made the link back to me. Even the police haven't quite managed that yet, making me think I must have misheard her. When I get home, I'm relieved to see Doug's car on the drive, though it's only just gone 5 p.m., back from the shoot until about 7. There's also a red and black motorbike parked in front of the house. At least there's no sign of Aiden's car. I head inside and kick off my shoes, dumping my bag and keys in the hallway with Max greeting me as usual. I hear low male voices, the deep rumble of what sounds like a choked sob. Then I realize Rich is here. Of course, it's his motorbike outside,
and his helmet is on the floor by the bottom of the stairs. He knows about Sandy. I close my eyes for a moment, trying to put myself in his shoes, the depths of grief he must be feeling. Poor Rich. He does not deserve this. I take a breath. Time to think how to act or plan what to say. It's not as if I killed her, but I don't want to upset him further. "Love," Doug says, coming into the hall, pulling the living room door closed behind him. His face is knotted with anxiety as he puts Max in the kitchen. "Rich is here. He's got some bad news." Thankfully, my mouth falls open at just the right time. "Oh no, what? Is he okay?" My husband has tears in his eyes, something I've not seen in a long while. He takes my hands. "It's not good. It's Sandy. They found her." He shakes his head. "She's dead." "What?" Hearing the news coming from Doug's mouth is still shocking enough for me to sound genuine. "Where? Oh my God, how awful. I can't believe it." I cover my mouth, staring at the carpet as I lean back against the wall. "Who found her?" "A couple of colleagues discovered her at her flat. She didn't show up for a shift and wasn't answering calls, so they went to check on her. Rich is berating himself because he didn't go round sooner. When she didn't reply to his messages, he just thought that she was busy with work again. It's awful, Jem. I can't believe it." "Fuck," I whisper. It's what Doug will be expecting. And as much as I don't want to have to face my brother-in-law in case he somehow sees the truth written in Sharpie marker all over my face, I know I must. I push open the living room door. "Oh, Rich." I go up to where he's sitting on the edge of the sofa, head hanging down, his forearms resting on his knees. "Doug just told me the terrible news. I'm so bloody sorry." When I kneel in front of him, take his hands in mine, he glances up and acknowledges me with a brief nod. The whites of his eyes are bloodshot, and his nose is red and sore. I just can't believe it, Jem." His voice is choked with snot. "Not my Sandy. She didn't deserve this." More sobs. I reach out to hug him, and for a moment he allows it. But then he pushes me away and stands up, striding over to the window, then back again, then over to the door, and finally, he plants himself in the middle of the room, his hands on the top of his head, elbows winged out. "I can't bear it," he wails. "I don't know what to do." Rich. I go up to him, taking his hands again. "They'll get the bastard who did this to her. I know they will." I pull him in for a hug again, catching Doug's eye just as I realize my mistake. By the way he's looking at me, he noticed it too. No one has said it was murder.
"How am I going to live without them, Jem?"
Rich wails as I hold him, his head pressed down against my shoulder. His beard tickles my neck. Them. Sandy was 12 weeks pregnant. 10 minutes later, when Doug has taken Rich upstairs to the spare bedroom for a lie-down, the front doorbell rings. I answer it and find Aiden standing there with an unreadable expression on his face. Not content with taking over the annex, he now seemingly wants to invade our home as he steps over the threshold uninvited. I can't help thinking he's come to gloat, but I also know that we need to speak. I'm into the living room, praying that Doug stays upstairs with his poor brother for a while longer until I can get rid of Aiden.
"You had a wife. You were married. You lied to me."
I want to scream, but drawing upon my last dregs of strength, I manage to keep quiet about that for now. If he knows I know, or feels wrong-footed in any way, then I'll be in even greater danger. Aiden won't hold back. "I know what you did," I hiss, sounding an awful lot like my mother. "It was you, wasn't it?" "What?" he says, pushing up the sleeves of his sweater. "Don't pretend you don't know. My brother-in-law's fiancée, Sandy, has been murdered." I hiss in a fierce whisper. "She was a police detective.
The police detective working on the Foxmere case. Fuck's sake, Aiden. I clutch my head, pacing about. Didn't you? No, of course I didn't kill her. He replies at normal volume. Why the hell would I do that? Shh. My brother-in-law is upstairs. I jab a finger at the ceiling. You killed her because she was on to us. Or onto you, I should say. I had 2 detectives grilling me at the police station earlier. I huff out a stressed sigh, hugging my arms around myself. And keep your voice down. Rich's entire life has just fallen apart because of you. Aiden laughs in that cold, emotionless way that I once interpreted as confidence and charm. Now it's just sickening and infuriating. I didn't kill anyone, he repeats, almost sounding believable.
He's not going to confess, so I creep into the hallway, listening up the stairs. Low voices are still coming from the spare room. I grab my handbag and go back into the living room, closing the door again. I unzip the side pocket. This, I say, was at the murder scene. I pull out the red and white spotted handkerchief, waving it in front of him and making sure he sees the blood-soaked part. Nice trick, he says, laughing as he sits down on the sofa. Maybe try pulling a rabbit from a top hat next time. This isn't a joke, you idiot. Reluctantly, I sit down beside him, but only so he can hear my whisper. This is the handkerchief we use at Open Door.
I know, remember? Another smirk. I'll be at tomorrow's meeting, by the way. I ignore his threat, not sure I'll be at the meetings myself anymore. So how did this handkerchief end up under Sandy's leg? There was blood everywhere. I cover my mouth, partly because I spoke too loudly, and partly because I feel ill thinking about her. The poor woman lying there, butchered in her own home, her throat slashed open. Made even more devastating now I know she was pregnant. Wait, so you're saying I stole the handkerchief and left it at the scene of a murder? Yes. I think you were careless and dropped it in Sandy's flat when you killed her. Then it dawns on me. You wanted to set me up, didn't you? Just like you did with the speeding ticket. I shake my head, hardly able to believe that even now I'm still so blind when it comes to Aiden. A small smile forms on his mouth, but we both freeze, hearing footsteps upstairs. Then it goes silent again. You're wrong, he says, his smile dropping away. He could mean it, or he could be lying. With him, there's no way of telling. More to the point, why were you at a murder scene, Gemma? And not only that, but you removed vital evidence. He shakes his head, tutting.
I take it you called the police immediately. Refusing to rise to his bait, I grab my phone and open Instagram. Then how do you explain this? I tap on my screen, searching for his username, but nothing comes up. I look in my search history and try to find it that way, wanting to show him the story he posted, the one where he's wearing a suit with this handkerchief tucked in his pocket, flaunting it in plain sight, proof he had it. But his entire account is gone. Deleted. Nothing. No pictures of him in a suit, and no caption saying, "Dressed to kill," either. Account. That picture of you. Where has it gone? You were wearing a suit with this handkerchief. I shove my phone under his nose. Find it.
Gemma, you're getting worked up. Calm down. It's not helping.
Calm down! I spit incredulously. 2 police officers came to my shop earlier and took me to the station. Then a pair of detectives grilled me about where I was that evening 20 years ago. Aiden visibly tenses at this news.
They'd tracked me down as a potential witness because of the speed camera fine that you forced me to take on your behalf. Because of that, they think I was driving. I was an idiot to go along with you. I take a breath. It's given them undeniable proof that I was in the area. You set me up, didn't you?
And it turns out they know the exact date it happened, the 29th of February, because of some wacky watch that poor woman was wearing. I hold back from blurting out your wife's watch. I'm not a complete idiot, and have no way of knowing how he'd react. Violently, is my guess. Aiden's not the sort to be backed into a corner. The 29th? Yes, it was a leap year. Not a date I'm ever going to forget.
I'd been planning the evening for several weeks, wanting to make it the most romantic evening ever. Candles, champagne, the right music. I'd arranged it all with the restaurant. I didn't hold out much hope of Aiden proposing to me, so if I didn't do it that night, I'd have had to wait 4 years for another chance. I was superstitious like that. As it turned out, though, nothing about that evening had gone to plan, and all the superstitions in the world wouldn't have protected me from what happened. The cops asked if I knew you, I whisper. Aiden visibly pales, his face turning ashen. You said no, I hope. Denied knowing me like we planned? I think this is the first time I've ever seen him look properly rattled. A muscle under one eye twitches and his jaw clenches. Like you planned, I remind him. I just said that I knew you, but not very well, that it was all a long time ago. Don't worry, I was vague and... Jesus Christ, Gemma, if you can't lie for me, then how the hell am I going to lie for you? I can't lie to the police, for God's sake, says the woman who helped bury a body, the woman who stole evidence from a murder scene, the woman who didn't report the death of a police officer. Okay, sure. You don't know that I didn't call the police, I say indignantly. And you're a fine one to talk. Well, did you? I look away, sigh. If it's any consolation, the detectives said they were interviewing other motorists in the area that night too. How they expect anyone to remember anything from over 20 years ago beats me. They don't expect that anyone would remember, don't you see? They'll have more evidence than that up their sleeve. Christ, Gemma, you've always been so bloody gullible. He stands up and paces about, pushing his fingers through his hair. He's getting more agitated. I follow him over to the window overlooking our small front garden and driveway. Look, I'll tell you everything they said in case they want to interview you too, so our stories match. All they really had was a picture of my car from the speed camera. I whisper. They asked about the wonky number plate, and they had me in for questioning at the same time as you, you dumb bitch. He spits, his face reddening. And I told them I didn't know you. The slap is swift and sharp, right across my cheek. I recoil, clutching my face as Aiden's eyes turn jet black, something dangerous bubbling up from within him. Then something stirs deep inside me. All the hatred I've harbored for him over the years, the hefty price I've paid for ever getting involved with him, the damage I did to my loved ones, to my body, by numbing the pain with alcohol. In a fit of anger, I lash out at him, something primal bursting from me. But Aiden is quick, grabbing both my wrists before I can thump him, pulling me close. I spit at him, but my hair is all over my face and gets in the way, so I kick him hard in the shin. He stifles a yell, hopping sideways from the pain and dragging me by my wrists as we teeter on the brink, falling over together. Now he manages to regain his balance by grabbing my shoulders and pulling me closer still, clutching at my body. My arms reach up around his neck to shove him away, but our faces end up close, our mouths millimeters apart as we both pant and sweat from adrenaline. And that's when my husband comes into the living room, stopping dead in the doorway when he sees us in a clinch.
Chapter 34, February 2004. If only Aiden hadn't mentioned marriage that night in the caravan towards the end of last year, then Gemma might not have had the confidence to propose. Do you like gentle Aiden enough to marry him? It had really done something to her. She understood Joe completely now, acting all loved up and soppy when she was around Nick. And Luke was dating a new guy, the pair seeming obsessed with each other. She was so happy to be experiencing love herself.
Finally. Being with Aiden was worth every moment of the wait. She was 22 now and had almost given up hope. Gemma wasn't certain that it had been an actual proposal from Aiden that night last year, though she was certain he was testing the waters by mentioning marriage, gauging her reaction to see if she was open to the idea. Which she was. Oh yes, she definitely was. Gentle Aiden. She'd melted from the inside out. It was easy to see him as a father to their children, providing for her and their family, keeping them all safe. What a team they'd make. Them against the world. So, I'm gonna take him out for a meal when he's back from London this weekend, Gemma said on her weekly phone call to Joe. Leap year day is on Sunday. It's going to be so romantic.
Halfway through our meal, I'm going to ask him to marry me. I'm terrified, but so bloody excited. Wait, what? Joe sounded incredulous. She and Luke still hadn't met Aiden, so their reticence was understandable. Gemma knew they were just looking out for her. You haven't known him that long, Gem, and you hardly ever see him. He's not exactly been Mr. Reliable, has he? Have you even met his family or friends or colleagues yet? Have you been away together? How can you even think of marriage yet? Sorry, what? I can't hear you. The line's breaking up, Gemma said. It wasn't, but she didn't want to have to explain herself. Joe wouldn't understand. It was all right for her. She and Nick were a 3-bedroom semi and 2.4 children waiting to happen. But that wasn't what Gemma and Aiden were about. Sure, one day they'd properly settle down and have a house and a family. But first, there was an exciting life in London waiting for her. Careers to build, parties to go to, and the high life to live. She'd heard all about Aiden's social antics in the city and couldn't wait to join him down there as his wife. She supposed they'd get a flat together, and she could look for a new job, maybe working for one of those big department stores like Harrods or Selfridges, and Gemma. She suddenly jumped, snapping back to the moment. Just wait until I'm back in town next before you do anything rash. I'm worried about you. Why not organize a meal out with me and Nick first so we can meet him? Invite Luke, too, and we'll all give you the lowdown. Has Aiden even met your mum? God, no, Gemma replied, answering both questions. But she didn't want to be rude, so added, a meal might be a nice idea. A celebratory get-together after I've proposed on Sunday. Joe's sigh seemed to go on forever, but it gradually led into talking about other things, as if she'd given up protesting. Joe's job, life in Leeds, Nick's rugby playing, and how he'd pulled a hamstring. Though it all faded into the background as Gemma lay on her bed, twiddling the pendant Aiden had bought for her. She wore it all the time, and people always commented on the unusual coffin charm. Love beyond death. After the call with Joe ended, Gemma phoned the Indian restaurant in Chesworth to book a table. She'd been there once or twice with Luke after a messy night out to soak up the shots. She wished that she and Aiden had discovered a favorite place to eat, a cute little hangout that felt special to them. But they'd only ever been out for one meal, when they went for lunch at the Vaults soon after meeting. And that had ended a bit, well, on a bit of a strange note, if she was honest. You leave first, Aiden had hissed across the table after they'd finished their coffees. He'd ordered the most expensive dishes, and they hadn't been able to finish it all. It had seemed like a bit of a waste, but Gemma hadn't said anything. Take your coat, but don't put it on until you're up on the street. Walk down to the corner, and I'll join you there in a few moments. I'm going to the gents, then I'll settle the bill. Can't I just wait for you here at the table? Gemma asked, not wanting to get cold outside. There was a bitter wind.
No, Aiden replied, his eyes flaring black for a second. Do as I say. Get your coat, your bag,
Leave the restaurant. Do not speak to anyone on the way out, even if they try to stop you. I will pay. Wait for me on the corner." The sigh that left his chest was sharp and controlled. Gemma sensed she shouldn't argue. "Okay, sure," she said, placing the thick linen napkin on the table. She was just grateful he was paying, because there was no way she could afford even half of what this lot had come to. "Now?" Aiden nodded once, fixing her with his eyes. "Now." Doing as she was told, Gemma stood up and pushed back the chair. She retrieved her coat from the stand nearby, hooked her bag over her shoulder, and ignoring the now hovering waiters, she left the dining area, walked past the desk where the maitre d' was chatting with some customers, and quickly trotted up the steps to ground level. The cold air hit her like a slap in the face, so she wriggled into her coat and walked away from the restaurant to the street corner where Aiden had told her to wait. Then she waited. And she waited. But Aiden never came. "Hey, it's me," Gemma said to Aiden on the phone after she'd booked the Indian restaurant. Her ear was still hot from the long call with Joe just before. "What do you want?" Aiden replied, making her wonder if she'd woken him. He sounded groggy and annoyed. "What are you doing on the 29th of February?" she asked, hoping he didn't guess what she was plotting, given the unusual date. "It's this Sunday." "I don't know," Aiden replied. He didn't sound very interested. "Do I need to check with your secretary?" Gemma giggled. She'd never met Sandra, his PA, but she'd heard all about her, how she ran a tight ship in the London chambers. "What?" Gemma heard a noise down the line, like someone else speaking, but then it went muffled as if he'd put his hand over the phone. "Aiden, are you there? Is it a good time to talk?" "Not really." "Just quickly then, can you make the 29th for dinner? I've booked a table at the Bombay Star, 6 o'clock. I made it early because of work the next— Yeah, sure. I'll meet you there." "You're sure?" Gemma laughed nervously, feeling bad for double-checking, but she wasn't certain he'd heard her properly. He'd been forced to let her down before, but she'd understood as it was because of work. "Maybe get Sandra to put it in the diary?" she joked. "I said I'd be there, okay?" "Okay," Gemma replied. "Great." But Aiden had already hung up.
Chapter 35.
I stare at Doug in the living room doorway. I don't dare to move. Aiden is holding me around the waist, and my hands are on his shoulders. Our faces are close. Going by my husband's expression, I know exactly what he's thinking. No, God, Doug, this isn't what it seems, I say, stumbling over my words. I tripped, and Aiden caught me, that's all. I pull away from him, somewhat relieved that he walked in on us. God knows what Aiden would have done if he'd had half the chance. He could have snuffed me out in less than a minute if he'd wanted, slipping out of the house unnoticed. Then Doug would be dealing with 2 deaths in the family. Pauses, then nods, acknowledging Aiden's presence, which is almost more worrying than if he'd actually got mad at the sight of us seemingly embracing. But then, poor Doug, his newly widowed brother is upstairs, so it's understandable that his mind is elsewhere. Aiden and I are the least of his worries right now. "How's Rich doing?" I ask, following him into the kitchen, making a fuss of Max. "How do you think?" he says, but then turns and pulls me in for a hug. "God, sorry, love. I didn't mean to be short. He's in pieces, naturally. I had no idea that Sandy was pregnant. It's so awful." "I know. It makes it even more unthinkable."
Have the police said anything to Rich about how she died? Was it an accident? I'm trying to undo my earlier mistake, not wanting Doug to think I already know it was murder. No, they don't have much at this stage. They're sending round a family liaison officer later. I said Rich could stay here for as long as he needs, if that's okay with you. Of course. Yes, of course, I say, not needing to think twice.
though the thought of a police officer coming to the house later isn't appealing. But I put it from my mind, as Rich needs to be with family right now. How long is he staying in the annex? I whisper, gesturing towards the living room.
Under the circumstances, do you think it might be a good idea to ask him to move on? I see Doug tense.
It's probably best coming from you.
Right on cue, Aiden sticks his head around the kitchen door.
Doug, I'm so sorry to hear the terrible news about your brother. Gemma told me while you were upstairs. What can I do to help? I'm heading out to the shop so I can fetch groceries if you need anything.
I look at Doug. Now is his chance.
Yeah, thanks, mate. That's a kind offer. If you could grab some, a few pizzas for later. What do you think, Gem? I doubt anyone's going to have much of an appetite, but it's something easy to throw in the oven.
Maybe a bag of frozen chips as well. Aiden salutes and nods, a serious look on his face.
Consider it done. I'll get some booze in, too. I think a stiff drink is called for under the circumstances. Don't you agree, Gemma?
Fuck you, I want to yell, but instead I just nod vaguely. Sure, anything you like, I say, relieved when he heads out. I'll let the magazine know I won't be at the photo shoot tomorrow, Doug says, trying to think practically. Rich won't be in any state to be left alone.
Agreed, and I should let Megan know. She can hold the fort at the shop tomorrow.
What a dreadful day it's been, and I just want to fall into Doug's arms, though I can't tell him why.
First me being questioned at the police station, and now the news about Sandy coming out. Not to mention my mother's cryptic comment earlier. I'm about to find my phone, but Doug takes me by the hand, a concerned look on his face.
Gem, I've been thinking. It's awful, but Sandy's pregnancy. Do you think it was...
I look up at him, wondering what his pained expression means. Do I think it was what?
A mistake.
He whispers, glancing at the door.
Christ, I can't believe I'm even thinking like this, but I'm surprised Rich hadn't said anything to me about it.
It sounds like it was still early days, so maybe they were waiting a bit longer before making any announcements. And you saw how gutted he was, saying he couldn't live without them.
Yeah, maybe.
Doug replies, sounding unconvinced. Thing is, Jen, you know as well as I do that Rich never wanted kids. Remember? He looks at me, waiting for my reaction. That's what's worrying me most in all of this. I mean, I agree that Rich has always been a bit of a free spirit, taking off all over the place on his bike, I say. A confirmed bachelor. Thinking about it, his engagement to Sandy was a bit sudden.
Exactly, Doug says quietly, pulling me closer.
And I think we now know why it was sudden.
He gives another quick glance to the door to make sure we're alone.
I'm concerned Sandy only wanted to get married because she was pregnant. Pregnant with a baby Rich never wanted. We both know he loves Tom and Chloe as an uncle, but Rich once told me he never wanted to be a dad, that he didn't think he was cut out for parenthood.
I take a moment to mull this over, the way Doug stresses the word never. Then I hear the floorboards creaking upstairs. Maybe Rich going to the bathroom.
Look, just forget I even mentioned it. Doug says, I shouldn't have brought it up. Thought that Rich would ever... No, it's unthinkable.
Wait, what? You're not implying that... I trail off, covering my mouth. The idea of Rich hurting Sandy is preposterous, especially when I'm almost certain it was Aiden behind her death. But there's no way I can reveal that without exposing my own past. God, I wish I'd never taken those dresses to Sandy's flat. I wish I'd never seen her dead on the floor. I hate lying to my husband, though the irony doesn't pass me by. I've been lying to him for years.
Think about it, Jem. Doug whispers, if Sandy refused to, terminate, then maybe Rich felt trapped, like there was no way out. Saying it was on purpose, but maybe things got heated between them, tempers frayed. One thing led to another. Rich is a big guy, and I've seen him get angry once or twice when he's pushed. No, surely not. I always thought that Rich was so gentle and calm. I reply in a low voice, finding this hard to believe, though I also can't deny that Doug has a point. You seriously think that Rich killed... But I receive a sharp prod in my side as Doug looks across at the door, his expression suddenly changing. He goes over to his brother, who's standing watching us, his face puffy and red from crying. I have no idea how much he heard, but I'm now concerned that I might have 2 murderers living in my house.
Chapter 36.
The family liaison officer, Police Constable Will Harper, is mid-20s, though his level-headedness and calming manner belie his age when, a couple of hours later, he sits on our sofa explaining his role in proceedings. I'll be like an open channel between you and the detectives investigating Sandy's death, he tells Rich. His dark brown eyes, kind features, and confident voice reassure us as we listen. Tom and Chloe, devastated for their uncle by the news, have become indispensable, walking and feeding Max, making cups of tea for everyone, and cooking the pizzas that Aiden brought home from the shop. Thankfully, since he came home with the groceries, Aiden has made himself scarce in the annex, probably to keep out of the way of the police liaison officer. So, like I said, PC Harper continues, I'm your point of contact, and if you have any questions at all, then please direct them at me. We're all as shocked and upset as you at the tragic loss of your fiancé, Richard. Sandy was a truly special colleague and loved by all. She'll be greatly missed at the station. PC Harper pauses a moment before handing us several cards with his contact details on. As you know, her death is being treated as suspicious, and the investigation is underway. Statement from you later, Richard. And the officer in charge is keeping an open mind about motive, whether it's a work-related issue or a home invasion gone wrong. Or something more personal. He pauses, glancing at each of us. Detectives have been going door to door and interviewing residents at her building. And I've heard that the gardener at the flats is proving to be very helpful.
He is,
I squeak, remembering Cyril who let me inside Sandy's building. He had no idea she was already dead at that time, so may well give a description of me to the police as a potential suspect. We're following up a number of leads, PC Harper continues. As for Sandy, she's currently in the care of the mortuary and will be dealt with by a Home Office registered forensic pathologist. He hands Rich an information sheet. Rest assured, I'll let you know when the time is right to start thinking about funeral arrangements. We'll keep you informed of where she is at all times. I still can't believe this is all happening, Rich mumbles, making me want to wrap him up and take away his pain. I hate that he's going through this. I loved her so much. I can't get my head around her being gone. Her again. It was heartbreaking earlier, overhearing Rich on the phone to Sandy's sister and parents, her mother hysterical down the line as he broke the news. They live near the south coast, so are travelling up in a couple of days to see Rich, who told them there was no urgency, that there wasn't much they could do yet on a practical level here, which I thought slightly odd. Surely he'd want Sandy's closest relatives around him for support. Doug's words keep playing on my mind. Maybe Rich felt trapped. I'm not saying it was on purpose. Which makes me keep an eye on Rich's mannerisms and behavior during the evening, but I don't notice anything incongruent or unusual coming from the poor guy, apart from absolute devastation. He's vibrating with sadness. But then I can't help thinking of the Rich I know. I've known him almost as long as I've known Doug, and how he's never had a serious relationship, always relishing his single life. Surely he didn't kill his fiancée just to get out of being a dad. It's inconceivable. The first time Rich mentioned Sandy to us was about 6 months ago, after he'd been here putting new spark plugs in Doug's car, though he'd not told us her name. He came in for a cup of tea, and I sensed an inner glow in him from the moment he sat down. That's the face of a man in love, I'd said, not realizing how close to the truth I was. "Never say never," was his cryptic reply, coupled with a lopsided smile. "Not our Richie," Doug had replied, ribbing him. "Different woman in every port, eh, mate?" Rich had stared down into his tea, dunking his biscuit. "There is someone, actually." Doug was at the kitchen sink washing his hands. He'd been helping with the car. He swung round. "Seriously? She's nice. Different to the rest. You'll have to meet her one day." "Blimey, bro, you're a dark horse. How long has this been going on? Wedding bells?" "Give me a break," Rich joked. "It's only new, so we'll see. And I'm not jinxing it by letting her meet you lot for a while. Put it that way." He'd laughed then, not realizing his relationship with Sandy was already jinxed. He'd changed the subject after that, refusing to be drawn on anything to do with his new girlfriend, and I warned Doug off teasing him when we saw him over the next few months. "He'll introduce us to her when he's ready," I told Doug. And sure enough, he did. At Mum's birthday party. When I learned his new fiancé was a cop. The rest of the evening passed in a blur, with the twins fussing over their uncle, just the right amount to let him know his loving family was supporting him, as well as keeping some level of normality in the household. After PC Harper left, Doug got out the wine, though Rich opted for a large shot of whiskey, turning into bed about 9 o'clock, though we all knew it was unlikely he'd sleep. Earlier, Doug made his brother a doctor's appointment for tomorrow, hopefully to get some sleeping tablets or something to take the edge off his grief and anxiety. He's been non-stop blaming himself for Sandy's death, saying that he should have gone round to her sooner to check on her when she didn't reply. During one sobbing fit, I swear he mumbled something about an argument, that he should have apologized, and then none of this would have happened. I forced myself not to dwell on what this might mean. The next morning, I wake to the sound of rain lashing against the window in our bedroom. Doug lies beside me, snoring softly, and I hear Rich's voice coming from the spare room, perhaps on a call, maybe to some of Sandy's other relatives. It must be awful having to keep breaking such terrible news. Up, slip into my dressing gown, and go down to the kitchen to let Max out and make some coffee. Then I take a cup up to Rich, knocking gently on his door before going in. The room is dark and smells stale, Rich sweating out his grief. "I brought you this," I say, putting the mug on the cabinet beside him. He sits up, and even in the half-light, I can see he's not slept much. I perch on the side of the bed, taking his big hands in mine. "Oh, Rich," I say, praying he can't see inside my mind. If he knew what I saw on the floor of Sandy's apartment on Tuesday, it would finish him off. I don't know what to say to make any of this even slightly more bearable for you. He shakes his head.
"Nothing you can say, Jem,"
he replies in that deep voice of his, the same voice that used to soothe the twins to sleep when they were babies, and Doug and I were at our wits' end and wrung out from exhaustion. I know he'd have made a great dad, despite his reticence.
"Nothing will bring her back. No amount of sobbing is going to change the fact she's gone. I'll have to get used to it."
I squeeze his hand, a bit shocked by his sudden resignation, but I suppose it's part of the grieving process.
"Just make sure you and Doug love each other hard, eh?" Rich says. "You two are the strongest couple I know, made for each other."
He gives a snort and reaches for his coffee.
It's true what they say, you know. You really don't know what you've got till it's gone.
Chapter 37.
A couple of hours later, I head into Clover, telling Doug there's a big delivery to deal with, but that I won't be long. Truth is, I need to get out of the house for a while, give myself time to think, to work out how to protect my family if everything comes out.
"Oh, hi, Gemma,"
Megan says, smiling sweetly as she comes out from behind the counter. Her long blonde hair is clipped up in a messy but styled knot. She's wearing a pair of floaty wide pants in a soft taupe fabric and a light cream sweater on top. She represents the shop perfectly, and I'm so grateful for her right now.
I thought you were taking some time off for your brother-in-law.
I'm so sorry for what you and your family are going through. It's dreadful, what happened to that poor police officer. It was on the news earlier and... Thanks, Megan. It is awful, yes, I say, not wanting to hear the details again. I had the TV on in the kitchen this morning, but had to quickly flick it off when Rich came downstairs. There was an image of Sandy's smiling face up on the screen, following an update from the police appealing for witnesses to come forward. What I saw nearly broke me. So heaven only knows what it would have done to Rich if he'd seen it.
Detectives particularly want to speak with a woman who was seen in the vicinity of Oak Tree Court around Tuesday lunchtime this week, the day before the body was discovered by officers on Wednesday morning. The newsreader stated, as I stood, transfixed. The woman is believed to be early 40s and about 5'5" or 6", with medium brown shoulder-length hair, possibly wearing either jeans or blue trousers with a gray sweatshirt and white trainers. I'd grabbed the remote and flicked off the TV, partly because Rich was coming down the stairs, but also because they were describing me. The gardener must have given them my description. While I was fumbling with the buttons, the reporter went on to say something about the police needing to eliminate the woman from their inquiries, that she might be able to provide useful information, but I was too shaken up to listen properly. Another visit from the police feels inevitable, as they're bound to scour CCTV from the area and locate my car. It's a matter of when, not if. Everything okay here? I ask Megan, trying to sound normal. All fine, she replies, showing me the previous day's sales sheet. No need for you to worry about anything. You should go home and be with your brother-in-law. He needs you more than the shop. You're right, I say.
Quick look at the delivery first. Megan nods, and I head out to the back office, not really feeling like opening a load of boxes. It's a job I usually enjoy, but today everything is shrouded in doom. I reach for the kettle and fill it up. While I'm waiting for it to boil, I spot Megan's personal laptop on the desk, beside the shop's computer. Like last time, the lid isn't fully closed, and there's a soft glow reflecting on the keys, as if she's recently been using it. I glance back into the shop area, seeing Megan is busy with a customer. The laptop lid, hoping she's still logged into the newspaper archive site to see if I can find out more about the Laura Ellis story. Now that I know she was Aiden's wife, a wife I knew nothing about, my guilt is off the charts. In the newspaper photo, she looked so alive and happy and normal. Nothing like the one and only time I saw her, lying dead on the road in the rain. The laptop is open on Megan's Facebook account, so I quickly click off that, scanning through the other open pages, including a gym's opening times and a grocery shop order. Last tab is the newspaper archive website, so I click on it, unable to help the gasp when I see an image of Laura Ellis already staring back at me. Why would Megan search for a story about her? I swear I cleared the history when I looked before, not wanting Megan to know I'd used her account. But I can't have, as here it is. A missing persons piece about Laura Ellis, albeit different to the one I saw before. It's dated May 2004, several months after she went missing. Search for local woman continues. Police are again appealing to witnesses who may have any information regarding Laura Ellis, who went missing on 29th of February 2004. Was last seen leaving her home in Adkins Road around 7 p.m. when she took the family dog for a walk. Mrs. Ellis routinely walked various local routes, though usually during daylight hours. It was dark when she left the house on the 29th. Laura was very conscious of her safety. Aiden Black, her distraught husband, told police. She often walked Buddy in the evening, usually sticking to well-lit streets near home. Someone must have seen her. Please come forward. I'm frantic with worry, and our 3-year-old daughter misses her mummy. The detective in charge of the case, D.I. Lambert, stated,
We're particularly interested in speaking with the driver of a small, dark blue vehicle seen in Adkins Road that night, possibly a Ford or Volkswagen. Police would like to eliminate the driver from inquiries." I can't breathe. 3-year-old daughter. Laura and Aiden had a 3-year-old daughter. Aiden had a wife. He had a little girl.
He was not a barrister. I shut the laptop, steadying myself on the edge of the desk. I never once questioned his life, his job, his parents owning the farm, him working in London. I think back to our first lunch at the Vaults. I was so impressed by him and the expensive restaurant that even when he left me standing on the street in the cold, with him apologizing a few days later, claiming an urgent case had come up and he'd had to rush back to Chambers, it never once occurred to me that he'd run off without paying the bill. Thinking back, I never actually saw him go inside his place of work. He waved and watched me walk away from him the couple of times we met in London. He probably jumped the barriers at the station, too, or hid in the train toilets to dodge the fare. And I've no idea if his parents were farmers or not. I never met them. For all I know, there might not have been any parents or a farm. I'm ashamed to say that if Aiden had claimed to be the King of England, I'd have probably believed him. He was everything I imagined him to be. No, he was everything I wanted him to be. Literally the man of my dreams, making his job a whole lot easier when it came to deceiving me. He was nothing more than a con man, a chancer trying his luck, while I was the perfect victim, naive and damaged and desperate for a way out of my boring life. Easy prey for a charlatan like him. "Think I'll take your advice and head home," I say to Megan, trying not to shake as I go back through the shop, rattled from finding the piece about Aiden's dead wife on Megan's laptop. I need to be more careful. I only vaguely hear Megan calling out "bye" as I leave, feeling unsteady on my feet and unreal in my head. I don't realize right away that I've turned the wrong way out of the shop, that I'm walking in the opposite direction to the car park, and I don't even stop myself when I go inside the spar on the corner and head directly to the back of the store, as if instinct is guiding me, as if a higher power is telling me what to do. Reach the booze aisle, it's like I'm not myself anymore, as if I'm deaf to my own thoughts. I see my hand reach out to a shelf, witness my fingers curling around the neck of a liter bottle of vodka, watch as my arm draws it down from where it's been waiting for me, calling to me. But also, it's not my arm. It's not me taking the bottle to the counter, handing it to the cashier, slipping it inside my oversized handbag after I've tapped my card to pay. And it's not me leaving the shop with the alcohol either. Either. Not me who has the intention of knocking it back straight from the bottle until I pass out, taking away all the pain and agony and spiraling thoughts and regret and remorse and guilt and sorrow and shame and self-hatred that are swilling about inside my head. Thoughts that have plagued me for years and years and years. And however much I try to pretend they're not there, however much I con myself that open door has saved me and I'm fully in control of my life, I'm not. Somehow I make it back to my car. I take the bottle of vodka from my bag. With a shaking hand, I unscrew the cap and breathe in the fumes. Then I put the bottle to my lips. Chapter 38. My name is Gemma, and I'm an alcoholic, I say, hanging my head. Everyone in the group knows my words are slightly ironic, as we never start like that. Though tonight I needed to remind myself. I let out a long sigh. We're passing round a handkerchief substitution today, a clean checked tea towel Eric grabbed from the kitchen when I told him I'd mislaid the usual one. I mentally screwed up my eyes at the thought of it stained with Sandy's dried blood. It's still tucked in the side pocket of my handbag from when I showed Aiden. Since Doug planted the seed about Rich, I don't know what to think. It's impossible to believe that Rich would do anything like that, but then he does have a motive. I had a very close call today, I tell the group. Literally, I was like this.
I mimic holding a bottle to my lips, tipping back my head. Some vodka spilled on my chin, but I stopped in time. I came so close to relapsing. If I hadn't caught sight of 2 uniformed police officers just out on their regular beat, I'd have probably continued. But something about their neon yellow jackets, the radios clipped on their shoulders, their helmets, and sweeping gazes as they took in the street scene sobered me up before I'd even got started. I hadn't given a thought to how I'd get home, suddenly realizing the devastation I could cause if I drank and drove. It was an idiotic moment that could easily have led to history repeating itself. In the car, I lowered the bottle and stared at it. "Fuck," I said, my hand shaking as I put the cap back on. "Fuck, fuck, fuck." I tipped it down the sink, I tell the group now, and murmurs of approval echo around the circle. Thankfully, Aiden hasn't turned up so far tonight, but after everything that's happened, I don't care if he does. The others more than ever. And being here, among people who understand, people who've teetered on this same terrifying precipice as I was on today, is a comfort I can't get anywhere else. Not even Doug would understand what drove me to buy that vodka. The bottle contained a promise, freedom from the pain and the guilt, however temporary. Even though my sober self knows that's a complete lie. But then, I have told a lie tonight, too. I didn't tip the vodka down the sink. When I got home, I couldn't exactly take it inside the house. That would have been very out of character, and Doug would have asked questions. So instead, I shoved it in the glove box of my car. There now.
"You did well today,"
Eric says during the tea break.
"Believe me, I know what you went through, though I didn't always manage to stop myself."
His face crinkles from a broad smile.
"No sign of our new friend tonight, then?"
"No, thank God," I say, remembering that as far as Eric is concerned, I'd never seen Aiden before he turned up here. My life is a tangle of lies. "I know we're open to everyone, but I can't say I got a good vibe off him," Eric continues.
"He seemed overly interested in you, and not in a healthy way."
Thankfully, Maggie comes over before I get to answer, slipping her arm around my shoulders.
"I'm so proud of you, love," she says, giving me a squeeze. "You've overcome so much."
"If only you knew," I think, giving her a hug back as she asks Eric about his new puppy. I'm so grateful to her for changing the subject. And 10 minutes later, the group reassembles. 15 of us tonight, all sitting in our supportive circle and settling back down after our tea break. Mike, a newer member, late 50s with a salt and pepper beard, bald head, and beer belly that's filled with regret, is about to speak when the church hall door suddenly swings open, banging back against the wall. Adrenaline surges through me, making my heart race. I can hardly stand to look. Decided to come after all, to turn up late and disrupt the final hour of our meeting. At least he didn't get to see me pouring out my heart. But when I turn to face the doorway, expecting to see him standing there, I'm shocked. It's not Aiden who's glowering across the hall at me. No, it's my husband, Doug, instead. "Please, Doug, wait, I can totally explain," I say, once we're outside in the car park, the noisy traffic speeding past. I sat stunned for a few moments, but then rushed out after him when he stormed out, following him like a naughty child, while everyone in the group watched on as I panicked and fled after my husband. "Really, it's not what you think.
Nothing bad and—" "Stop," Doug says, his arms folded across his chest as he stands there in his jeans and bomber jacket, the slight graying of his hair picked out by the streetlights. I've never seen him look so disappointed in me, so deeply upset, like he doesn't even know who I am. I swear there are tears in his eyes.
"Before you say anything, Gemma, please realize that you have only one chance to tell me the truth, and not here. We'll talk at home."
Then he turns and strides off to his car, leaving me no choice but to get into mine and follow him back. Now, in the living room, with Tom and Chloe both upstairs in their room studying, Doug stands in front of me, looming over me as I sit on the edge of the sofa, my hand resting on Max's back for comfort. I am filled with shame.
Do you want to tell me what's going on?
He sounds way calmer than he should be.
I don't get it, Gemma. I saw your car by chance as I was driving past the church hall. It's on a main route. I wasn't checking up on you, just so you know. I thought you were at the gym. What's going on?
After a moment, he sighs, sitting down beside me, making me wonder if he's about to pull me into his arms and tell me it's all going to be okay. But of course, he doesn't. I give my head a little shake, not because I won't be truthful, but because I don't know where to begin. I've not been entirely open with you, Doug, and for that I am so very, very sorry. My mouth is so dry I can hardly form words. I haven't been going to the gym. My cheeks burn with humiliation as I stare at the floor, picking my nails. I should have realized this would happen one day. My secret is out. Doug reaches out and squeezes my bicep, harder than if he was doing it playfully. No kidding, he says sourly, letting out a resigned laugh. You must think I'm so stupid. A right mug. It didn't occur to me for 1 minute that you were lying. It's begrudged you going to the gym, you know, Gem. Always making sure I was home to cook and sort the kids out. I wanted you to have that time to yourself. And this is how you repay me? With big fat lies? Doug, I'm so sorry. I hear how pathetic I sound. To understand, he'd have to know everything about me, and that would only hurt him more. How do I tell him that I only kept it a secret to protect him and the twins? He'll never believe me now. Thing is, it makes me wonder what else you've lied about, he says resignedly. It seems to come easily to you. I look up. It's dearest Doug next to me, my wonderful, loving husband who'd do anything for me, and me for him. But it's also not Doug anymore, as if something is broken between us. His eyes aren't filled with just love. They're brimming with disappointment and mistrust. Tentatively, my hand reaches out to his, but when I touch him, he pulls away. Nothing, Doug, I swear. I cross the fingers of my right hand, hiding them where he can't see, hating that I am indeed still lying. Please, dear God, don't let him find out that Aidan and I go way back. That his new friend Grant isn't really called Grant at all. Rather, he's a sociopath who buried his own wife without even shedding a tear. That we have a sordid and twisted history that led to my web of lies in the first place. That we've both been betraying him. He'd be utterly heartbroken, and I can't risk losing Doug. He's the cornerstone of our family. The twins and I would be lost without him. Forgive me for finding it hard to believe you, Gemma. This is a lot to take in. He drags his hands down his face and sighs again. He looks tired and worn out. All I want is to wrap him up in my arms and take care of him, make it all better, and take away his pain. How long have you had a problem with alcohol? He looks incredulous, as if he can't believe he's saying those words about his wife. The gym. Bloody gym. He shakes his head in disbelief again. I can hardly speak, but my husband deserves the truth. As much as I can reveal, anyway. Since my early 20s. But I've been sober for a long time, Doug. I bet you barely remember me ever having a drink from way back when we first met, right? Somehow I managed to hide it from everyone, but privately I was struggling. I got help, though. I did the right thing, and I swear I never drank when I was pregnant. That, at least, is the truth. Somehow I managed to protect our precious babies. Doug remains silent, probably feeling hurt that I didn't confide in him. He doesn't realize that to explain why I drank, I'd have had to tell him what happened, what I'd done, and everything that had led up to it. Explain how the guilt pressed down on me day and night like a disease, the walls of my life closing in with each day that passed. There was no way I could have done that, not without losing him. We were so good together. I didn't want to scare you off with the ugly truth, I whisper. Do you remember when we first met? It was so magical. Though I think in those early days I fell in love with you way faster than you fell in love with me. I sigh at the memory. I didn't want to risk losing you. I knew we were meant to be together. And look, our amazing kids are proof of that, right? It's true. Even though Doug was the one to ask me out after we'd met at a mutual friend's barbecue, he seemed wary about getting into a relationship initially, like he wanted me, but also didn't want me. Perhaps he sensed I was damaged, that I might mean trouble, or hadn't had much experience of men. I got the impression that he wasn't sure about me. In those early weeks, he wasn't great at returning my calls, and he flaked out on a few dates, though that was behavior I was used to from Aiden, so it didn't seem out of the ordinary. But then, over the next few months, instead of the inevitable dumping like I expected, he started to shape up, and things took a turn for the better. By that point, there was no way I was about to risk losing him by admitting to my drinking, even if I didn't reveal the real reason behind it. The binges alone would have been enough to put any sane person off me. And of course, by then, I was head over heels in love. My problem started before we met, I explained to Doug, which is true. I wanted to turn my life around, but couldn't find the long-term help I needed, so I set up Open Door with Eric. We found each other in an online chat group, and it grew from there. I need to go these days. Another lie, given how I nearly caved earlier today. I need the group more than ever. But there are people who need my help, and I couldn't stand to let our members down. They're like family to me now. Doug blows out through his teeth.
It makes it hard to trust you now, Gemma. Do you understand that?
God, of course. Yes, I see that totally, I say, praying he'll be able to forgive me in time. I'll do anything to make you trust me again, whatever it takes.
Do you swear on your life there's nothing else to come out?
He has tears in his eyes as I give him a little nod.
Doug, I say earnestly. But then Aiden's Instagram account is suddenly on my mind. What if Rich told him about it, and Doug saw those fake posts implying I'm having an affair? But then, if he had, it would mean he knows that Grant is really called Aiden, that his new so-called best mate is lying and not much of a mate at all. If Doug knew all that, surely he'd have kicked Aiden out by now. My mind reels.
No other little secrets buried in your past?
Doug says, making a shiver run through me. No other secrets, I say, staring down at the floor. Cross my heart and hope to die.
Chapter 39.
29th February, 2004.
Gemma was sitting at a table for two in Bombay Star, the Indian restaurant in town. When she arrived, the staff had greeted her warmly. "You're sure all the waiters know about my plans?" She double-checked with the owner as he walked past her table. "They know what music I requested, and the champagne is on ice?" Gemma opened her clutch bag and pulled out a small velvet box. Her heart hammered in her chest when she opened it to reveal the plain gold band. A bit premature, she knew, but she wanted to give him something to mark the occasion. Not solid gold, of course, just plated, but it was all she could afford.
In time, Aiden would no doubt buy himself something a bit flashier for their actual wedding, probably when he bought her engagement ring and their wedding rings. But this would do for now. A symbol of her love. If you could pop this in my boyfriend's glass of champagne, that would be amazing. That's when I'm going to propose. She handed him the ring. The waiter grinned down at Gemma, looking smart in his white shirt and burgundy waistcoat. "Understood, miss. We're all very clear on your instructions. An exciting time for you. And may I add, you look lovely tonight. Your boyfriend is a lucky man. Would you like a drink while you wait?"
Go on then, Gemma said, looking at her watch.
She'd arrived 20 minutes early, not wanting Aidan to see her plotting with the waiters. She'd been getting ready since lunchtime, pampering herself, doing her hair and nails, taking time over her makeup, and finally slipping into the little black dress and heels that she'd chosen for the occasion. "I'll have a gin and tonic, please." She'd already planned to leave the car where it was overnight. It would be safe in the spot around the corner. Then they'd get a taxi back to hers after the meal, and she'd persuade Aidan to stop the night just this once. Being by the station, it was convenient for his commute in the morning. She'd already put a load of candles out in the living room and bedroom ready to light later, and she'd even scattered some fake rose petals on the bed. She couldn't wait. It would be the first whole night he'd spent at her place. Gemma sipped her drink, watching as other couples came in. It was always popular here, even on a Sunday, and she wondered if there'd be any other women proposing tonight, given the once-in-a-blue-moon date. She planned on getting down on one knee between their starter and main course, which was when she'd instructed the waiters to bring out the champagne. 10 minutes later, at almost 5 to 6, Gemma quickly popped into the ladies' toilet to check her appearance. She applied a bit more lipstick, fluffed up her hair, and went back to the table. No sign of Aidan yet. She prayed he wouldn't be late. At 6:10, the waiter asked Gemma if she wanted another drink. Did she? She wasn't sure. What she really wanted was for Aidan to be here, but he wasn't yet. "Okay then," she said, smiling. "He's probably got held up." She didn't think texting him was a good idea. She didn't want to annoy him if he was rushing to get ready. He might have been working on the farm all day. At 6:30, Gemma knocked back the remains of her second drink. She watched other diners eating their starters, some moving on to mains. She wondered if she should order for her and Aidan, just take a guess at what he would like. In the end, she decided to wait a bit longer. He wasn't the best at timekeeping, and would probably arrive any minute. "Another drink, miss?" the waiter asked, just as Gemma was fishing her Nokia from her bag. This was getting silly. It was 6:45 now. If he was going to be this late, he should have let her know. She prayed nothing bad had happened, like an accident. She'd give him a bit longer before really worrying. "Yeah, why not?" she said, figuring it wouldn't hurt. In fact, it would help her nerves, which were getting more and more frayed. She called Aidan's number, waiting for it to connect. But it didn't. Instead, Gemma heard a neutral female voice saying, "The mobile phone you are calling is currently switched off. Please try again later." It was frustrating that Aidan rarely had his voicemail service on, or she'd have left a message. She tried calling him twice more just to make sure it wasn't a glitch, but the same thing happened. She tried not to let her thoughts veer off on accidents again, instead downing her third gin and tonic in a few gulps. It was almost 7 o'clock, a whole hour after she'd booked the table, and it was starting to dawn on her that maybe Aidan wasn't coming.
"Any messages for me at reception?" Gemma called out to a passing waiter, in case he'd rung to say he'd be late. A couple of guys from a rowdy group of men sitting on the table next to her overheard. Gemma had clocked them as rugby players and recognized one or two of them as regulars in the nearby pub. "Been stood up, love?" one asked. "Come and join us if you want. His loss." Gemma smiled briefly, but felt a pang of pain at the words, "stood up." How could Aidan do this to her, on tonight of all nights? But then, he didn't know she was planning on proposing. "Nah, thanks, it's okay. My boyfriend Aidan, he's been held up," she said, excusing him. "Close to him tonight, so feel free to whoop and cheer after I do," she added with a grin, trying to keep positive. "Well, Aidan's an idiot, keeping you waiting, love," the guy nearest to her said. "What's his last name, chick? We'll sort him out for you." A peal of laughter and jeers followed. "Aidan Black," Gemma replied without thinking,
knowing the guys were too drunk to sort anyone out. Black? Not the Aiden Black, surely, another of the lads said with a groan, making Gemma turn to face their table again. Doesn't surprise me if it's him, up to his old tricks again. Yeah, bound to be him. A couple of the guys laughed loudly.
I went to school with the twat, another guy said. Surely a girl like you isn't marrying that chancer? He asked. Ain't he already got a... The lad stopped abruptly when his mate elbowed him in the ribs. Yes, actually, Gemma said, standing up, suddenly feeling defensive. Aiden Black is exactly who I'm marrying. She'd had enough. She was going to drive round to his place and see what was going on. If only she knew where his place was. There were many farms in the area. She stumbled sideways, feeling a little giddy from the 3 gins, grabbing the back of a chair to right herself.
Going to his parents' farm to pick him up. She lifted her chin at the men, refusing to be made fun of. And then we'll be back for food. Parents' farm, one of them scoffed. Aiden doesn't live on a farm, love. He lives in one of them council houses on Adkins Road. I know, 'cause my nan's at number 24, and he's right next door. She hears all sorts of goings-on through the wall, and that's saying something 'cause she's almost deaf. More laughter from the lads, who'd clearly had plenty of beer. It must be a different Aiden then, Gemma said, quickly explaining to the waiters that there was a change of plan, and she was going to fetch her boyfriend. But as she was leaving, she heard more laughter and ribbing from the group of guys, with one of them blaring out, "It'll defo be him." Gemma slammed the door of her car. It had started raining and her feet were wet. She'd put on her strappy heels for the evening, which were hard to drive in, so she kicked them off and slipped into the trainers she'd left in the car. Her head swam from disappointment and gin. She probably shouldn't be behind the wheel, but at least it wasn't far to the farm. Her thoughts ground to a halt, like she'd hit a dead end in a maze. The farm. Where was it? She couldn't drive anywhere without knowing that. Had mentioned it enough times, how he worked hard at the weekends to help his parents, and when they met up, he was often in grubby work clothes. In her head, she had a clear picture of it, part arable, part dairy, a large Georgian farmhouse that had been in the family for eons. 300 acres and a load of barns and outbuildings, mud and tractors and milking sheds, and the smell of manure and log fires and home baking and sheepdogs and ruddy-cheeked in-laws. Fuck. She rested her head on the steering wheel, banging her forehead down a couple of times until she accidentally hooted the horn. She sat up. Had those lads said Adkins Road? She knew where it was, only a few streets away from the row of shops over in Greenacres, the other side of town. It'll defo be him. Their laughter still echoed in her head. It couldn't be. Could it? Feeling the anger rising within her for being made a fool of, Gemma started the car and crunched the gear stick into reverse, pulling out of the parking space and heading off through the town, taking it slow. She couldn't exactly go to a farm that she didn't have the address for, but she could check out the Adkins Road place. Just in case. She put the wipers on as the rain came down heavier, pelting on the roof and windscreen, making her grip the wheel and lean forward as she drove. She fought back the tears, and while her vision wasn't blurry exactly, the rain was making it hard to see. She didn't think it was because of the gins. She reckoned they were probably only weak and hadn't affected her that much. She refused to accept the night was over before it had even begun. She prayed there'd be some rational explanation and hoped Aiden was okay. 10 minutes later, Gemma turned into the Greenacres estate and then indicated down another road. At the end, she turned left, bumping the curb accidentally, before coming to a stop at the top of the street. Adkins Road, the sign read. What had that bloke said? That his nan lived at number 24?
And he reckoned Aiden Black lived next door? She cruised along, checking the house numbers. Evens were on the left. She slowed down when she spotted number 22, then parked up and got out of the car, pulling her faux fur jacket over her head as she got out into the rain. Gemma stumbled as she walked towards number 26, the house attached to 24, and went up the path. The front garden wasn't much to look at, though the place next door looked a bit nicer, with a few flowers and a clipped hedge. Several of the houses down the street had sofas and rubbish out the front. There was no way Aiden lived in this house, she knew that. But it was all she had to go on, and she was here now. So she knocked on the door anyway. There might be a link. Through the frosted glass in the top half of the door, she saw there was a light on out the back. Nothing. She used the metal knocker again, much louder this time, and she also thumped on the glass. Seconds later, a light in the hallway flicked on, and a shadow approached the front door, unlocking it before pulling it open. A man wearing grubby sweatpants, tartan slippers, and a stained t-shirt stood there, staring at her as if she'd just landed from Mars. "Aiden?" Gemma squeaked, not knowing what else to say. It was indeed Aiden, but also, it wasn't Aiden. Not the Aiden she knew, anyway. The smell of alcohol, fry-ups, and dog wafted out of the house. Gemma, what the fuck? Aiden stepped forward and pulled the door almost closed behind him, scowling. What are you doing here? We're going out for dinner, remember? Gemma said, shrugging. I've booked a table at the Bombay Star.
You promised you'd meet me there. 6 o'clock. Aiden took a sharp breath and sighed it out. He clamped his teeth together. His cheeks went a funny color. Shit, I forgot. What are you doing here anyway? Gemma asked, peering up at the grey stuccoed house. Why aren't you at the farm? Without missing a beat, Aiden said, This is my sister's house. I'm staying with her tonight. She needed some jobs doing. I didn't even know you had a sister, Gemma replied, wondering if she'd get to meet her. She tried to peer inside, but couldn't see anyone. Go and get changed quickly, and then we'll head off. She jangled the car keys in her fingers and grinned, refusing to believe the night was ruined. Once they were in the restaurant, everything would be fine. Aiden was just tired from work and helping his sister. Go away, Aiden hissed, leaning towards her. Just go home. What? No, Aiden. I've gone to so much trouble. Let's go and have a meal. Then you can stop at mine and just fuck off, will you? Gemma recoiled, smarting from the verbal slap in the face. She stared up at him, fighting back the tears. Why was he being like this? No, she yelled at him. For once in your life, just keep to your word. I'm sick of you avoiding my calls and flaking out on dates. What kind of boyfriend even are you? You— Shut up, Aiden hissed, glancing down the street as if he was looking out for someone. My sister will be back soon. She doesn't need to see some mad woman ranting on her doorstep. For a moment, Gemma went cold. Sister? Really? But then it all happened so fast, she didn't have time to question him. Aiden grabbed the car keys from her hand and stormed outside, slamming the front door properly closed behind him. His breathing was shallow, his cheeks red as he seethed, probably angry at himself because he'd forgotten their dinner. He strode down the garden path and out onto the street, with Gemma staring after him. Fine, Aiden yelled, spinning round. Let's get this godforsaken meal out of the way. As she watched him go up to her car, she thought she heard a noise from inside the house. A child crying, perhaps? Though it could have been from next door. Several dogs had started barking from the commotion. Wait, aren't you going to change? She called out. You can't go to a restaurant like that. You've got your slippers on and— But Aiden wasn't listening. Instead, he got into her car, the driver's side of her car, and started the engine. For a second, Gemma stood there frozen, watching the scene unfold in slow motion. Aiden putting her car into reverse, swinging round to look over his shoulder, backing up a few feet, then putting it into first gear. Her car started to edge forward. He was going to drive off without her. "Wait for me!" Gemma yelled, running out onto the street and making a grab for the door handle.
She flung herself into the passenger seat just as the car pulled away, the door flapping about as Aiden revved through the gears. Gemma reached for it, almost falling out, but finally got it closed before flopping back in her seat. With shaking hands, she buckled up her seatbelt.
"Jesus Christ, Aiden! Would you mind telling me what the fuck is going on?" she screamed. "Why are you so bloody angry about a meal out? I thought it would be nice. And wait, you missed the turning. The town center and restaurant are back that way."
Sweating and anxious, she pointed behind them. "I'm not going to any restaurant," Aiden spat, pushing the car to its limits, even in the 30 zone. "How dare you cause a scene at my sister's house?"
"But you caused the scene,"
Gemma shouted, though quickly realized she wouldn't get anywhere arguing with him. She took a breath. "Look, just tell me where we're going," she asked, toning down her voice now that she realized the full extent of his anger. She had no idea why he was in such a rage. Worryingly, they seemed to be heading out of town, with Aiden falling silent as he stared at the road ahead. She was suddenly reminded of when he'd taken her to the caravan for the first time last year, when he'd driven her into the woods. "Are you scared yet?" She still had bad dreams about that. "Look, just turn round and go back into town," she pleaded, hating that they were heading down a dark country road. "We can talk about this over dinner, and please, for God's sake, slow down or you're going to kill someone." But Aiden didn't say a word. He just gripped the wheel and kept on driving.
Chapter 40.
Doug slept in Tom's room last night. The way he took his pillows off our bed, wearing his pajamas as he silently left our room, made me so sad. He was quite clear that he didn't want to sleep anywhere near me. So with Rich currently in the spare room, it was either our son's room or the sofa. "Sorry you've got a bad back, Mom," Tom said in the kitchen earlier this morning as I was feeding Max. "Dad said you needed the bed to yourself when he crept into my room last night." I nodded and gave him a smile, hoping he wouldn't ask any questions. It was more likely that Doug would have the bad back now, after a night on the thin camp bed mattress.
"Don't know how you sleep next to him normally, though," Tom added with a laugh. "He snores like a steam train." "Oh, yeah," I laughed in reply. "Years of practice. I didn't sleep well with the silence, to be honest. Though that wasn't the real reason I lay awake most of the night. I was thinking about the best way to regain Doug's trust. Later, when Doug has taken Rich to the doctor, then on to grab a few clothes from his house, a text comes in from Chloe at school. Thankfully, Aiden headed off in his car first thing, so at least I don't have to worry about seeing him right now. I read my daughter's message. "Emergency, Mum. Left my photography portfolio at home. Gregson will go nuts this afternoon if I don't have it. In Dad's studio somewhere. Brown folder with my name on. Can you bring it in? Please?" And then she's added a row of praying hand emojis plus lots of hearts. I sigh. The twins are the only good thing left in my life, and I don't want to let my daughter down. I know how much it means for her to do well in her A-level, and she's been working on this assignment for weeks. Her project is called Lost, and she's been scouring charity shops for old cameras with forgotten films still left inside that people have donated. The rolls has been a bit hit and miss, but she's come across some real gems: personal portraits, family holidays, and landscapes.
Each time she's publicized her findings on a local Facebook group in case the owner recognizes their photos and can be reunited with them. I'd hate for her to lose marks for not having the final images she was developing over the weekend. Sure thing, I text back. Shall I leave folder with school office? Kiss, kiss. Almost immediately, I get a thumbs up emoji back, so I grab my house keys and head out the front to open the garage. I could get into the studio round the back, through the locked door from inside the annex, but Doug has the key for that route. I don't want to get caught in there again or be accused of snooping through Aiden's stuff. Brown folder, I say, once I'm in the studio, a space about 10 feet by 12 that Doug converted at the back of the garage. I flick on the light, smiling at the strings of prints pegged up above the cluttered workbench along one side. He's old school and often likes to use his 35mm Nikon, preferring it to his digital camera. I've lost count of the number of Saturday evenings Chloe and Doug have spent out here, poring over negatives and contact sheets, turning them into beautiful prints. Like her dad, Chloe wants to make photography her career. Then I spot it. Lying at one end of the work area, poking out from beneath a stack of other photos and folders that seem to be countryside and wildlife shots. I smile, knowing Doug likes to take photos that are a little less ordinary. A photo of a tree won't just be a tree. Rather, it'll be a black and white study of the bark's texture, the lens pointing up into the branches with a moody sky behind. And similarly, his portraits are natural and spontaneous, capturing unexpected moments in time rather than stiff and posed face-on shots. I pull the brown folder from under the stack, seeing Chloe's name written on it, but accidentally knock a couple of other folders onto the floor. Damn, I mutter, as a load of pictures spill out and skid across the floor. I get down on my knees to pick them up. Most are only small, about the size of a postcard. Oh, wait. Oh my God. Some are postcards, 3 in total, and they all have the same image on the front. Foxmere Lake. The exact same image as the postcards I found in the shop, in Mum's bag, and attached to the white lilies. A chill cuts through me. I turn each one over, reading the words on the back. Watching you is written on one, printed in the same plain handwriting as the others. You'll pay is written on the next. I know what you did is printed on the third.
Oh, Christ, no, I whisper, glancing at the door to make sure no one's coming. Poor Doug. He's been receiving the postcards too, and he hasn't breathed a word. Then it strikes me. Were they meant for me, and he intercepted them to stop me getting upset? Or were they intended for him? I rack my brains. Who the hell is doing this to us? There's no date on the cards, so I've no idea when, or even how, they arrived. It can't have been in the regular mail, as there's no stamp or postmark. I take a deep breath, unsure what to do, deciding that putting them back exactly where I found them is best for now. Doug has enough on his plate with Rich and our troubles, without me mentioning this. Then it dawns on me. I turn over the last postcard again, reading the words. Didn't Mum say the same thing before I left her house the other day? I know what you did? And the postcard in her bag. Maybe it wasn't sent to her. Rather, she'd written it ready to send to me. I turn the cards over again, looking at the handwriting, supposing she could have disguised it. Another chill sweeps through me. But why would Mum do such a cruel thing? I hear a car pull onto the drive. Doug is back. He won't mind me being in the studio fetching Chloe's photos, but he will mind me snooping through his other stuff. Catching me being nosy twice wouldn't go down well, and I really need to stay in my husband's good books if there's to be a chance of him forgiving me. I quickly shove the postcards back in the pile of photos and turn off the light before joining him on the drive. Hey, I say to Doug and Rich. My brother-in-law pulls a small hold-all from the back seat.
Just went to get some stuff, he says. Thanks for letting me stay, Jem.
I go and give him a quick hug,
keeping my eye on Doug as I do. But Doug doesn't look at me. Instead, he goes to close the garage door. "Find what you need in there?" he asks, locking up with his own key, while giving me a look that breaks my heart in two. I've never seen him so sad or betrayed or worn out. How can one glance say so much? I raise the folder and nod. Chloe left her photography project at home. I'm going to drop it off at school. I won't be long. And after ducking back into the house, shoving the folder in my bag, I sling on a jacket, grab my keys, and go outside again. But Doug catches my arm as I'm about to get in my car. "I'll see you in a moment, Rich," he calls out to his brother as he heads inside, before looking back at me. The expression on his face is nothing like I've ever seen before. His eyes are cold and empty, filled with disappointment and confusion. It's the words that come out of his mouth that turn me to stone. "Gemma, I can't do this anymore. I think we should separate for a while."
Chapter 41. Wait, Doug, no! I close the car door again, leaning back against it. This can't be happening. I know lying about open door was a terrible thing to do. God, believe me, if I could take time back, I would. I clutch my forehead in desperation. But I wanted to stay well for you, protect you from my problems. I swear on my life that I always meant to tell you, but I was too ashamed and—
"Gemma, stop," Doug says calmly, which is almost more chilling than if he'd lost his temper. "You don't get to decide what happens now. You betrayed my trust. You betrayed our children's trust." He looks so hurt. "Doug, please." His fingers press into my arm. This is so unlike him, and I can't help wondering if Aiden has fueled this sudden turn. I shake my head, at a loss for words. Though I need to say something, prove I'll do anything to fix this. Look, why don't you just go away for a day or two instead? Give yourself time to think. And what do you reckon I'd be thinking about? I think hard, desperate to come up with an answer that will make him feel even a tiny bit better. But my mind is blank. Instead, he answers for me. "I'd be wondering what you were getting up to while I was away. That's what, Gemma." He lets go of me, shoving me away. I glance over to the house, spotting Rich stepping back from the window. Believe Doug just put his hands on me, though I probably deserved it. I'm left questioning every single thing you've ever told me, and also wondering about the things you haven't told me. I'm sorry, but I need longer than a couple of days to process this, Gemma. He folds his arms, standing with his legs apart, his shoulders broad. I nod vigorously. God, yes, I totally understand that. Really, I do. But surely we don't have to separate. My stomach churns as I look up at him, hating that I've hurt him so much. It nearly kills me when I realize he's serious, that he really does want us to split up. I've never wanted a drink more than I do right now. Whatever it takes to make this right, Doug. I promise. Then you won't mind me asking about your relationship with Grant, will you? The world swims in and out of focus as Doug's words ricochet around my head. I grab onto the car. Somehow I open the door and drop down onto the driver's seat before my knees buckle. When I don't immediately reply, Doug glares down at me, disgust written all over his face, before striding off inside. No words needed to express what he thinks of me. He slams the front door behind him, a pitiful groan, resting my forehead on the steering wheel, wondering how the hell I'm going to put things right, though I'm scared the damage already done is permanent, a scar that can't be healed. Reluctantly, I take a deep breath and start the car. If nothing else, I can make sure my daughter gets her photographs for her lesson this afternoon. I glance at my bag on the passenger seat with the folder sticking out, trying not to think about the vodka in the glove box. I put the car into reverse and edge back towards the gate. Perhaps the journey will clear my head,
Perhaps I'll hit a tree at 80 miles an hour and be put out of my misery.
Perhaps... Oh! I jam on the brakes, my head thwacking back against the headrest as I narrowly miss a car pulling in through our gateway. Then I see it's Aiden's car, and he's making no move to reverse out. Rather, he's flicking his hand at me, gesturing that I should be the one to drive back in. On my drive! Twisting round, I see his face leering at me. I can't help it. I've had enough. I get out just at the same time as it dawns on me what I'm going to do. What I need to do if I ever want to make things right with Doug. Maybe it's because Aiden is blocking the way out of my house, and Doug is effectively blocking my way into it. But for a moment, I'm frozen on the drive, standing in the no-man's land of my life. I'm not inside, and I've nowhere to go outside. It's extreme, but if I'm to be here for my kids in some capacity at least, to support them into adulthood like they deserve, then I must take back control. And there's only one way to do that. There's no place in my life for secrets and lies anymore. I stride over to where Aiden has stopped in the gateway, praying that Doug isn't watching from the house. The world seems to fall silent, the calm before the storm. My mind is made up. Only way I'm ever going to get my husband's trust back. It's time to come clean. Time to tell my truth. I'm not doing this anymore, I say quite calmly through Aiden's open window. When he says nothing, I continue. I refuse to live under a cloud of lies, pretending what we did never happened. As long as we keep our little secret, I'll never be able to move on. Shut up, you stupid. I know the woman we buried was your wife, I blurt out, instantly regretting it. I glance back towards the house. I don't think Doug can see Aiden's car from this angle. I'm going to the police to confess. For a split second, Aiden looks stunned, but then his expression turns thunderous, veins bulging at his temples. He goes to open the car door, but I immediately shove it closed again, pressing my full weight against it. No more secrets, Aiden. He sits there, frozen, biting his lower lip, staring down at the ground beyond me, no doubt working out a way to dissuade me. I'm not giving him that luxury. I know she was called Laura, and I know that you had a child together. You had a family, a home, a bloody dog, the whole works, for God's sake. You lied to me from the minute we met. Gemma, stop. How could you? You didn't even shed a tear. You dumped her in that grave without a flicker of remorse. Does that? I feel sick as everything spews out, but I need to take my power back. You were cheating on the poor woman, then dragged me into your lies, and you're right. He interrupts, sounding scarily calm as he looks up at me, his expression blank. It was Laura we hit that night. Another pause as he thinks. And yes, she was my wife. I panicked and He shakes his head, almost sounding resigned. He closes his eyes for a moment, and then I see it, finally. A wave of sadness, remorse, guilt. Emotions I've never witnessed in him before, written all over his face. But then, how do I know if he's being genuine? I can't trust anything the man says or does. I don't know why I did it, he continues. When I saw who we'd hit, I was frozen from shock, literally paralyzed and hardly able to breathe. I was younger then, stupid and irresponsible. And of course, you were right. We should have called the police and an ambulance, done the right thing. But I was scared, Gemma. Scared witless about what would happen to us. Another sigh and pause. As for the lies, truth was, I wanted both of you. But because of my actions, I lost both of you. I've never forgiven myself for the terrible things I did, for involving you in my mess, for lying to you and Laura. Another heavy sigh. For what it's worth, I agree with you. The past has finally caught up with us. Like me, he looks exhausted. Finally admitting the truth. Finally ready for this to be over. Thank God. Whatever else you think of me, Gemma, you've got to believe that killing Laura was an accident. I never meant to hurt her. The police, they're getting closer to finding out the truth. They've got a date and a cause of death, and your car is on their radar. Christ, they've already questioned both of us. He takes a deep breath, gripping the steering wheel as he bows his head. Then he looks up at me again. I don't think it'll be long before we're arrested and charged. I'm so sorry. To make this right, for us to get our stories straight, but I've made things worse. I've let you down again. I stare at him, getting a glimmer of the Aidan I once felt so attracted to. Compassionate, thoughtful, considering everything deeply. A mirage of who he really was. Right now, he looks and sounds as broken as me. It's really over, isn't it? He says in a resigned voice. I nod. Yes, it is. I can almost see his mind whirring, realizing that he's backed into a corner, that he can't stop me from doing what I should have done all along. I'm suddenly hit with the realization that he didn't have any power over me then, just as he doesn't now.
Control was all in my mind, born out of my own fears and insecurities. I'm going to the police, Aidan. I'm going to tell them everything. There's a chance the judge might take a full confession into consideration. The thought of a trial, barristers, a jury, the newspaper reports and publicity, all of it sends me cold with fear. Though it doesn't feel as bad as having my husband think of me as a liar forevermore. If I'm going to lose my family anyway, then I don't want it to be for the wrong reasons. It might as well be because of the truth. I peer round the hedge at the house again, praying Doug doesn't come out.
Then, to my surprise, Aidan nods. Okay, he says resignedly, thoughtfully. Okay. But look, I think we should do this together. It'll carry more gravity that way. And don't worry, I'll be totally honest. I'll tell them I was behind the wheel, that it was me who convinced you not to report the accident. I'll take full responsibility. If you want, I'll even drive us to the station now. Best to get it over with. This catches me off guard. I thought he'd beg me to reconsider or blackmail me into changing my mind. Instead, he's agreeing with me. Though nothing on this earth will make me get in his car. No, I'm going alone, if you want, but I'm taking my car. I glance over to the house again, seeing more movement from inside the living room. Someone is looking out, but from this distance I can't tell if it's Doug or his brother. If Doug sees me out here talking to Aidan, he's going to get the wrong end of the stick. And I don't want him to think we're colluding. I know that confessing to the police will lead to everything coming out anyway, but at least it'll be on my terms. Reverse back and let me get my car out, I say, sensing I don't have long. Doug will be watching me like a hawk. I need to take something to Chloe at school first. After that, I'm going to the police station. Unbelievably, Aidan nods. Sure, that's no problem, he says. We can go to your daughter's school first. But I'm not sure you understand, Gemma. We'll be going to the police station together, okay? Truth is, I'm relieved you've made this decision. But I want to make sure I get my side of the story out too. Put it this way. You wouldn't want me to go inside your house and tell Doug everything right now, would you? Without you there? Tell him all about us, our affair? He's already nicely suspicious. He stares at me. Like I said, get in my car, Gemma. He leans over and opens the passenger door just as I spot Doug at the front window through a gap in the hedge. "No way," I say, not trusting him an inch. I rush back to my car, hoping he'll get out of the way once I start reversing. But before I even get in the driver's seat, I see Doug peeling back the blinds at the front window, scowling and wondering what I'm doing out here. When I look behind me, Aidan is out of his car and walking towards the front door, shaking his head slowly as he glares at me. "No, no, no." "Last chance, Gemma," he says as he passes me. "Or Doug finds out the hard way." Okay, stop," I hiss, not wanting to shout. "I'll come with you." I know I'm going to regret this. But for now, I have no choice. I have to trust him. I can't have Doug finding out the truth like this, not with Rich grieving in there, and not after what Doug just implied about an affair with Grant. It would be the final nail in our marital coffin. I grab my bag and Chloe's photos from my car, giving another quick glance back at the house. I've no idea if Doug saw or heard anything, but it makes me hurry back to Aidan's car and, reluctantly, I get in.
Chapter 42. Turn right at the next lights, I tell Aidan a couple of minutes later in case he's not sure of the way to the school. My bag is on my lap with Chloe's photo safely inside, and I'm gripping my phone in my hand just in case Doug calls. I'm praying he'll beg me to come home, tell me that he didn't mean all those things, say that we can work this out, get therapy, take a holiday, talk everything over, do whatever it takes. But my phone doesn't ring. As long as Aidan keeps his word, then I'll soon be walking into the police station, and my freedom will be gone, my life changed forever. Either way, with me as his passenger, beholden to him, my life has changed. I'm at his mercy. Part of me wants to rush into the school, grab Tom and Chloe out of their lessons and run away with them, somewhere we can all be safe. A caravan by the sea, a log cabin in Scotland. But I know that's not possible. They're 17. They have their whole lives ahead of them. They don't want to be living as fugitives with their mother. "Wait, no, turn right up here," I say, suddenly realizing that Aidan is in the wrong lane. "You need to be over there." I glance round, seeing a car beside us. "Can you pull over?" Aidan doesn't speak but slows to a stop at the red traffic lights. "Aidan, we're in the wrong lane for the high school. Did you hear me? You need to turn right." I stare at him, but he keeps his gaze fixed ahead. "I mean, you could go straight on, but it will take much longer." I try to stay calm, but his silence is unnerving me, especially blackmailing me to get me in his car. I glance at the door handle, wondering if I should get out and walk the rest of the way. Do I risk Aidan turning back and telling Doug everything? "Change of plan," I say. "I think I'll walk to the school from here. I won't go into the police station without you." I unclip my seatbelt and reach for the door handle. But before I can open it, the lights change to green, and Aidan drives off, accelerating hard. Still, he says nothing. "We're going the wrong way. Will you pull over and let me out, please?" I glance across at him. "There's a bus stop ahead, look. Drop me off there, would you? There's a quicker way to Chloe's school and—" When he fails to stop, when he doesn't say a single word, when I see his knuckles turn white from gripping the wheel, it finally dawns on me that I'm in trouble. God, I'm so stupid. I should never have believed him and got in the car. But he left me with no choice. "Look, will you please stop?" I say, my voice wavering as I put my seatbelt back on. "I want to get out." "I feel sick. I'm going to throw up." My theory is that he won't want vomit all over his car and will let me out. But even that doesn't seem to stop him as he pushes through the gears,
nudging over the speed limit. "If you don't want to go to the police station anymore, we can stop and talk about it instead." Perhaps he's got cold feet about confessing, and this will appease him. But still he remains silent, speeding towards the edge of town. This route suddenly feels all too familiar. We're heading towards Foxmere Country Park, and the spot where Laura Ellis was killed.
"Aiden, for God's sake, where are you going?" He's doing at least 55, maybe 60 miles per hour. Way too dangerous for a 40 zone. "Slow down, please. Let's just stop and talk. I know you're upset. It's a stressful time." I really do feel sick now as the houses on the edge of town finally give way to the countryside. "Why don't we go somewhere to chat? Think this through. We don't have to go to the police if you don't want to. Everything's so shit right now and—" I hesitate as Aiden briefly looks round, his face completely blank. He looks dead behind his eyes.
"Please let me take Chloe's photos to her at school." Aiden turns back to the road again, flinging the wheel to the left as the sharp bend catches him out. I'm about to remind him that the speed camera is just up ahead in case that makes him slow down, but keep quiet. If he's going to murder me, bury me in some remote spot like he did with his wife, then it's best there's some kind of trail for the police to find. Oh God, what am I going to do? How do I get out of this? I might never see my kids or Doug again. I stifle the terrified sob in my throat, covering my face as Aiden pushes the car even faster along the country lanes. It's the same route we took that night. The night when I left the restaurant and went to his house on Adkins Road. A house I knew nothing about. A house that he lived in with his wife. A family home with a child and a dog. All the alcohol in the world won't take away the guilt that's eating me up. Suddenly, the bright yellow speed camera whizzes past in a blur. I've no idea if it's working these days. And a few moments later, we're at the turning for Foxmere Country Park. My mind is filled with images of us stuffing Laura Ellis's body into the boot of my car, the rain sheeting down, him in his tartan slippers, me in my white trainers and little black dress, mud all over me by the time we finished. Where are we going? I dare to ask, when, unexpectedly, he drives past the Foxmere turning. Still, he says nothing. It's only when he's turned off down a country lane, speeding along the single track for another mile or two, jamming on the brakes just before pulling into a gateway, that he finally speaks. The muscles stand proud on his forearms as he grips the wheel, the engine growling in the background. His face is ruddy and angry as he stares at me, seething. "Are you scared yet?" he asks, sneering. He produces something from the side pocket of the door, a knife. He flicks it open and jabs it at me. "Stay here. If you move, you find out what this feels like." Then he gets out of the car and drags open the 5-bar gate leading to a track and fields beyond. "Oh my God, the caravan," I whisper, suddenly realizing where we are. My hand comes up to my mouth. I can't let him see how afraid I am. Coming here only ever meant one thing to Aiden. Dear God, please no. "Good girl," he says, smirking as he gets back in the car. "Might be a bit bumpy," he adds, "if you remember." My thoughts are spinning, the memories so real. I'm struggling to work out what was then and what is now. Panic builds inside me, just like it did all those years ago. Instead of a perfect proposal, as I'd planned, I'd ended up helping Aiden bury his wife. But there's something else from that night that I've never been able to remember fully. It could have been the shock of what happened, the trauma, the alcohol. The truth was lost, and a more bearable version formed instead. A reality that was easier to deal with. Why are we here? I try to sound calm, even though I'm far from that. I need to drop the photos off at... Shut up about the fucking photos, Aiden says.
We're not going to the school. Your daughter shouldn't have been so forgetful, unlike her mother.
He looks at me and laughs. What? Aiden, please don't. Look, just let me out. I'll walk back. Stop the car, for God's sake, and let me go. But the woods are approaching, and I know he has no intention of letting me out. He's taking me to the caravan, and I have no choice in the matter. He's way stronger than me. A moment later, we're driving between the trees, the car bumping and lurching as it goes over ruts and holes. Suddenly, everything gets darker as we go deeper into the woods. Another minute or two, and we're in the first clearing, and through the trees, I see it. The old caravan in the clearing beyond, still covered in brambles and moss and lichen and even more rust. It's mostly hidden by the undergrowth now, and its windows have been boarded up from the outside with metal grills. My little home away from home, Aiden announces, giving me a wink. You're disgusting.
I had no idea you were cheating on your poor wife when we came here. He gets out of the car and comes round to my side, opening the door. Get out, he orders. Then he holds out his hand to me. Phone. What? Give me your phone. No way! Why do you... I freeze as he raises the knife again. Phone. Now. Reluctantly, I hand it over. Seeing the blackness in his eyes, I'm certain he'd use it if pushed. Let's go inside, shall we? No candles or picnic this time, I'm afraid. Aiden grabs me by the arm and drags me through the undergrowth towards the caravan, me stumbling along beside him. The ground is uneven and choked with brambles and weeds.
He fishes a key from his pocket and shoves it in the old lock, the lock that looks as though it's not long been oiled. He's been here recently. Was he planning this all along? Whatever this is? Ladies first, he says with a smirk, shoving me up the step and into the darkness of the interior. The smell hits me first, the stink of mold mixed with something else vile that makes me want to gag. It's like there are 20 dead rats rotting in here. I jump as Aiden slams the door closed, sealing us in. Now, isn't this nice and cozy? He says, shoving me further inside. He puts the torch on his phone and shines it around, the glare making it seem like a macabre murder scene from a crime documentary. And right now, I'm terrified that the dead body is about to be mine.
Chapter 43.
You really thought I was going to the police to confess? Aiden presses down on my shoulder, forcing me to sit. Throw my entire life away to save your pathetic, guilty conscience? I don't know, I stutter, obeying him by dropping down onto the narrow bench seat. The foam cushion feels damp, and a moldy smell wafts up. If you don't want to, it's fine. The police don't have much to go on anyway. I'm trying not to shake. And about Sandy? Don't worry. You can trust me to keep quiet. No one even knows I was in her flat. You can thank me for getting rid of evidence that would have incriminated you. Incriminated me? Aiden replies, one corner of his mouth lifting. Right. Look, just tell me why you've brought me here. If he was going to kill me, then surely he'd just get on with it. Aiden was never one for wasting time. Doug was expecting me home. He'll have raised the alarm by now. I doubt it. Aiden laughs, shaking his head. Surprisingly, he sits down next to me. I brought you here to have a little think. Think about what? The only thing I want to think about right now is... Truth is, I have no idea what to think. Maybe confessing to the police was a stupid idea. I was probably kidding myself that a judge would be more lenient if we turned ourselves in. The only thing I actually want to do right now is to take time back. 2 weeks would be a good start. No, scratch that. 21 years would solve all my problems. I'd make sure I never set foot inside the Swan pub with its charity auction. Then Luke flashes through my mind, making me so sad that we lost touch. His wasn't the only friendship that suffered thanks to everything that happened. I wish we'd gone somewhere else for a drink that night. Then I'd have never even met Aiden Bloody Black. You're a loose cannon right now, Gemma, and I can't risk you ruining everything. Think of this as me doing you a favor. Your future self will thank me.
I doubt that very much, I reply.
I am my future self from way back, and I can assure you, I'm not thanking you for anything.
Don't be like that.
He reaches out and strokes my cheek with his finger. You always were hot-headed and tetchy. He laughs, shaking his head. It's what I liked about you. You were different to all the others. And your kids, they're a chip off the old block, eh? Especially your daughter. You should have seen her behind the wheel the other day. Very feisty. Leave my kids out of this, I spit, batting his hand away from my face. Be a shame if anything happened to them, right? Maybe I'll drop by their school later, see if they want to come out driving with me.
What do you... I can't help myself. I leap up and swing my arm back, aiming my fist at his face. But before I connect with his jaw, he stands and grabs my wrist, jamming it down between us. Then he yanks me close.
Stop it.
He glares at me, our faces inches apart.
This isn't a game, Gemma. I am not going to prison because of you. I will not let you destroy my life.
Why not? You destroyed mine. I pant out erratic, angry breaths. How the hell am I going to get out of here? I look around. The windows are boarded up on the outside, so I won't be getting out that way. Aiden shoves me back down on the bench seat.
You're going to stay here like a good girl.
He looms over me.
Calm down and come to your senses about going to the police. I might let you out. But also, I might not. He pulls the knife from his back pocket. In which case, you won't be leaving the woods. Ever. Aiden turns to go, taking the caravan key from his other pocket. Knowing I won't get another chance, I stand up again, edging towards him, my eyes flashing to the door. I brace my hands in front of me in case he lashes out. You're a coward. How could you do something like that to your wife? You treated her like roadkill. And I know you're not a barrister either. I can't help myself. He's going to murder me anyway. I know too much about him.
Police are getting closer to us every day. And just like Laura was to Aiden, I'm another bit of annoying evidence to be got rid of. You disgust me. You took advantage of me when I was young and naive. I had no idea about people like you, how manipulative you were, the games you played. You led me on. You lied to me about everything. You didn't live on a farm, and your parents certainly weren't landowners. You leave my parents out of this, he booms, making me realize I've hit a raw nerve. His eyes flare to black, and I'm certain he's about to go for me. But he holds his ground, clenching his fists by his side, his face red and seething. I bet you shoveled pig shit just to earn a few quid, deluding yourself that you were the fucking landed gentry. You're a charlatan, and I hate you. I hurl myself at him, flying across the 3 feet between us, flinging him against the sink unit. His head whips back against a wall cupboard, making a cracking sound. He yells out in pain, but my attack is short-lived, as lightning fast, he regains his balance and grabs me by the arms, shoving me away. I stumble backwards, tripping on something, before falling back down onto the bench seat a few paces behind me. Short, sharp breaths burn my chest as I pant frantically, staring up at him with my hair stuck all over my face and mouth. Get out of the way, staring up at him. Was anything you ever said true? I hiss, shaking and hardly able to contain myself. Aiden pauses, the depths of his black eyes drawing me in,
before he gives a single shake of his head. "Not really," he says, pushing open the door to outside. My eyes flick to the woods beyond, and I get a waft of fresh air. I'm so tempted to make a dash for it, but there's no way I'd make it past him. He's filling the space entirely. And then, leaving me stunned and unable to move even if I wanted to, Aiden steps out of the caravan, closes the door, and locks it from the outside. Fuck. I rush over, banging it with my fists, turning the catch and kicking it, but it's surprisingly sturdy. "Let me out, you bastard!" I yell until my voice is hoarse. Aiden has other plans for me, and none of them include my freedom. A moment later, I hear his car start up and drive off, leaving me alone in the dilapidated caravan. I flop back down onto the bench seat, dropping my head into my hands, shaking and groaning. He had no intention of going to the police with me. After all this time, I've learned nothing. At least I still have Chloe's folder safe, I think, spotting my bag where I dropped it. I sit up and stretch out my legs, wishing I had my phone. I have no way of calling for help. Porch either. With the windows all boarded up, it's half dark in here already, and will be pitch black come nightfall. I get up and pull back the bit of fabric hanging at one of the windows, but it crumbles and tears in my hands, falling away from the grimy glass. It does let in a bit of extra light, so I pull down the other curtains, making myself cough from the dust. Then I notice the window catches at the bottom of each pane, a metal clip that, when open, would allow the window to tilt outward, but of course they're rusted and stuck fast. Even if they did open, the metal grills are securely attached the other side of the glass. Bottom of the window a few good shoves, climbing up on the bench and kicking hard with my trainer to make certain. But apart from jarring my knee and hurting my hand, none of the windows budge. "Fuck!" I cry, knowing no one will hear me. "Fucking bastard!" I kick a tall plywood cupboard with an old full-length mirror attached to the front, instantly cracking the glass. Oh, great. 7 years of bad luck. If I'm even alive for the next 7 years, I think sourly, there must be something in here that I can use to break out. Something with some weight to it. Something to smash through the grills or break the door lock. I fling open the cupboards and storage lockers, but apart from a few old packets of food, some crockery, some mildewy clothing, and various other bits of rubbish, there's nothing of use. Despairing, I drop back down onto the bench seat, instantly hearing a cracking sound beneath me, as if something has splintered. I get up and lift the filthy foam cushion, chucking it onto the floor. I remember now. There's storage under here, I say, trying to lift the wooden lid of the bench. It's where Aiden kept our sleeping bags and blankets. It's stiff at first, the wood swollen and warped from the damp, but eventually I get one of the seat compartments open. Apart from a couple of moldy blankets and a lot of rat or mouse droppings, there's nothing much to see. It's the same in the other 2 lockers, but in the third, I spot something else, something that makes me catch my breath. 3 unopened bottles of Scotch whiskey are hidden under the bench, the remains of Aiden's secret stash from long ago. I reach in and take one out, feeling the weight of it in my hand. It's dusty, and the label is peeling, but the seal is still intact. It could be a useful weapon in case Aiden comes back, but if I try to smash the windows with it, it'll just shatter in my face. I flop back down onto one of the closed benches, holding the bottle on my lap, staring down at it like I'm cradling my firstborn child. And then, of course, I'm thinking about Tom and Chloe. Tom was born 20 minutes ahead of his sister, so is technically my firstborn. And then Doug is on my mind, and how I just want to be held by him, for him to forgive me, for everything to go back to how it was. After that, the tears come as I think of what I'm about to lose, my entire life destroyed because of Aiden. Even if I do somehow make it out of this caravan and the woods alive, without knowing the full truth, my family will hate me, despise me for my lies, for everything I did. Seems like ages I sit there, perched on the hard wooden bench, tears streaming down my face, my back hunched and my shoulders bent forward as I cry it all out, sobbing out my soul until my head throbs, until past memories churn up and rampage through my mind, until I can't stand to be in my own skin, until I lift the bottle from my lap, until I grip the cap and twist it, until I hear the satisfying crack, until I smell the first whiskey fumes wafting up, until I bring the bottle to my lips, until I close my eyes and tip back my head, until I take those first few sweet, blissful, heavenly, throat-searing sips, until all my problems are solved, until all my memories are gone.
Chapter 44. Drink.
God. Oh, God. This is what it's all about. This is where I need to be. Fuck yes. Finally. Finally, my shoulders relax, and my insides loosen, and my mind lets go, and my brain says, fuck it. Fuck everything. And I'm not even crying anymore. Ha! Fuck it all. Fuck it to hell and back, because I do not care. I drink more. I do not care. More and more I drink. Leaning back against the damp wall of the caravan, drawing my feet up, hugging my legs close, I let the liquid pour into my mouth. Eyes closed. I grip the bottle as if it's my lifeline, my life jacket, my life raft. I laugh. More of a snort, really. I'm all at sea. God, my head feels good. Finna fucking alley. Alley. My mind feels free. Another swig, the liquid glugging. To you, Aiden. Thank you from the bottom of my fucking heart for this. I'm telling you, this was a treat. A nice little gift left for future me. I'm thanking the past you. I raise the bottle in the air as my head swims with wild images. Us sweaty from sex, the air thick with desire, candles burning, passing the whiskey between us, my heart singing with love for him. Did he ever love me back? Of course he didn't. Another swig. Fucker. I get up and walk a few steps, staggering and stumbling sideways against the kitchen sink. Then I burst out laughing and lean forward on the unit, propping myself up. What was I about to do? I say, frowning, forgetting what I even stood up for. Then I spot the caravan door. I go over and hammer on it. Aiden, let me out. I know what you're doing. If you ever really loved me, you'd let me out, you fucking fucker. Then I burst out laughing again, hands on knees, bent double. Then I burst into tears. I stumble backwards, catching sight of myself in the mirror. My reflection is grimy and cracked, and I'm not sure if that's really me, or if it's because the glass is filthy and broken, or if I'm seeing things because of the whiskey. My face is puffy and swollen, black streaks of mascara running down my cheeks. My hair is a mess, and I'm scruffy and unkempt in my old jeans and zip-up hoodie. Nothing like the stylish owner of Clover that I remember from not so long ago. Nothing like the competent and happy mum and wife and daughter. He never loved you. I whisper to my reflection, a reflection that's not even me anymore. He never once said the words. Another swig. And you know what? I don't care. I hiccup, blinking a couple of times, trying to make sense of what I'm seeing. Is that really my reflection? It is, but then it also isn't. I'm blurring and changing, my hair getting longer, my body slimmer, my face more youthful. I reach out to touch my cheek. Oh my God, I say, bringing the bottle to my lips and grinning as I glug more whiskey. Hello, you, I say, squinting at my younger self. I mean, I know my vision is a bit blurry and I'm the most fucking chilled I've been in a long time,
Okay, pissed. And you know what? You know what? I say, jabbing a finger at the mirror as if I'm slurring at someone in the pub. You're all right, you are. You're fit, you're a young hottie. I cackle with laughter, finding it hilarious that a younger version of myself is staring back at me. But the laughter soon falls away as my reflection changes again, morphs from that sweet, innocent girl, the carefree young woman who never dared say boo to anyone when she was growing up, who always did as she was told, who was scared of her own shadow. Well, look now. She's changing. She's changed. Changed in one night. And there she is, in her little black dress and her white trainers and her grubby, muddy knees, a terrified expression on her face, blood on her hands. Oh, you poor thing, I say, squinting and frowning at myself. It's getting dark outside now, and the light is going. The mirror is smeary, and her reflection isn't clear. An unsteady step closer, holding out my free hand to her, taking another glug of whiskey. Fuck it, might as well die happy. Are you okay? I ask, but I can see she's not. Far from it. She's soaking wet, standing... Oh my God, she's standing on the roadside, sobbing, looking down at something. And she's with someone. A man. I can hear them arguing, but their voices sound weird, as though they're talking in another language. I can't make out their words. I frown, leaning forward as I stare into the mirror, my palm against the glass, supporting myself as I sway. But I'm transfixed, watching them as they're suddenly in a car, him driving, her crying and shouting and getting upset, screaming at him to stop. I gasp, jolting as if I'm in a bad dream I can't wake up from. I'm aware of the bottle between my lips, the whiskey searing straight into my heart. But it's like I'm in the car with them. Then suddenly they're in the woods. Everything's jumbled up and out of order, the dark woods with the rain coming down, pattering through the leaves. There's mud and sweat and digging and sobbing, and the man's barking something at her and she's crying. God, now she's on her hands and knees in the mud, sobbing her heart out, begging him. We need to call the police. Please, Aiden, let me. Wait, look, I whisper, transfixed. I stagger sideways, grabbing onto the caravan wall for support, watching the reel play out. I don't know if it's in the mirror, or in my mind, or if I'm going mad. Or maybe Aiden has killed me already, and this is what hell feels like. I watch as they walk back through the woods, her stumbling, trying to grab onto him as he strides off ahead. But then they both stop dead, terrified expressions on their faces. They look around, huddling together as if someone else is there. Did you hear that? The girl says. The man nods. Wait, get down. They listen out, crouching as they creep through the undergrowth, getting a better view of the car park. I know that place, I whisper, staring into the mirror. It's the car park at Foxmere. The same spot where I found the police cordon and officers on guard the other day. What have they seen? I say, riveted by what I'm witnessing. The pair are hiding at the edge of the car park, covered in mud and blood. They're breathing fast and shallow, their limbs trembling as they spot the shadow of someone getting into a car. I lean forward, watching the scene unfold as if I'm crouching right behind them, peering over their shoulders. Wait until it's clear. The man says in a low voice, cursing under his breath. Do you think they saw us? The girl asks, pure fear in her voice. No, I don't think so. It was just a night fisherman. You get them all the time round here. I saw some kit. The girl nods, reaching out to grab him as the taillights of the car come on, their faces glowing red, then the white reversing light as it pulls out of its space, and finally, the car drives away. The couple exhales and creeps forward, stepping out into the open. I gasp, suddenly jolting awake.
What happened? I clutch my head. Where am I? I'm on the floor. Something wet on my chest. When I look down at my front, there's an empty bottle lying on top of me, the remains of its contents spilled out. I try to haul myself up, but it's hard. I'm wedged in somewhere. There's a broken mirror on the cupboard above me. God, I'm going to puke.
I turn my head sideways and throw up. Several belly-crunching retches followed by a gallon of greeny-brown vomit that stinks of booze. I wipe my mouth on my sleeve, gasping, feeling dreadful as I hoist myself up. Serves you right, a voice inside me says. But I don't care about that right now, or how grim I feel. I'm more interested in the woman opposite me, the woman staring back at me from the dirty mirror. I kneel up, remembering where I am, remembering who she is. It's me, the broken woman in the broken mirror. Something about a young girl, the woods. But this woman is older again. She's mean now. And she's whispering something. Something the younger me said as she crept out of her hiding place and out into the car park. Work, brain, work. Shoot first, ask later. The woman in the mirror tells me softly, her lips barely moving. Yes, that's it. Shoot first, ask later. I repeat, nodding, echoing her as I reach out to touch her lips with my fingers. Then, as I connect with her, something unlocks in my brain. A memory filtering back, flooding my mind with color. A memory that changes everything.
Chapter 45. 29th February 2004.
Please, for God's sake, slow down. You're going to kill someone. Gemma begged, grabbing the door handle. Aiden, just tell me where we're going. But Aiden didn't say a word. He gripped the wheel and kept on driving. I booked a table at the Indian restaurant. I was waiting for you. There's champagne and music and candles and... Gemma trailed off, not sure she even had an appetite anymore. This suddenly seemed way more serious than saving the evening. This was about saving her life. The way he was driving, they'd end up in a ditch any moment. Look, let me out of the car, please. I feel sick. That was true, at least. While waiting for him, weren't far off coming back up with all these bends. Aiden remained silent, drove faster. The headlights lit up the road ahead, the rain sheeting sideways, the hedges whipping past in a blur. Another sharp bend and Gemma lurched to the left, grabbing the door. She felt so helpless, so terrified. She didn't understand why he was doing this. All she'd wanted was for them to have a lovely evening, for her to surprise him with a proposal. Something flicked inside her. A switch that released, maybe a chemical flooding her brain, or a newfound strength in her body. She wasn't sure. But something changed. The world around her glow red. Something that reminded her of long ago. Of how she felt when her father flew into one of his rages. Aiden, stop the car, now! She lunged at him, batting the side of his head and shoving him, knowing it was dangerous, that it could have them off the road, but she didn't care. There was another sharp bend coming up, and he wasn't listening to her. No one ever listened to her. She had to do something. She had to stop him. She had to be heard. I said, stop. Afterwards, Gemma never quite made the connection between the before and the after. Just that there was a before and after. Two distinct parts to her life. She was angry, scared, annoyed, frustrated, screaming at Aiden to stop, to turn back. And then, a second later, everything she'd ever known was gone, destroyed. A new reality dawning. Oh my God, oh my God, she remembered saying on repeat, screaming and crying and panicking and fumbling with her seatbelt a few seconds after the car had come to an abrupt stop. Aiden had jammed on the brakes,
Yes, she remembered that too. But he'd been too late. He'd not stopped in time. The road was wet. She'd been screaming, and the woman, she came out of nowhere, Gemma said, clutching her face as they stood either side of the unmoving body on the road, staring down at her.
God, Aiden, help! We've got to help her! She dropped to her knees, pawing at the woman who lay on her side, a puddle of dark blood quickly forming around her head. It was soon diluted by the rain. Help me turn her over! But Aiden just stood there, hands on hips, looking down. Even when Gemma managed to roll the woman onto her back, when her face stared blankly up at them, her woolly hat coming off her head, her eyes open and staring, he didn't say anything. Didn't even blink. What are we going to do? We have to call the police. An ambulance. Where's my phone? Gemma leapt to her feet, tripped, stumbled, ran to the car. As she leant in and grabbed her Nokia from her bag, she felt Aiden's grip on her upper arm, hauling her out again.
No, he said solemnly. No police.
What? But...
She's gone, Gemma. She's dead.
Gemma was silent, staring over Aiden's shoulder towards the front of the car. The wipers were still on, beating out the rhythm of what her life looked like now. Endless days in prison. The rain sparkling in the headlights. The river of blood. Suddenly there was a bark, a dog yapping nearby. Before either of them could say anything, a brown cockapoo had bounded up to the woman on the road, running around her and sniffing, whining and barking a couple more times. Then it ran over to the car door, barking up at Aiden, winding around his legs and yapping.
Shoo! Go away!
Aiden yelled, waving his arms, but the dog hung around. It's her dog, Aiden. Oh God, she must have been out on a walk. And in this terrible weather. We can't just leave her or the dog. We need to call for help. With shaking hands, Gemma fumbled with her phone, trying to dial the 3 9s, but Aiden grabbed it from her.
I said no. She's gone. It's not going to bring her back. The dog will be fine. Someone will pick it up and find its home.
He bent down and checked its collar. There's no tag or name or address, he said, stroking the poor creature when it wouldn't stop yapping. Think, Gemma. Use your brain. You've been drinking. I've been drinking. We've killed a woman. Wait, no, you killed a woman. You were driving. Oh, Gemma, you think the police will believe that? Your word over mine? I can smell the booze on you. What would the waiter who served you at the restaurant have to say in court, I wonder? It's your car, after all. But... Gemma's thoughts were fuzzy, and she didn't know if it was from the gins she'd had or the shock of what had just happened. She could barely even recall the drive here. The last few minutes were empty space in her mind. All she knew for certain was that there was a dead body on the road, and it was lying there because of them. What should we do then? She asked. Maybe Aiden was right. Maybe the police didn't need to be involved. No, that was a terrible thought. No way would she agree to that. We can't just leave her here. We have to call for help.
Her dog? No, you're right. Of course we can't just leave her, Aiden said. We need to move her. Put her somewhere safe where she can rest. Sleep peacefully. What do you think? He took Gemma's hand. She was shaking so much he could hardly keep a grip of it. And he led her round to the front of the car. No, you're mad. We can't do that. It's so wrong, she stuttered, shaking. We've got to call the police. They'll understand. They'll know it was an accident and... Gemma, stop. You're not thinking rationally. Do you want to ruin our entire lives? Look,
If it makes you feel better, we'll put the dog in the car, and I'll take it to the shelter, or the RSPCA. They'll find out where he lives. You'll be fine, won't you, boy? Aiden said, giving it another pat on the head when it followed him. But let's put the woman in the boot and take her somewhere quiet first. I know a nice spot. The rain will soon wash away the blood on the road. It's better than leaving her here. What do you say? Gemma stood shaking, her little black dress soaked through. Her makeup was streaming down her face from the rain and tears, and her hair was wet and matted. Herself, trembling uncontrollably as she stared down at the dead woman, wondering who she was, if she had a family who would miss her, if she'd had a happy life, what the dog's name was, and why she was out here alone, walking in the dark. Okay, she said through the snot and tears, knowing it was so wrong, yet also knowing she couldn't go against Aiden. Okay. That's my girl, he said, which comforted Gemma no end. His girl. She was still his girl. They were in this together. They would move the woman and go home, make sure the dog was okay, get cleaned up, go back to the restaurant, propose. Afterwards, Gemma was freezing, soaking, and covered in mud and blood. Trainers were caked in it, her legs, arms, face, hair, all filthy. Aiden was the same, but the woman was gone, buried in the woods, taken care of, a good job done. It seemed to have taken an age to get her out of the car, drag her lifeless body across the car park, while the dog watched on from the back window, whining. There were a couple of other vehicles parked nearby, but luckily no one in them. They hauled the dead woman through the woods, around the perimeter of the lake, near to where the trees met the water. When Gemma had first passed her driving test and saved up for her first car, her mother had insisted she keep a small shovel, a blanket, some bottled water, and a pack of protein bars in the boot of her Fiesta, along with a red hazard triangle, a torch, and some de-icer. You just never know when you'll need these things, her mom had said, presenting her with the driver's winter safety kit as a gift one Christmas. Thanks, Mom, Gemma had replied flatly, wishing she'd got the coat she'd hinted about instead. Thanks, Mom, Gemma thought now. The stuff had indeed come in useful. They'd wrapped the body in the blanket and used the shovel for the grave. They'd taken turns at digging, but Gemma didn't get very far, as she couldn't stop crying. So Aiden had done most of it, and had managed to get down 4 feet at least in the soft woodland earth. As they worked, Gemma heard an owl hooting, spotting it flapping over the water as Aiden grunted and shoveled. A marvelous sight, if they'd not been burying a dead body. The water was perfectly still after the rain, and from where they were, there was a good view across the entire lake. Aiden had said that no one ever came this side because there was no path, which was why he'd chosen this spot. When they'd finished, they walked silently back to the car park, trampling through the undergrowth around the edge of the lake. It was still drizzling, but now there was a bit of moonlight, too, as the clouds broke to the west. She couldn't believe what they'd done, what had happened, what she'd become a part of. Is this what loving Aiden entailed? When they were almost back at the car, the pair suddenly stopped dead in their tracks. Did you hear that? Gemma said. They looked around, listening, their eyes wide and fearful. Was someone else there? Aiden nodded. Stop. Get down. They huddled together behind a bush at the edge of the car park. Wait until it's clear, he whispered, cursing under his breath. Someone's going to their car. Do you think they saw us? Gemma asked, her voice trembling. No, I don't think so. It's just a night fisherman. You get them all the time round here. Some kit. Gemma nodded, huddling up to Aiden as the tail lights of a car came on, their faces glowing red as they watched.
Then they saw the white reversing light as the car pulled out of its space and drove off. As it pulled away slowly, Gemma spotted a bumper sticker on the back of the car, reading out the words, wondering what the hell they meant as she whispered them under her breath. Shoot first. Ask later.
Chapter 46. I must have passed out again. Slowly, I sit up, hauling myself up off the caravan floor, my head feeling as if it's about to split in two. I've no idea how long I've been down here. It could be just a minute, or it could be hours, or even days. There was a time when I'd lose entire weekends to blackouts. My stomach clenches, making me lunge for the small, grotty sink. I throw up into it, adding to the disgusting mix of whatever has congealed in it over the years. Just the sight of it makes me heave again. Stupidly, I try the tap, but it doesn't turn, let alone come on. I stagger back over to the bench, desperate for some water. My mouth is so dry, my lips stuck together from thirst. I think I must have been out for a few hours, as there's only a bit of moonlight coming in through the window grills. Plus, I don't feel as drunk as I was. Wretched, yes. Drunk, not so much. I sit down on the bench, leaning forward, head in my hands. I let out a long, slow groan. Glancing up, I catch sight of the mirror, something snagging in my mind as it comes back to me again. Shoot first, ask later. Yes. Yes, I remember now. The woman in the mirror. What she told me. What I saw. The bumper sticker on the car leaving Foxmere that night. The same sticker that Doug had on his car when we first met. I cover my mouth as I gasp. God. Doug would often throw the same cheesy slogan into conversation. Shoot first, ask later, Gem. He quipped when I was struggling to make a decision, which soon just became shoot first, making us both share a secret smile whenever he said it. Back then, after Aiden and I had buried Laura's body and gone back to the car park, we were relieved that whoever was there hadn't seen us. We'd have certainly drawn attention to ourselves, the pair of us out in the rain on a Sunday night, covered in mud, me in an evening dress, Aiden wearing his slippers. But he was certain we hadn't been spotted. Oh my God, it wasn't a fisherman as Aiden thought. I whisper, reeling from the memory.
Doug, in the car park that night. It must have been him. That bumper sticker was unique. I've never seen another one like it. It's hard to believe that he was so close to the scene of our crime. So close to discovering us. I shudder at the thought of how near we came to getting caught. And by my future husband, who certainly wouldn't have married me had he known what we'd done. Oh, God. How the hell am I going to get out of here? I look round the caravan, cursing myself for drinking, my years of sobriety undone. I feel dreadful, and have no idea how long I've been stuck in here, or how long I even blacked out for. What's Doug be thinking? And my kids? Will he have covered for me, perhaps telling them I had to go and look after my mom? I wonder if he's concerned, if he's called the police because I haven't come home. Or maybe he doesn't care anymore, and no one is out looking for me. I let out a whimper, reaching down to grab my bag, wondering if there's anything useful in there that I can use to pick the door lock. I take out Chloe's school folder, smiling. My little girl. So talented with her photography, though I hate that I let her down and she didn't get her pictures. And Tom so into his football, determined to study sports psychology at university. I am so proud of my family. My husband, too, though I've probably not shown it enough over the years. For a moment of comfort, I open Chloe's folder. There are quite a few photos, which I can just about make out in the dim light. I hope she didn't get told off for not having them in school. I leaf through them, all different sizes, some in color, some black and white. There are some random ones of a child's birthday party from the 1980s going by the fashion. Then a few photos of horses at a riding stable, some kids on ponies. I smile, thinking what a good idea it was to develop lost rolls of film.
Then I come across an old A5-sized envelope sealed with tape and "Private" written on both sides in red pen. It feels as if there are more photos inside. On the front is a sticky note with Dad's old pics from storage box. "Ask him before opening," written in Chloe's handwriting. He's got thousands stashed away from over the years, boxes of them up in the loft. One day, it would be fun to look back on them with the kids, the early days of our relationship, us off on road trips together, camping in wild areas so he could get the perfect butterfly or bird shot, hoping he'd catch a rare species at sunrise or sunset. That's if I ever get out of here and he doesn't divorce me.
Knowing I've got nothing to lose, I open the envelope, peeling back the old tape and breaking the gummed seal. Sure enough, there are more old photos, so I pull them out and leaf through them. Maybe reminiscing will take my mind off my predicament. For a moment, it doesn't register what I'm looking at, or indeed what it means. Maybe it's because I've seen so many shots of the lake recently, on the postcards, the news, in my nightmares. Foxmere has been at the forefront of my mind. But here it is again in these old photos, Foxmere Lake, in a sealed envelope in Chloe's school folder. I can't deny there are some beautiful moonlit shots, as well as some taken at dusk. There's one with an owl flapping through the night sky, its reflection captured perfectly in the still water below, moonlight shining behind the white bird. In some pictures, it's raining, and Doug has captured the raindrops on the surface of the lake. I smile, leafing through, marveling at his talent. Each photo seems to zoom in a little closer to the bank opposite to where he's taking the pictures. An owl flapping, raindrops on the lake, the moonlight, the ripples, the silvery trees, the mud, the blood, the shovel, the tears, the two people in the distance, bending down. Is one of them digging? No, wait. There are 3 people on the opposite bank. One standing, one crouching, one lying. My hand comes up to my mouth, my eyes wide and staring. At first glance, these pictures don't show much, especially not to someone who doesn't realize what they're looking at. But I do. I know exactly what I'm seeing. Us. What Aiden and I did. Evidence. Frantically, I flick through the other photos, about a dozen in total, each one zooming in more with a powerful telescopic lens. I turn one of them over, and another, knowing how obsessive Doug is about dating his work. On the back of one of the pictures, written in pencil, is the 29th of February, 2004. Fuck. No. I stare at each of them in turn again, and then there it is. The money shot. A photo of Aiden and me, sharply in focus as we happen to look up at that exact moment, our features caught in the moonlight, a look of panic on our faces. The picture is crystal clear, despite the distance. It was taken as we were rolling the body into the grave. I remember Aiden cursing because the blanket kept coming off her, exposing her face. He got upset, saying he didn't want to have to look at her. And now I know why. She was his wife. There, at our feet, lying in the mud just before we covered her in the wet earth, is Laura Ellis, her pale, dead-eyed expression facing the camera, her white beanie hat half off her head as she stares right down Doug's lens. The bumper sticker flashes through my mind again. Shoot first, ask later. Doug had no idea that we were hiding at the edge of the car park, watching him, waiting for him to leave before we went back to my car. But I'd seen the sticker on his bumper, a random snapshot by my brain in the midst of trauma, though I'd forgotten all about it in the aftermath, obliterating the memory along with many others. I never once linked Doug's sticker and silly catchphrase to that night. It was alcohol that took the memory away, and alcohol that brought it back just now. The revelation rocks me to my core. Doug was at Foxmere that night. It wasn't a random fisherman. It was my future husband, there with his photography kit. He often used to camp out for the night, setting up his cameras to catch the night sky. Did we disturb him? Is that why he left? But what I don't understand is why he didn't go straight to the police. These pictures are all the evidence he'd need. Our faces are sharp and clear in at least one of the photos. If he'd reported us, it would have been game over for us. My hand comes up to my mouth, stifling my gasp, as I finally realize what this means. My husband knows what we did. He shot first, but seemingly didn't ask questions later. And I want to know why.
Chapter 47. I need to pee. I look around, disgusted that I'll have to use a plastic bowl from the filthy sink. It's that or go on the floor. While I'm squatting, a thought strikes me. If Doug saw what we did that night, if he's known the truth all along, then why would he want to marry someone guilty of such a terrible crime? Not a day has gone by when I don't regret the past, but my youth, gullibility, and desperation not to lose the man I thought I loved would not have stood up in a court of law. Yet Doug seemingly bought into all that by saying I do to me at the altar. Unless he didn't recognize me from the pictures when we met. We'd got chatting at a mutual friend's summer barbecue 6 months after the accident and had really hit it off. It's a small town, so not outside the realms of possibility that our paths would cross. And I remember changing my hair color and style around that time. If he didn't realize the significance of what he'd caught on camera, or hadn't studied the pictures in detail, perhaps just filing them away in the envelope like he did with many of his photos, only for our daughter to stumble across 2 decades later, then he'd have been oblivious to who he'd fallen in love with. I have so many questions, but one thing is for certain. I can't get answers while I'm stuck in here. I need to get out. I need to get back to my children and to my husband, though I have no idea how much longer I'll be able to call him that. Plus, I don't trust Aiden not to get rid of me out here in the woods, not after what he did to Sandy. And whatever happens between me and Doug, I know I must still go to the police. It's almost pitch black now, just the moonlight filtering through the grills as I root around to see if there's anything useful. In one of the cupboards, I find 3 candle stumps, a couple of tea lights, and a box of matches, but the matches are all burnt out apart from one. When I strike it, nothing happens, and after a few attempts, it breaks in half. I chuck it on the floor in frustration. It looks as though I'm going to be stuck here in the dark all night. It's getting chilly now, so in desperation I lift the bench locker lid to get out one of the old blankets. I still feel sick, and the room is spinning from the whiskey. A mildewy smell wafts up, making me want to throw up again. I chuck the blankets out, but then overbalance and stumble forward, shoving my hands out to save myself, plunging down into the locker and half falling in. Ow! I yelp, not instantly realizing what's happened, or where my hands have gone. Straight through the rusty and crumbling floor of the caravan. I pull my hands free, careful not to cut myself on the jagged metal, but there's no doubt that I've broken through the bottom of the caravan, exposing the undergrowth beneath. Could this be a way out? I feel the fresh, cool air from outside coming in, so I step inside the locker and start to smash my trainer down on the rest of it, finding some areas easier to break through than others. It's hard work, and I'm sweating pure alcohol, but after about 20 minutes of smashing and stamping, there's a hole that looks just about big enough for me to squeeze through. What lies beyond scares me. It's pitch black down there, and I've no idea if I'll be able to slide out from underneath the caravan. But I don't have any choice. For all I know, Aiden has left me here to die. Or worse, he's going to come back and do the job himself. I feel around in the darkness for my handbag, finding it upside down on the floor. Stuff has fallen out, and Chloe's folder is lying around somewhere, but I manage to find my purse and shove it back inside my bag. Aiden still has my phone. I don't care about the other bits. I just need to get out.
I climb inside the locker and put my bag beside the hole, which is no wider than my shoulders. There's an axle or metal bar cutting across one side of the space, which is going to make it hard to squeeze out. But I'm hopeful I can fold myself around it and slither through. I put one foot down through the opening, immediately sinking much deeper than I'd anticipated. Eventually, I feel the ground beneath me and get my other leg down. Ouch! I cry, attacked by a few thorns and weeds. I grab my bag, hooking the strap over my body. Then I bend my knees and fold my shoulders inward, dropping down below the caravan floor as if I'm going underwater. I crawl to the left, the same side as the caravan door.
Squinting to protect my eyes, I push forward in a low crouch, but have to drop down into a commando belly crawl. I can't be that far from the edge of the caravan. Just a few feet, really. But the ground rises up, making the gap narrow. And I can't see a thing.
Stay calm, I tell myself. My head is pounding, and I still feel a bit drunk, but I carry on. Then something sharp catches on my stomach, making me want to give up. But it's impossible to turn round now. So I work my way along, kicking my feet behind me to inch forward. Finally, I feel a cool breeze on my face. Only a short distance to go. I grab hold of a rock and pull myself closer to freedom, and finally, I slither the last couple of feet and I'm in the clear. I'm out. I scramble to my feet, my heart thumping from dehydration as I stumble in the moonlight. I've no idea what time it is, and even less idea about which way I should head, though my nose tells me it's straight ahead. Once I'm clear of the woods, I'll head across the field back to the lane and try to flag down a car, though I suspect I'll be walking all the way back to town. 5 minutes later, and I'm in the field, with the muddy track that leads back to the road just visible. The nightmare is almost over. But just as I'm almost back at the lane, my heart thumps even harder when I spot a car pulling into the open gateway. "Who is that?" I whisper, feeling like a rabbit caught in the headlights as beams of light sweep across the field, suddenly catching me in their path. Aiden coming back? No one else knows I'm here, so it must be him. But the lights are too bright to tell what kind of car it is. The engine noise gets louder as the car drives into the field, speeding up, the lights bouncing up and down as it heads towards me. The urge to run is overwhelming, but I'm frozen with fear. Then, after hesitating a moment too long, I turn and leg it back towards the woods, suddenly darting sideways towards the hedge for cover. Oh, no! The ground connects with my face as I trip and go down, knocking out my senses for a few seconds. When I get my bearings back, I scramble to my feet. Over my shoulder, I see the car has stopped and the driver has got out. "Leave me alone!" I scream, darting back towards the woods. I imagine being locked up in the caravan all over again, of being boarded in properly this time so there's no escape. But then all thoughts stop as I'm grabbed by the arm and swung around, coming face to face with... "Doug! Oh, thank God! Doug!" I sob, my knees literally buckling with relief. I thought it was... Hey now," my husband says, cradling me and supporting me. At first, I'm terrified what his reaction to me will be, as well as fearful of how much he knows. But I needn't have worried. As always, Doug's strong arms are there for me, holding me up as he comforts me.
"Jem, it's all okay. It's over. I'm here now. You're safe. Hey, please don't cry."
But I can't help it. I bury my face against his shoulder and sob, hoping he doesn't smell the alcohol on me. Despite him taking those photos, he's still my husband, still the father of my children, and there's a chance that he never even saw what Aiden and I were doing, that he took the pictures entirely randomly, that he was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. I pray that's the case. How did you know I was here?" I ask, trying to stop crying. "I'm so glad you found me."
Die and...
"Don't worry, love. I'll explain everything later. But right now we need to hurry and get you out of here."
He grabs my hand and leads me back towards his car, with the headlights showing the way. I run round and get in the passenger side, slamming the door and quickly doing up my seatbelt. Doug gets in beside me and puts the car into gear, turning it round and bumping the car along the track back towards the gate. I'm about to ask if the kids are okay, if Chloe got into much trouble without her photography folder, when I'm suddenly dazzled by another set of car headlights.
Great, Doug mumbles under his breath as the other vehicle stops in the gateway, blocking our way out. My husband stops and pulls on the handbrake. What's going on, Doug? He reaches over and squeezes my hand. Let me deal with this, he says, unclipping his seatbelt and getting out, striding over to the gate. The other driver, a man by the looks of it, has got out too. It's raining now, and as I squint through the windscreen out into the night, I see the two figures standing in the headlights as if they're players lit up on a stage. Doug edges forward, trying to make the other man back away, but he stands his ground, raises his fists, causing him to retaliate. The other man's face is caught in the lights as they square up to each other, their fists clenched, ready to fight it out. And that's when I see it's Aiden.
Chapter 48.
I unclip my seatbelt and get out of the car.
What's going on?
I call out.
Doug?
They're both seething and tense, staring each other out, their fists ready to fight as they circle each other.
Please, both of you, stop!
I stride over, stumbling in the dark, still feeling unsteady from the whiskey.
All this time, and I thought you were dead,
Doug snarls at Aiden. The men don't take their eyes off each other.
But no, like a fucking cockroach, you survived and came crawling back. I should have made sure to finish you off all those years ago.
I've never seen my husband so bitter and angry. What the hell does he mean? He thought he was dead? They only met recently.
Believe what I'm hearing. Stop it right now, both of you, I yell, feeling the tension crackling between them as I get closer. Any moment, one of them is going to lash out, and I don't want my husband to get hurt. Doug, come on, let's just go. Whatever this is about, just leave it, yeah? Gemma, get back, it's not safe, Aiden says, giving me a look that I remember from the past, almost as if he's transmitting a secret signal. But it's been too long, and I don't know what he means, and I certainly don't trust him. Not after everything. Ignore him, Gem, Doug calls out, his fists up in front of him defensively. Aiden is nothing more than a con man.
I said, a cockroach.
Wait, you know his real name? I say, shocked, though also incriminating myself by revealing I too must know Aiden has been lying. But Doug doesn't get a chance to reply. Your husband has just admitted to trying to kill me, Gemma. Of course he knows who I am. Aiden calls out, glancing over. Doug takes advantage of this by throwing a punch, narrowly missing Aiden's jaw as he darts backwards. Doug, wait! Tell me that's not true! I edge closer, wanting to get between them as I work out what the hell's going on. But my husband doesn't reply. Instead, he spits out a few choice curses at Aiden, lowers his fists, and strides off back towards his car.
Thank God, he's seen sense. Hopefully we can go home and sort this out and... Doug, wait for me! No, stop! What are you doing? I break into a run, following him back to the car, but he's already got in and is starting the engine. He revs it loudly before accelerating hard, speeding forward, straight at Aiden. Watch out! I yell, caught up in the glare of the headlights. Run! Aiden turns tail and darts out of the way in the nick of time, charging in the opposite direction. But Doug swerves the car round in the mud and catches Aiden in his beam again. I scream, sprinting after him, trying to get in the way and divert Doug. Surely he won't run me over. Up ahead, I see Aiden change tack quickly and head towards the hedge, but it doesn't deter Doug, who plows one side of the car into the bushes as he chases him along the field's perimeter. The woodland is just up ahead,
And if Aiden can reach that without being hit, then he's got more of a chance of getting away. "Doug, stop!" I scream, my throat burning. But it's pointless, as he can't hear me from this distance. The engine revs and strains as the car bumps over the rough field, and Aiden darts out into the open again, losing ground now that he's heading for the woods. I've almost caught up, and once Aiden is finally level with the trees, he hurtles into the undergrowth. "Wait!" I call out, panting and barely able to speak as I draw up to him. "Will you just tell me what all this is about?" We have a few seconds as Doug drives further down the edge of the woods to get between the trees. It's the only way in unless he follows on foot. Aiden is bent double, his hands on his thighs as he rasps and pants.
"Fuck. I'm too old for this,"
he wheezes, glancing up at me. "How the hell does Doug know your real name?" I ask, my mind scrambling to make sense of everything. It must be to do with those old photos. "And what do you mean he tried to kill you?" Aiden shakes his head, still catching his breath.
"It was him who broke into my house and hit me over the head, Gemma. Left me for dead. He's just admitted as much."
"Oh my God," I say, panicking as I hear Doug cut the car engine about 100 yards away. "But why? Why would Doug do something like that?" I shudder at the memory, turning up at Aiden's house, praying he'd come with me to confess, determined to end things with him. But instead, I'd found him bleeding out on the floor. I can't get my head around it being Doug who attacked Aiden. My mind is on fire with what this all means. My husband wanting Aiden dead, him fleeing the scene, me doing the same a short while after. I didn't even know Doug back then, though I'm starting to wonder if I even know him properly now. I don't know who to trust or what to believe anymore. Why would he do that to you? But Aiden doesn't get a chance to reply, as Doug's angry yells get closer as he pursues us through the woods on foot. "Tell me!" I scream, only to be told to shut up, to get down and hide. Too late. My voice has already led Doug to where we're crouching in the thicket, and before I know it, he's pushed through the undergrowth and grabbed me by the arm, pulling me upright. I fall against him as he knocks me off balance. "Doug, no, get off! You're hurting my shoulder!" I've never seen him so angry. When his arm locks tightly around my throat, when he whips my head back in a vice-like grip, my neck making a cracking sound, I know I'm in trouble. This is not the man I know and love.
"You want her so bad? Come and get her."
Doug spits at Aiden. Pure hatred spews out of him as I claw at his arm, trying to pull him away. But he's too strong for me.
Doug growls. "She despised every bone in your body, and now I see why. She told me she only stayed with you because of your child. She was from a broken home herself, raised by her grandfather, and she couldn't stand for her daughter to go through the same. God knows I told her to leave you 1,000 times, that I'd take care of them both. And there it is." Aiden spits back with a goading laugh. He edges forward, only a couple of feet away from Doug now. "Another damning confession. Don't think I didn't know about my wife's sordid affair. I suspected she'd got someone on the side for years." Wait, what? I twist around, shocked by this news. I grab Doug's arm, tugging hard on it, but he swipes my hand away. He's fixed on Aiden, who's standing with his legs apart, his fists clenched in fight mode. "You and Laura. I don't understand. Doug?" "Death was too good for you, after what you did to that poor woman." Doug snarls at Aiden, ignoring my pleas. "I know you killed Laura." Doug knees me in the back, glaring at Aiden. "The pair of you, in the woods that night. Then when I heard Laura was missing, that you, her own husband of all people, had reported it to the police, I knew for certain that you'd murdered her, burying her in the woods. I often camped out at Foxmere, taking wildlife shots,
But little did I know that your faces would be the main wildlife I caught in my photos that night. And I've still got the evidence to prove it. I keep quiet about the incriminating pictures being in the caravan. They're still there from when they fell out of my bag before I escaped. You're pathetic. Aiden spits back. You couldn't even finish me off when you had the chance. Some vigilante you are. He laughs, which only fuels Doug's rage more. I thought I had killed you. He turns to me, his arm still locked around my neck. Our faces are close.
Too good for you. But it was that or risk you getting a measly 10-year manslaughter sentence and being let out after 5 if I turned you into the police. Or worse, not getting a conviction at all. I swore I'd avenge Laura's death. Doug continues, and I meant it. I still mean it. I hope you've had a miserable life, hiding from the police. Except them finding Laura after all this time was a spanner in the works for you, eh? I feel Doug's entire body shaking from anger as he grips onto me. I decided not to tell anyone where she was buried, because I wanted her left in peace, not splashed all over the news. Nothing was going to bring her back, and it's what she'd have wanted. Oh, and Laura knew all about your dirty affairs, by the way. Why do you think she sought solace with me? I can't believe what's just come out of my husband's mouth, collapsing my entire life. It makes my lies about open doors seem like a child's fib. Whatever Doug has in store for me now, I know it isn't going to be good. Doug, listen, what happened to Laura that night, it was an accident, I swear. A terrible, terrible accident. You've got to believe me. Aiden and I had been seeing each other, yes, but I had no idea he had a wife. That night in the car, it was raining. We were arguing. Came out of nowhere. I sob, tugging on his arm. He's choking me, making it hard to breathe. But there's something else on my mind. Something I desperately need to know, though I don't think I'm going to like the answer. But if you knew what we'd done, if you knew what happened to Laura, then why the hell did you marry me? Chapter 49. Doug doesn't answer immediately. Instead, he loosens his grip and turns me to face him, angling my chin up towards him. Stupidly, for a second, I wonder if he's going to kiss me. But his top lip lifts up in a sort of snarl. Within his eyes, I see... God, yes, it's still the Doug I know and love, the man I fell for so easily, the man who was there when I gave birth to our twins, the man who's championed me with my business, always encouraging and supporting me, the man I adored from the moment I met him. But deep inside his eyes, there's also a man I don't recognize. A man who's been wearing a mask for the last 20 years. Why did I marry you? Doug repeats, almost laughing. He shakes his head, looking down at me, pinching my chin between his thumb and forefinger. Because I wanted to hurt you, Gemma. I wanted to destroy you from the inside out for what you did to Laura. What you both did to her. He glares across at Aiden. Weird thing is, after I'd left him for dead, I quickly regretted it. Or rather, I regretted thinking I'd killed him. Death was too good for someone like him. But like I said, I didn't believe in the justice system either. I couldn't risk him being let off. That just left you to deal with, Gemma. So instead of killing you, like I so easily could have done, I decided to make your life a living hell. Destroy you piece by piece. Far more satisfying than death. And what better way to do that than by making you fall in love with me? You were young and so gullible. Your trust was easy to win. But, I shake my head. But you didn't destroy me, I say, confused. We have a really good life. The twins, our home, our friends, our work. We're happy. I fight back the tears. I don't understand.
This is all too heartbreaking to hear. My husband, my rock, the man who stood beside me for so long, he's been lying all this time, harboring the darkest of secrets.
I admit there was a problem, Doug says. That first year, after I'd finally got over my revulsion at being with you, was all about biding my time, letting you fall for me, gaining your trust, working out a plan to take you down. Remember, I was driven by grief and revenge, a powerful mix. But then, Doug swallows, turns away briefly. Then something unexpected happened, Gemma. I admit I accidentally fell in love with you. And I fell hard. I never expected that to happen. I knew all about Aidan and his ways from Laura, how he'd wormed his way into her life a few years before.
Discovered she was due an inheritance from her grandfather. Not vast, but there was a decent amount of cash, an antique watch, plus she owned her house. The lowlife decided he wanted a piece of it.
That's not true, Aidan booms, lunging forward. But he soon stops when Doug whips back my head again, tightening his grip around my throat.
I loved Laura. I loved our family. What happened was a tragic accident, but you didn't mind the occasional affair when the mood took you, right? You couldn't even take care of your own daughter after she lost her mother, Doug retorts. Cowardly scum. That's what you are.
I pull on Doug's arm, making a choking sound, and thankfully he loosens it.
Gemma, look, when we met, I soon realized how vulnerable you were, that things weren't exactly how I'd thought.
Doug continues, almost sounding like my husband again.
You'd been manipulated by him, just like Laura. I started seeing parts of her in you, your kindness, compassion, and loyalty. You were a good person, and it triggered an overwhelming urge to take care of you, to prevent you getting caught up with men like him ever again. Compared to other girls your age, you seemed so innocent and trusting, and I liked that. You and Laura, you were both so sweet, and had this rosy view of the world and everyone in it, always believing the best of people, even people like him.
Doug jabs his free hand towards Aidan.
I never expected to feel like that, but you brought out a side of me that I'd only ever felt with Laura. By saving you, it somehow felt like I was avenging her more, bringing me close to her again.
He sighs, shaking his head.
Laura and I met at Foxmere early one morning, purely by chance. She was walking her dog with tears streaming down her face. I'd camped out all night to photograph the sunrise. We got talking, and she opened up about her terrible relationship, how she felt trapped.
A coffee from my stove. We kept in touch. Over the months, one thing led to another, and I knew I had to save her. Which is how I ended up feeling about you, Gem. You've got to believe me. I love you.
Doug, I do believe you, but I shake my head, my neck still clamped in the crook of his elbow. Tears start to roll down my cheeks. But you still got with me to destroy me, to kill me. I don't know. How can things ever be the same again between us? They can't. They really can't. Knowing all this, you let me have children with you. We have a house, a mortgage, shared friends, a whole lifetime of memories. We've been married for years and years. I clutch my throbbing head, partly from my hangover and partly because Doug is cutting off the blood supply. I can't even begin to process what this all means.
It's fine, Gemma. It's all going to be fine,
Doug tells me, his voice sounding strange and robotic.
We'll work it out. We'll make everything okay again. I'll get rid of him once and for all, and then your secret is safe. You've got to trust me.
The truth is, I don't trust either of them anymore. Doug glares at Aidan, then walks off,
dragging me sideways so that I'm stumbling through the undergrowth beside him, his arms still around my neck.
Wait, let her go!
Aidan booms, hurling himself at us as we reach the open field. Instantly, I'm flung to the ground as Aidan takes a swing at my husband, throwing his full weight at him.
The car is close by, the headlights left on, illuminating the fist fight that suddenly breaks out above me. I scramble up, narrowly missing being punched. "Stop!" I yell, flinging myself between them. I don't care if I get hurt. This has got to end now, before someone else gets killed. But my screams don't make any difference, especially when Doug shoves me out of the way. I stumble, but quickly regain my balance. Panicking, not knowing what else to do, I run over to Doug's car, twisting my ankle on the way. I hop and limp, cursing, finally making it to the driver's side and, thanking God that he left the key in the ignition, I start the engine and put the car into first gear, driving slowly towards the two men. I just want to break up their fight, not hurt anyone. Though in the car headlights, I see it's already too late for that. Both men have bloody faces and raw knuckles, and Aidan has blood streaming from his nose. My arms are shaking as I grip the steering wheel. The two men are going at it, lit up in the high beam as Doug takes another swing at Aidan's jaw, knocking him sideways. I can't believe Doug and I both thought Aidan was dead. It's mad to think that my husband knew who he was all this time, playing along with calling him Grant, knowing I was bluffing too. Christ, Doug even invited him to dinner with Joe and Nick, let him stay in our house with our kids, drawing him deeper into our lives despite knowing who he was and what he'd done. And Aidan had no idea he was accepting the hospitality of the man who tried to kill him all those years ago, which he only did to keep tabs on me. As I drive towards the pair of them, blaring the car horn to break them up, I don't know who I'm angrier with, Aidan or Doug. I rev the engine, putting on the wipers now the rain is getting harder. My arms braced, my knuckles white. Right this moment, I could easily plow into both of them, put an end to my troubles once and for all. Aidan glances up, the headlights picking out his bloody features. He twists round and delivers another blow to Doug, catching him in the guts and making him bend double. As my husband drops to his knees, I whimper, hating that he's hurt. But I also know that he's betrayed me too. I press the accelerator again, revving the engine in neutral, wondering what the hell I'm going to do. All three of us have done unforgivable things, but it was Laura who paid the ultimate price, while her daughter grew up without her parents. I can't imagine what that poor child went through. The passenger door suddenly opens, and I whip round, snapped out of my thoughts. "Drive!" Aidan barks at me, leaping in. "What? Where to? Your car is blocking the gateway." "Just drive, woman. He's going to kill me." No, Doug wouldn't actually do that. But seeing my husband charging at the car, a demented look in his eyes, his nose pouring with blood, I'm not so sure. I've never known him like this. I can't stand the thought of anyone else dying, even if it is Aidan, so I put my foot down and drive away, heading across the field at speed, bumping back towards the woods. "Where the hell are you going?" Aidan yells, twisting round in his seat, scanning for Doug. I feel out of control, not thinking straight, but my main aim is to get the two men apart, let them both calm down before deciding what's next. I'm praying Doug doesn't follow us, that he stays where he is and cools off. "Slow down, for God's sake," Aidan yells, grappling with his seatbelt. "You're going to kill us both." I can't. Something has taken over inside me, that switch flicking again as I head towards the woods at speed. I'm sick of all the lies, I'm sick of living in fear, and I'm sick of not knowing the truth. I need to take back control. But suddenly, I'm out of control. Doug appears from nowhere at the entrance to the woods, standing in the gap between two trees just up ahead, the gap we're hurtling towards. He's caught in the headlights, his grim expression turning to pure fear as he sees me careering straight at him. "Oh, no!" I scream as Aidan grabs the wheel at the last moment, yanking it hard to the left so we don't hit Doug. But it's the exact moment Doug lunges sideways, trying to avoid us. He flings himself in front of a tree for safety. The same tree that, a second later, we hit with full force. It happens so fast, but plays out in slow motion. My husband's grimace as he realizes his fate a second before it happens. The way he shields his face, closes his eyes. A last fearful cry. The deafening noise as the front of the car crumples against the tree trunk. Crumples against Doug. Suddenly there's an airbag in my face. The hiss of steam coming from the bonnet. A moan from somewhere. Then silence.
Chapter 50.
Somehow I prise myself out of the vehicle, my entire body shaking and in shock. What have I done? Oh my God, Doug. No, no, no. I stumble round to the front of the car, whimpering under my breath at what I'm about to find. It's hard to make out tree from bonnet, but one headlight is still working, shining directly at my husband. His head is twisted to the side, his face covered in blood, and the front bumper is pinning his chest against the tree. Both legs are crushed and bleeding beneath the wheel. "Doug!" I yell, dropping to my knees to see if there's a way to get him out.
Gemma, stop. Don't move him yet.
Aiden comes round and crouches down beside me, taking Doug's wrist. He feels for a pulse. After a moment, he tries under his neck, but then he shakes his head. I think he's gone. I'm so sorry.
No, no, Doug, stay with me.
I gently slap his cheek, trying to make him wake up.
Come on, Doug. Please, stay with me. I'll get help.
Gemma, stop, Aiden says, trying to pull me away. I fight him off, but then Doug's eyes suddenly flash open, making me recoil. My husband stares right at me. No, he stares right through me. His lips part, and bloody spit bubbles out, dribbling down his chin. He wheezes a laboured breath in and out of his crushed chest.
Doug, oh, thank God.
You're alive. Relief sweeps through me, though I can see he's in a bad way, barely hanging on. Don't worry, we'll get help. I turn to Aiden. You took my phone. You'll have to call for help. Hurry! I shout. I turn back to Doug as he tries to say something, mumbling barely intelligible words. Sandy, Doug rasps. What, Doug? Did you say Sandy? What about her? She knew too much, he gasps, barely able to form words. His eyes are empty and staring. What do you mean? I turn cold, glancing up at Aiden. When Doug's eyes droop shut, I give him a gentle shake. Doug, wake up! Slowly, he opens them again, pens them again. She told Rich that she'd just worked it out. Foxmere case. Doug wheezes, more blood spilling from his mouth. Rich said she knew that she was going to tell the rest of her team, then make arrests. I hardly dare breathe. This totally fits with my theory, that Aiden killed Sandy, though she never got a chance to alert her colleagues. Who was she going to arrest, Doug? Please, tell me. Hang in there, we're getting help. Doug focuses on me, a small smile spreading across his mouth. I did it to protect you, Gem. I didn't want... He vomits blood, coughing and spitting it up. Didn't want you to go to prison. I love you too much, see? He manages a smile. I killed her to protect you. I catch my breath, giving Aiden another wide-eyed look. You killed Sandy? Doug gives the smallest of nods. "Oh my God," I whisper, piecing everything together. "But the handkerchief—" My thoughts spin as I try to work it out. "Did Rich tell you about Aiden's Instagram posts?" I ask, already knowing the answer. Doug barely nods this time. "I know all about your affair." He manages a slow look up at each of us, breaking my heart in two. "It's why I followed you earlier. I saw you get in his car. You came here. It's why I came back, Gemma, though I nearly didn't." "But I couldn't leave it. I had to find out what was going on." His voice is so weak now. No, Doug, that's not true. Aiden and I aren't having an affair. Despite everything, I don't want my husband to die believing that. Were you trying to set Aiden up? Did you take the handkerchief from my bag? Though, of course, Doug hadn't banked on me getting to Sandy's body before the police. All these questions, and I don't know if he'll have the strength to answer. But Doug manages another nod, confirming my suspicions. "Yes, I took it." He coughs again, and more blood bubbles from his mouth. "The postcards, Gem," he whispers, barely audible now. I had them printed years ago. I even sold a few." He manages a smile at the memory. But Aiden turning up, it brought everything back. The horror of losing Laura. Angry. I was so angry about what he did to her. Doug wheezes again, choking on blood. "I wanted to scare you. Make you both scared. I wanted you to know that someone else knew what you'd done. But I didn't want to lose you either, Gemma. I promise you that. I do love you. I love our family." I shake my head as the truth hits me. "Oh my God. You didn't receive the postcards, did you? You sent them." A small smile forms on his lips, but he's fading, his eyes closing, his breathing barely there, losing his hold on life. I grab a hand as his head drops further sideways. "Doug, hang in there," I beg. "We're going to get you out of here. You're going to be fine." I feel a small squeeze as Doug grips my fingers weakly. "Shoot first, ask later," he mumbles with a lopsided grimace before wheezing out his final breath. A moment later, and his head drops down completely. I don't know how long I sit on the ground beside my dead husband. It could be 1 minute or 1 day. The rain is still coming down, pattering on the leaves above us in the tree canopy, fat drops splattering onto me. I stroke Doug's head, smearing blood across his forehead, trying to smooth his matted hair. That he doesn't know I'm doing it. Not anymore. Maybe he's looking down on me as I sit in the mud and undergrowth, tears silently rolling down my cheeks as I say goodbye to the man I've loved for 2 decades, the man who fathered my children, the man I lied to, the man who lied to me, the man who murdered his brother's fiancée. Aiden clears his throat, reminding me that he's there, standing beside me. I turn, looking up at him, shaking my head. Slowly at first, but then more urgently. I feel a burning sensation in my chest, pure anger as it bubbles up. I scramble to my feet, shaking with rage, my fists clenched by my sides. "It's happened again," I yell at him. "This is all your fault. First you killed your wife, and now you've killed my husband.
If you hadn't grabbed the wheel from me, Doug would still be alive. I shudder from rage, not having the words to explain how I'm feeling without completely losing it. I thump him on the chest, pummeling hard. I hate you! Aiden closes his eyes, shielding me from their intensity, protecting me from falling into their blackness, just like I did 21 years ago. Slowly, he opens them again and grabs my wrists. You really don't remember, do you? He draws a deep breath, pulling me closer. What is he talking about? I shake my head, frowning. One day you will, Gemma. One day you will remember everything. And until then, I will wait for you. He smiles. I've waited 2 decades already, so a little while longer won't make any difference. I have no idea what he means, nor do I have the mental space to deal with his mind games right now. He looks down at me, tucking a strand of wayward hair behind my ear, almost allowing me to believe that he's being kind and understanding. As the tears come thick and fast, I'm certain it's a trap. Though when he pulls me against him, wrapping his arms around me, I don't have the strength left to fight anymore. We'll go to prison this time, for sure. I sob against his shoulder. The police will work out I'm linked to Sandy's death. The gardener saw me there. I stole evidence. Then they'll figure out what happened to Laura, what we did. They'll put all the pieces together just like Sandy did. And now Doug is dead. Oh God, my kids. They'll be without both parents then. At the thought of them struggling alone, maybe even being fostered if Rich couldn't take them, hating both Doug and me for what we did to them, the floodgates open, and I can't stop sobbing. Hey. It's all going to be okay. Aiden whispers in my ear. You'll see. He strokes my hair, soothing me. We've done it before, Gem. We can do it again. There's just a little more work left to do.
At this, right? I managed to stop crying and look up at him, my face just beneath his. But I don't want to be an old hand at this. I snivel, shaking my head. It's not a skill I've ever aspired to, in case you hadn't realized. Have you called the police? We need to get help. Give me my phone back.
Aiden sighs. Not this again, Gemma. Listen to me. No, I did not call them. There was no saving Doug. And you're not calling them either, do you understand? We've come this far, and I am not giving up now.
He holds me close, trying to soothe me, but I push him away.
Get rid of the body, he says, glancing over at Doug where he's lying crushed between the car and the tree. But don't worry, I know exactly what to do, he adds, staring deep into the woods.
Chapter 51.
Aiden instructs me to reverse Doug's car away from the tree, saying it would be plausible for my DNA to be on the driver's side, but not his.
Doug gave me a lift to the golf course, he told me. Think a few moves ahead, remember?
I get out, shaking, leaving the vehicle just inside the wooded area. I can hardly stand to look at my husband's crushed body, but when Aiden brings back a couple of old blankets from the caravan to wrap him in, I have no choice. As we drag and roll him into a flat position, bundling him up, I pretend that he's someone else, imagining I don't even know him, that he's not my husband of many years, myself to feel numb, acting on autopilot, otherwise I'd not be able to hold it together. We don't even have a shovel this time, I say as Aiden secures the blankets around Doug's head. It's hard to believe I'll never see his face again, never snuggle with him on the sofa, never enjoy a lazy Sunday morning in bed with the papers and a coffee. For now, I harden my heart against these thoughts with a couple of deep breaths, knowing I must stay in control for the twins. I'm all they've got left.
No, but I've got a better plan,
Aiden replies.
We can't bury him. It's too risky, especially with the police presence nearby at Foxmere.
To get him into the caravan. I don't know what Aiden has in mind, but don't feel I'm in a position to argue. He has a plan, whereas I don't. I hate him, but if I'm to preserve what's left of my family, then I need him right now. It's all I can manage to keep myself upright. Get rid of the body. Aiden taking control. I'd do anything for him. I can't believe it's happening again. History repeating itself. Me going along with whatever he says, helping him dispose of yet another body. In the countryside. In a car. In the rain. Except this time, it was me driving, and my vision swims, as if a memory or something else buried deep in my unconscious is trying to make itself known. I grab onto Aiden's arm to steady myself, clutching my head at the strange ringing in my ears. But as quickly as it came, it subsides again.
Wait here,
Aiden says, and I watch him run back across the field to his car. He brings it through the gateway, parking it behind the hedge so it's not visible from the road. Then he opens the boot, and a couple of minutes later, he's back beside me holding a plastic petrol can. He puts it down beside Doug's car for now.
Right, let's get him moved,
he instructs, telling me to grab hold of the foot end of the blankets. It's slow progress, and it virtually kills me as I harden my heart. But between us, we drag and slide and lug my dead husband through the muddy, leafy, brambly woods, finally reaching the caravan. Sweat is pouring off me, but we manage to heave Doug up and in through the narrow door. It's a squash inside, but Aiden and I just about fit in, with Doug's dead weight taking up most of the floor. The broken mirror was me, I say, when Aiden shines his phone torch around, seeing the shattered pieces on the floor. I guess I deserve the 7 years bad luck. It's giving me the creeps being back in here, and I half wonder if Aiden is about to lock me up again. I stay near the door just in case. Then I see the empty bottle of whiskey lying on its side, cursing myself for drinking it. The least of my problems now.
What's this?
Aiden says, picking up a brown folder lying on the floor by the bench seat, aiming his torch at it. My daughter's school project. I watch his expression change as he flips through the pictures. She found some of her dad's old photos, but don't worry, they were sealed up. She never saw them.
Where are the negatives?
He asks. They'll be in Doug's studio, I say. I'll take care of them. Aiden nods.
Good. These can stay here with him. He really should have kept his nose out of our business.
No, wait, I say, grabbing the folder from him. Let me take Chloe's photos out first. She worked so hard on her project. Aiden nods, then chucks the remaining pictures on top of Doug's body. Another wave of sadness hits me, though I know I've got to hold it together just for a bit longer. Nothing will bring Doug back, but for my children's sake, I must clear up our mess. Again. It helps to remember that Doug wanted to destroy me, make my life unbearable, that he only married me to get revenge, that he killed Sandy in cold blood. He was not the man I fell in love with. I wait outside, shivering, while Aiden goes to fetch the petrol can. Then he goes back into the caravan and sloshes the petrol around. Hang on, I call out, unzipping my bag. I rummage inside, pulling out the handkerchief that I took from beside Sandy's body. There's something I need to do first, I call out, running back towards Doug's car. When I'm at the edge of the woodland, I hold the handkerchief out in the rain for a minute or two, letting it get damp. Then I open the driver's door and wipe the bloody handkerchief all over the steering wheel, the gear stick, the window, making sure smears of Sandy's blood are left behind. I do the same in several other places. The door handles, a few buttons and levers on the console, as well as the seat and headrest. Then I run back to Aiden. And put this inside the caravan too, I tell him. It's too much of a link back to me. Everyone knows it was mine at the group. Aiden stands in the doorway, staring at it, a self-satisfied look on his face. Nice of your husband to set me up. Doug was protecting me, I say, grateful that despite knowing what I'd been a part of, he still loved me enough to do that. It's not surprising he thought we were having an affair after seeing all your Instagram posts. What the hell were you thinking? Aiden snorts. Guilty, he says, holding up his palms. It was easy enough to follow you and get pictures. A few strategically aimed selfies, and it looked like we were together. I made a couple of posts with AI. Call it insurance. I had to have something to lever you with. But I also admit that I did it to taunt your husband. Thankfully, Rich took the bait and followed me back, telling Doug about my account as I'd hoped. As it turns out, it serves him right for having an affair with my wife. But you were having an affair with me, I remind him. Look, this is not the time for arguing about details. Chuck this in the caravan and let's get on with it before I change my mind and call the police. I lean in through the door and give him the handkerchief.
Then I take a deep breath, convincing myself I'm doing the right thing by going along with him, by concealing a murder for the second time. Truth is, I have no choice. There are two things stopping me going to the police this time round. One is called Tom, and the other is called Chloe. And if I don't get home soon, they're going to wonder where I am and raise the alarm. I'm going to have to think very carefully about how to explain their father's absence, short and long term. It nearly kills me to know they've lost their dad. They loved him dearly. Aiden appears in the doorway again.
Back. He takes the caravan keys from his pocket and chucks them inside too. Locking Doug in from the outside would be a bit of a giveaway. I say a silent prayer for my husband, blocking out how much I loved him, all the good times we had together, focusing on the lies that our marriage was built on instead. If I don't, I won't hold it together. Aiden pulls a lighter from his pocket and grabs one of the photographs from just inside the door. Then he sets light to it, dropping it inside the caravan before slamming the door shut, turning on his heels, and running back towards me. Here, he calls, just as a loud whooshing sound flares behind us and the woodland lights up orange in the night. When we've run a safe distance away, we stop and turn, panting with fear in our eyes. As we look back, the caravan is engulfed in flames, the entire section of woods glowing hot yellow and white as my husband's body is consumed in the inferno. Chapter 52. I'm home. When we got back, my car was still on the drive where I left it when I was heading out to take Chloe's folder to school yesterday. Aiden dashed into the annex, grabbing my phone from when he'd taken it from me earlier. I unlocked it and showed him the screen. The two texts that I'd sent from Doug's phone, which we'd left behind in his car, had come in 20 minutes before. Plus, there were several from Chloe, wondering where I'd got to with her photographs. I opened the texts as planned, then called my husband's phone about 10 times in a row, letting it ring and ring, leaving a couple of distraught messages for him to call me. Done, I said to Aiden. The timing was just about plausible. A distraught wife concerned about her husband. If anyone asked about the slight delay, I would say I was in the shower and hadn't seen the messages immediately. After that, Aiden went into the annex for the rest of the night, while I crept into the house, grateful Max didn't bark when he heard me, feeling like a guilty teenager sneaking home after breaking her curfew. I went upstairs, treading carefully as I tiptoed past the spare room where Rich was sleeping. I briefly peeked in Tom and Chloe's bedrooms. I'd be apologizing to my daughter in the morning, saying there'd been a crisis at the shop, so I couldn't bring her photos into school. I was just relieved they were both fine, fast asleep, oblivious, and quite used to fending for themselves occasionally when Doug and I are out. Thing is, Doug will be out for the rest of their lives now. I went into my bedroom and closed the door behind me, leaning back on the wall and letting the tears silently flow.
I couldn't hold it in any longer. Now, in the shower, the scalding hot water drenches me as I attempt to wash off everything bad that's happened. I grab the shower gel and douse the sponge with half the bottle, scrubbing myself from top to bottom, over and over, until my skin is red and raw. Then I pour a load of shampoo into my hands and wash my hair several times, scrubbing under my fingernails with a brush afterwards. I'll be boil washing my clothes, the towels, and the bath mat, too. The shock kicks in as I'm drying myself. I can't help shaking. Full body tremors from the inside out. My husband is dead. I am a widow. The combination of alcohol, stress, grief, fear, guilt, regret, dehydration, and low blood sugar makes me feel weak and broken. I can't remember when I last ate. In clean pajamas, I lie down on the bed. My bed now. It seems huge. I look sideways where Doug should be, and more tears come. Close my eyes, I see a crazy kaleidoscopic collage of flames and cars and trees and photos and handkerchiefs and blood, all spinning round and round in my head. And the knife. I see that, too. The blood-covered knife we found in the boot of Doug's car, hidden under the spare wheel. Aiden insisted we search his vehicle, desperate to find some kind of evidence after my husband confessed to killing Sandy. We didn't bank on coming across the actual murder weapon, but it made our plan even more rock solid. With his sleeves over his hands, Aiden lifted it out and left it lying in the main boot compartment, ensuring the police will find it when they eventually locate Doug's abandoned car in the field. We played out the events in our minds, thinking a few moves ahead, knowing they'll also come across the burnt-out caravan and identify Doug's remains. What they won't ever find are the incriminating photographs he took of us, burying Laura Ellis's body 21 years ago, or the bloody handkerchief from Open Door. They will be nothing more than ash. Sitting up on the bed, I know it's time. I just need to hold it together a little while longer. On the short drive home, Aiden gave me clear instructions what to do. So after ringing Doug's phone another half a dozen times, leaving yet another concerned voice message, I call the police and report my husband missing. Sounding distraught, which isn't difficult, I explain how Doug went off earlier in a terrible state, that he's been very low and depressed this last week or so, and I'm worried he's going to harm himself. I tell the officer about the couple of disturbing texts I received from him this evening, reading them out slowly as he makes a note.
We'll send someone out to take a full statement in the morning, Mrs. Lawson. And we'll open a missing persons case if he isn't back by then. Meantime, we have enough details for me to circulate to our officers on duty, so an initial search and inquiries can begin. What I didn't tell the police is that before Aiden and I left the woods, I unlocked Doug's phone with his passcode and sent myself those desperate texts as if they were from my husband, claiming he couldn't go on, that he couldn't live with the guilt of what he'd done, that he hadn't meant to hurt Sandy or have things end like this. I'd ended with, I did it for Rich. He never wanted that baby. Then I wiped the phone on my sweatshirt and chucked it on the seat of Doug's car just inside the woods. We knew it wouldn't take the police long to track it, to find the car and the knife and the blood smears, and soon after that, they'd find the burnt-out caravan with Doug's remains inside. Left for me to do now is get used to living without my husband. I'm not sure I ever will. The next morning, I'm up before Rich and the twins, even though I only dozed for about an hour around sunrise. I'm not looking forward to what I have to do today, especially while having to function on virtually no sleep and the remains of a hangover. While I'm putting the coffee machine on, there's a knock at the back door and Aiden comes in. Thought I'd see how everyone's doing,
he says, sounding far too cheerful. I give him a scowl, while Max lets out a low rumble, verging on a bark. Chloe comes down soon after, and then Tom and Rich. Asks me later exactly how I told the twins their father didn't come home last night.
that I was so concerned about him I called the police and reported him missing, but that they mustn't worry as I'm sure he'll be absolutely fine and will turn up soon, I'll say I had no clue how I did it. But somehow I did. Somehow I turned myself to stone. Chloe shed some anxious tears right away, with Tom comforting her and looking equally distraught by the news. Rich was puzzled, yet not too worried at this point, obviously still more preoccupied by Sandy's death than his brother's whereabouts, or to consider that he might be dead too. All that will come in time. The shock, the contempt, the anger and rage that Doug, his own brother, could do such a terrible thing to his fiancée. Only then, many months later, will the first glimmer of healing begin for Rich, though I know the pain of losing two of the dearest people in his life will never fully go away. It's the same for me. Losing Doug will always be an open wound that I must learn to live with. Like I learned to live with losing Aiden all those years ago. Unlike him, though, I know for sure Doug isn't coming back. Later in the morning, the police arrive to take a statement and explain the next steps in finding my husband. They look through some of his things, which makes me feel so sad. Everything he's left behind. And with tears in my eyes, I tell them to help themselves when they ask to go into his studio. First thing this morning, I got rid of the negatives. They were surprisingly easy to find thanks to Doug's dated filing system. And along with the remaining postcards that Doug had pre-written, I burnt them in the garden incinerator. No one saw me do it. I imagine in the next day or so, if not sooner, once they've tracked Doug's phone, the police will be back with bad news. It won't be difficult to show my shock and grief to them, but telling the twins their father is dead will be the hardest thing I've ever had to do. It's later, as I'm waiting for dinner to heat up in the oven, just a frozen lasagna that probably no one will eat, that the doorbell rings. Annoyingly, Aiden is still hanging around, sipping wine in the kitchen, not realizing that he won't be living here much longer, that I'll be kicking him out very soon. I swing round to face him. That was quick, I mouth at him, neither of us expecting the police back before tomorrow. You go, he says in a low voice, things normal. I nod and take a breath, heading into the hallway to answer the door. But when I pull it open, it's not the police standing outside at all. Megan? I say, surprised to see her. She has a concerned expression on her face. I'm so sorry to bother you, Gemma, but can I come in? I open the door wider, and she steps inside. I have something that I think you'll want to see.
Chapter 53. 3 months later.
Mom, are you ready yet?
Chloe says, standing in the kitchen doorway.
Whenever you are,
I reply, shutting my laptop lid where I'm sitting at the table, Max lying at my feet. He stayed close to me these last few weeks, being even more loyal and protective. I stretch out. I've been catching up with the shop's accounts, which, even under the dire circumstances of the last few months, are looking healthy.
It's all thanks to you and your hard work,
I tell Megan as she also comes into the kitchen, showing her the latest figures. She's been upstairs in her room studying for her new management course. I don't know how she does it. College as a mature student, as well as still working for me at the shop. She has 2 days off a week to attend the course. She's been living here with us for a couple of months now, moving into the spare room when Rich went home. He stayed for 3 weeks after Sandy's death, during which time the police found Doug's remains. Despite his own grief and utter disbelief at what his brother had done, Rich was a rock to me and the twins, helping us navigate those early days of disbelief. I'm not sure I'd have got through it all without him. Then, when the dust had settled a bit, he decided it was time to move back to his place, try to rebuild his life. That was when I insisted Megan should move in here, given she wasn't happy with her house share. Offering her a warm, safe home was the least I could do after the news she dropped on me that morning she turned up on my doorstep. And thank God that Aiden left within a day of Megan's arrival,
realizing I was serious when I told him if he didn't get out, I wouldn't be able to stop myself going to the police. Calling his bluff, making him believe that I'd risk my own freedom if he didn't get out of my house, finally did the trick, so he packed up and left. Though I think a part of him wanted to go, knowing there was nothing left for him here now. No idea where he went. And a part of me is scared that he hasn't truly gone, that he's still watching me, biding his time, making sure I keep our secret. Him leaving seemed far too easy. As long as he's alive, I don't think I'll ever be free of danger. Wherever he is, a precarious stalemate hangs between us. Naturally, I offered Megan the annex when Aiden moved out, but she said she'd prefer to be in the house with us. That might change in the future if she gets a boyfriend. Chloe's eye catches the photo of Doug that I put on the windowsill above the sink, a look of sadness sweeping over her face. I've dotted a few pictures of him around the house, wanting the twins to think of their dad often. Whatever else happened, he's still their father. We held a memorial service for him a couple of months ago, and we often get out the photo albums and chat about the good times, mainly for the twins' benefit. It's not like I don't miss Doug. I do, hugely. But to manage my grief, all it takes is to remember how he never wanted to be with me in the first place, that he intended to destroy me, that he murdered Sandy in cold blood. It usually works. Tom wants to come out driving with us, Chloe says. Reckons he'll pass his test before me, but we'll see about that. She flexes her bicep, laughing. Girl power, eh? Megan says, fist bumping her. Well, her half-sister. That morning, 3 months ago, Megan had turned up with an old journal that belonged to her mother. She thought I ought to see it. At the time, she had no idea Doug was dead. It had only happened the night before, and she'd never even met him. Well, so she thought. When she eventually saw a photograph of him, she was shocked, confirming that Doug was the man who'd come into the shop one morning not long after she'd started working at Clover, looking for a gift for his daughter. It must have been when he left the postcard on the dresser, and it would have been easy enough for him to slip one through Mum's door and attach another to the lilies he had sent to me. I sat Megan down at the kitchen table, not realizing at the time that the police had already traced a familial link to her from Laura's remains. It all happened around the time Sandy died, and seeing how distracted I was, Megan hadn't wanted to bother me with her news that her missing mother had finally been found. The awful thing is, Megan said, the police told me it was most probably a hit and run, but they won't ever find out who did it, not after all this time. This time. It's just tragic. Oh, really? I did my best to sound normal. I'm so sorry to hear that. While it was indeed a relief for me, I still felt desperately sad for Megan. Thanks, she said, with sorrow in her voice. I was a toddler at the time, and don't remember anything about it. The police said they were lucky to get the exact date of death because of my birth mother's unusual watch. They confirmed who she was from her DNA and dental records, linking her back to me. Apparently they had some other evidence, but it was only circumstantial, so they couldn't make any arrests. They said the CPS would never allow them to charge those concerned, and they wouldn't give me any more details because of data protection. It's so sad. When I was eventually old enough to ask questions about my birth mum, I was always told that she'd left home and abandoned me. The story got more and more vague with each foster parent until I was finally adopted. I grew up thinking my mother hadn't wanted me. I've been trying to track her down for a while, looking back over old newspaper clippings online. But at least now I know the truth. Oh God, Megan, I'm so sorry to hear that, I said, feeling dreadful for what she's been through. Another casualty in the web of lies created by Aiden. I was beginning to wonder if there'd ever be a time in my life when I wouldn't have to lie. I decided that was doubtful, knowing some secrets are best kept buried.
Then, as we sat discussing things, Megan dropped another bombshell. That she'd discovered her biological father. I actually found out his name a couple of months before I saw your advert for the job at Clover. You probably won't remember, but I'd been in the shop browsing a couple of times before, though I wasn't looking for clothes. It was you I'd come to see, though I wasn't brave enough to talk to you at the time. That was when I saw you'd advertised for an assistant in the window, and decided to apply. I thought it would be a good chance to get to know you. You'd come to see me, I'd said, shocked by this news. Why? I didn't remember her coming into the shop. I wanted to find out about you and your family. It sounds weird, but hear me out. She then showed me the journal that her adopted mother had handed over a few months ago. Laura had several diaries, but somehow this one had become separated from the other stuff of hers that I'd already been given. Not that there was much. My adopted parents were moving house and having a clear-out, and that's when they found it. They were so apologetic. They used to foster children too, and always had loads of kids in their belongings coming and going. Things were often a bit chaotic, in a happy way. Poor Mum, she was so upset that she'd mislaid it. I was just so grateful it had turned up. When I first read through it, not everything made sense. But then Mom put me in touch with some social services people who were able to help me find out more about the names and events Laura had written about. What they told me helped me find my biological dad, Megan explained, showing me the relevant pages of the journal. I was still confused, but then seeing Laura Ellis's neat handwriting unlocked another layer of guilt as I read what she'd written about Doug. Her words so caring. How they were obviously very much in love. It made me think that we'd have probably got along. Though one paragraph in particular felt like a kick in the guts. Megan isn't his daughter. He'd kill Doug for sure. As it was, I had to lie to him about my dates. And Doug doesn't know the truth either, that Megan is his. I know she'd mean the world to him, but I'm so trapped with Aiden, I can't take the risk. It would put him and me in too much danger. But I'll never stop loving Doug. Or my beautiful girl. I read it a couple of times with tears in my eyes, sighing as Megan explained that she'd found my details first and was hoping to eventually make contact with Doug through me. But when you told me all about your family, how happy you all seemed, your twins, your wonderful husband, I was too nervous to explain who I was. I felt like an imposter, as if I'd have been destroying all that for you. I figured that doing the best in my job was the least I could do for you. Oh, Megan, I'd said, pulling her close for a hug. It was some consolation, at least, that Doug and Laura were together again. Though my main concern at that point was working out how best to tell the twins they had a half-sister. Here you go, I say now, tossing my car keys at Chloe with a smile as we stand on the front drive. Max will be fine left at home for a bit, exhausted by his earlier walk. Tom comes out of the garage where he's been fixing his bike. As it turned out, I needn't have worried about breaking the news to them. Both twins were far more accepting of Megan than I'd anticipated, almost seeing her as a living link to the father they'd lost when I explained he'd had a daughter from a relationship before me. It'll take time to fully adjust, but they're on the right track, and the school counselor has been a great help. I'll sit in the back, Tom says. I need to know what the competition is like before our tests in a couple of months, he adds, ribbing his sister. And that's when Megan comes out of the front door, calling to us that she wants to join us as well. A real family outing, I say, laughing and reminding Chloe to adjust her mirrors after we've all piled in. God, Mum, it's not my first time out, you know, she snaps, putting the car into reverse. The gears make a terrible noise.
The twins have been having official lessons, as well as a few practice runs with me. "Is the clutch fully down?" I ask, only to be met with a loud sigh and a glare.
"Buckle up in the back," I say, swinging round and grinning at Tom and Megan, who are both looking nervous already. "Go whichever way you want," I say once my daughter has finally managed to reverse out of the drive. "It's best you start learning your way around." "Cool," she says, looking in the mirror before indicating and pulling away. She drives towards the row of local shops about a mile away, then carries on around the edge of town, eventually coming to another junction, heading straight on towards the countryside. I'm not really paying too much attention to where she's going, rather keeping an eye on how close she is to the curb. She keeps clipping it with the near side wheel, a habit she needs to break. "You'll fail your test if you keep doing that, love," I tell her, itching to nudge the steering wheel over so she's driving more centrally. Then I hear my phone ping in my bag, so I grab it, seeing it's Mom letting me know how she got on at her hospital appointment. "Mine's the crossroads up ahead," I tell her. "Turn whichever way you want." Chloe opts for straight on as I quickly tap out a reply to Mom. "Watch the verges, now we're out in the countryside," I tell her. "You don't want to end up in a ditch." "God, Mom," she says, just as it dawns on me where we are. "Nagging, will you?" "Mum's right," Tom chips in from the back. "You need to be more central, and you're driving way too slowly. You can fail for that too, you know. Also, put the wipers on. It's starting to rain. Or didn't you notice?" I see my daughter's knuckles whiten as she grips the wheel harder. She flicks a glance in the rearview mirror, scowling at her brother. I have another mirror stuck on the windscreen my side, so I can check who's behind us. Currently, no one. "Just take it steady, love. You're doing fine," I say. "And Tom, don't be a backseat driver, eh? You wouldn't like it." "Actually, Mum, you shouldn't be using your phone." "Using your phone. You're supervising, so you need to be paying full attention," he tells me, rather sternly. "And fine. If you think Chloe going everywhere in second gear without being able to see through the windscreen is okay, then crack on," Tom says from the back. Chloe puts the indicator on by mistake while hunting for the wiper control. "Twist the right stalk forward," I tell her. "That's it, love." But my head is thrown back as she suddenly speeds up, glaring at her brother in the mirror again. There's an angry, determined look on her face as she rams the car into third gear, then fourth and fifth, nudging the grass verge with her wheel several times, making us all jolt. I grab onto the door handle. "Slow down," I tell her. "There's a speed camera coming up soon." A shudder runs through me. It's the same camera that caught my car after Aiden and I left Foxmere that night. "I'm only doing 48, Chloe says now, her arms rigid on the wheel. "It's a 50 zone along here." 50 only if it's safe, Tom says, suddenly sounding a bit nervous. "And in this weather, it's not." "It's perfectly safe," Chloe replies, glaring at her brother in the mirror, seeming more intent on bickering with him than focusing on the road ahead. "I feel a bit sick," Megan pipes up from the back, the last thing I remember before my world shifts into another dimension. A reality I thought I'd left behind. Everything happening in slow motion. I see my hand reaching out to grab the wheel from Chloe, swerving the car away from an imminent accident, something looming in front of us. But suddenly it's not Chloe driving the car, and there's no one sitting in the back. It's just me and Aiden, one rainy February night 21 years ago. "Please, for God's sake, slow down or you'll kill someone!" I hear my younger self cry, clinging onto the passenger seat in fear. "Aiden, tell me where we're going!" But Aiden doesn't say a word. He just grips the wheel and keeps on driving. Tears are streaming down my face. I feel such an idiot. Such a fool for wanting to propose to him. "I booked a table at the Indian restaurant, waiting for you,"
There's champagne and music and candles and... My head is swimming from the 3 gins I had at the Bombay Star, and the rain is sheeting down, making it hard to see. The wipers lash from side to side across the windscreen, beating out the rhythm of my angry heartbeat.
Look, let me out of the car, please. I feel sick.
Aidan remains silent, drives faster. The headlights, the rain, the hedges whipping by in a blur. There's a sharp bend up ahead. We're not going to make it. He's going to kill us when all I wanted was for us to have a nice meal, ask him to marry me. Something flicks inside me, like a switch, a chemical release in my brain, a superpower in my body, something that makes the world around me glow red hot, something that reminds me of long ago, of my father, of being out of control, of no one ever listening to me. Stop the car, now! I lean over and lunge at the wheel, grabbing it with both hands, forcing it from Aidan's grip. I yank it hard to the left, trying to run the wheel against the verge to bring the car to a stop, but suddenly, there's someone there. Out of nowhere. Around the bend. Lit up by the headlights like she's on a stage. Her face a picture of shock. Her woolen beanie hat. Her mouth is open, but no scream comes out. She was walking towards us, and now she's on the bonnet. Her face staring through the windscreen. Her face. Laura Ellis. I glance in the rear-view mirror, and she's there. Laura Ellis, as though she's sitting in the back seat right now. Her face. It's her. Look. Oh my God. I killed her. I grabbed the wheel from Aidan with 3 gins inside me, and I killed his wife. Stone cold dead. I killed Megan's mother. She died because of me. And Aidan covered it up. For me. Mom! Oh my God, Mom! The car lurches forward, and we come to a sudden stop. The engine stalls. Chloe is screaming. What the fuck, Mum? You nearly killed us! But I can't move. I'm still staring in the mirror looking at Megan. Her face. Her mother's face. She brought it all back, finally unlocking the memory. Sorry. Oh no. Oh God, not again. I unclip my seatbelt with shaking hands and get out, feeling as if my legs are going to buckle beneath me. I run round to the front of the car in the rain, hardly daring to look. Tom, Chloe, and Megan are suddenly beside me, Tom with his arm around me, pulling me close and shielding my face from the blood. I hear Chloe saying something about it being such a shame, then Megan telling her not to worry, that it was long dead anyway. I killed her, I sob, covering my face. It was all my fault. I killed her. Mom, what are you talking about? Tom says. The fox was run over days ago. Look, it's been half eaten by crows already. Chloe didn't hit it. Is that why you grabbed the wheel? I listen to my son and stop crying, daring to look at the road in front of the car again. Looking at the poor dead creature lying there.
Chapter 54.
I can't help myself. It's stupid, I know, but I still have his number in my contacts. I know what he meant now. One day you will remember everything. And he's the only person I can tell, the only person I can share the guilt with. I'm shaking as I wait for the line to connect, my hands hardly able to hold the phone as I sit on my bed, screwing up my eyes, trying to rid myself of the memory. There's a reason I blocked it all out. It was my fault Laura died.
Gemma, what a pleasant surprise,
Aidan says after a few rings, his deep voice resonating in my ear.
How are...
Shut up.
I hiss, not wanting the twins or Megan to hear any of this. We've been back half an hour, and they're all downstairs playing on Tom's Xbox as if nothing's happened. I said they can order in pizza, anything they want. I managed to hide my distress as best I could until I got up to my room. Then it all came out in a flood. I know, I tell him. I know. Silence for a moment. Ah, Aiden says. You finally remembered. I wondered how long it would take. Yes. In a way, I'm sorry you had to, he adds. I was almost hoping you wouldn't. But bad things have a habit of coming out, as we've discovered. He laughs then, sending a chill through me. Why the hell didn't you tell me? I ask. That I grabbed the wheel, that it was all my fault. I take a breath to prevent another wave of sobs. I don't want him knowing how much this has broken me. Because for some stupid reason I wanted to protect you. From yourself. You were fragile enough as it was, and I didn't want guilt driving you to the police. Besides, the more you remembered about the accident, the more likely it was to come out that we'd killed my wife. A wife you knew nothing about. I liked our little setup, and despite everything, I wanted to keep on seeing you. I pause, taking all this in, but it feels too big to fit in my head. He's even more evil than I ever thought.
All this time, and it was me who killed Laura. But then, you killed my husband. I guess that makes us even. Hearing myself say those words so matter-of-factly doesn't feel real, as if we're just chatting about the weather or a TV series we watched, not the tragic deaths of our spouses. Actually, I'm not so sure about that, Aiden says, twisting my stomach into knots. What do you mean? At Open Door several months ago, I told you my father died, remember? I nod, even though he can't see. Yes, you said you were 12, that you found him dead in a pool of blood. I killed him, Aiden says. Stabbed him, if you must know. The pool of blood part was true, at least. I'm unable to speak or move for a moment, as the wild image of what he's just admitted whirls through my mind. And you expect me to believe you? I retort, even though I do believe him. I absolutely believe him. Makes no difference to me if you do or not, but I wanted to be honest. I know you'll keep it to yourself. I can almost see the smug, self-satisfied grin on his face. He doesn't care about honesty. He's only telling me to get one over on me, to take back his power, to make me more fearful of him. And he's achieved his goal. There's no doubt in my mind he's a monster, a cold-blooded killer. As long as he's alive, I'll always be in danger. Mother initially, he continues. She had a motive, after all. He'd bullied and beaten her throughout their marriage. They said she must have finally had enough and flipped. I'm sitting here, the twins and Megan laughing and chattering downstairs, normal sounds going on in the street, listening to Aiden describing how he murdered his father. Nothing feels real. But she had a watertight alibi, so they let her go. I was a suspect for a short while, but as a scrawny 12-year-old too afraid to say boo to anyone, I was quickly ruled out. I was so forgettable that the teachers vouched for me being in school, claiming I was there because I was marked present in the register, even though I'd bunked off soon after signing in. That's when I did it. I'd had enough of his abuse. The case eventually went cold, with the police not particularly bothered if justice was served for a wife-beating thug or not. You repulse me. I spit down the line at him. I wish to God I'd never met you. I keep my voice low, but the hatred in my words is clear. I never want to see you again. If you come anywhere near me or my family, then I swear I'm turning us both into the police. I suggest you don't test me.
I've said these words before, but I need to remind him it's not a hollow threat.
Don't be like that, Gemma. Always so angry. But you see, he says, we're not even at all. I've killed 2 people, whereas you have only killed 1.
He waits for my reply, but I stay quiet, not knowing what to say.
Is our little secret safe? Just keep away from me and my family, I spit, hanging up before he gets a chance to reply.
Chapter 55. 3 weeks later. I look up from where I'm sitting in the group and see a man standing in the doorway of the community hall. I stare into his piercing blue eyes, wondering who he is and what he wants. For a second, I think nothing of it. We often get new members. But then something snags deep inside my mind, a loose thread from the past. I swallow dryly, not instantly paying attention to the danger signals firing in my brain. It can't be him. It's impossible. Why won't he leave me alone? I give my head a little shake, blink, refocus. He's still there. Aiden. Déjà vu hits me, and I have to force myself to unfreeze, to act normally.
Come in, Eric says, not realizing the danger he's putting me in. Welcome back to the group. It's been 3 weeks since I spoke to Aiden on the phone. 3 weeks of wondering if I'll ever see him again. 3 weeks of looking over my shoulder, checking up on my kids' whereabouts way more than is normal. Triple checking the doors are locked at night. And here's my answer. I doubt he'll ever let me go. Not as long as we're both alive to share our secret. I got kicked out of my last place. Kelly, one of our more recent members, continues once Aiden has sat down. She winds the new spotty handkerchief around her hands as she tells us her story.
Lost my job, couldn't pay the rent. She shakes her head and takes a breath. Funny how life goes, eh? Once I had a husband, 2 lovely kids. I kept my drinking a secret for so long, but secrets like that don't stay buried forever, right? I glance over at Aiden, quickly looking away again when I see he's staring straight at me.
Thank you, Kelly,
Eric says to the group once she's finished speaking. He takes the spotted handkerchief from her.
Who else would like to share?
He asks. Me, I suddenly find myself saying. Another glance at Aiden. My mouth is dry as I try to find the right words that are burning to come out. They've been stuck for decades.
Aiden's eyes are on me from across the circle as he leans forward, forearms on his knees, his pupils flaring black, as I take a deep breath and begin. When I was 15, I lost my father. I tell the group, knowing I've already got Aiden's full attention. He had a horrible accident and fell from the loft hatch, before tumbling down the stairs and breaking his neck. My mother found him several hours later, and the doctor said he died almost instantly from a massive bleed on the brain. I hear murmurs of sympathy around the group, and the woman next to me touches me on the arm, whispering, "You poor love." But I don't think I'm a poor love. Not at all. My mother was the poor love, but like Aiden's mother, she was weak-willed and would have lived out the rest of her days under the black cloud of that man if he hadn't died. That bully. My father. Well, she would have done if I hadn't removed the ladder that Dad had propped against the hatch to get into the loft, laying it down on the landing as if it had accidentally fallen away. Something had flicked inside me. That same switch. My world glowing red hot. I knew what I had to do. At first, my father called down from the loft for help. But back in my bedroom, I put my headphones on and turned up my music, which also drowned out the noise of him falling to his death. Thinking back, I'd only anticipated a bit of an inconvenience, a small accident at best as he tried to climb down,
though a part of me had hoped for worse. Him dying was an unexpected bonus for teenage me. A while later, I peeked out of my bedroom but quickly went back in again. I couldn't stand to look, and Mum would be home soon. I'd leave the rest to her. I look around the group in the church hall, realizing that I've just spewed out my thoughts. I've told my story, though leaving out the part where I moved the ladder, I'm not stupid. A few members have tears in their eyes, whereas mine are dry. I look at Aiden again. Totally dry, too. Totally dry, too. It's awful. But I suddenly want to laugh. Just like when I was at my mother's house several months ago, the day I was interviewed by the police. Mum had made me a cup of her milky tea, and then my father had come up in conversation. Somehow we'd ended up in fits of laughter, wholly inappropriate, but what we'd both needed at the time. It had brought us closer together. "Gemma, I know what you did." What she said before I left, leaving me chilled. But now, sitting here in the circle, everyone's eyes on me, it suddenly strikes me. My mother wasn't referring to Laura, to the hit and run, or even to Aiden and me burying her body. Though, having just come from the police station, that's the conclusion my guilty mind had leapt to. Truth was, Mum hadn't got a clue about any of that.
I know what you did.
No.
My mother knew that I'd taken that ladder away. She knew that I'd inadvertently killed my father, and she's been lying for me all this time.
After Eric and I have put away the chairs, washed up the mugs, turned off all the lights, I say goodbye and leave him to lock up. Thankfully, Aiden left a short while ago with the rest of the group, though I doubt it's the last I'll see of him. I close the church hall door and head across the car park to my car, about to unlock it when there's a voice behind me.
"Hello, Gemma."
Shivers run down my spine as I spin round. Aiden. Of course it's Aiden. It's always going to be him.
"Well, well, well,"
he says, grinning.
"Who'd have thought?"
He pauses, dragging his eyes up and down me.
"You killed your father."
The street light on the main road highlights the darkness in his eyes, and the smirk on his face tells me that he thinks we're the same. Each of us broken, and each of us dealing with our pasts the only way we know how. But he's wrong. I'm not like him. I'll never be like him. "Leave me alone," I hiss, fumbling with my keys. But I'm so unnerved by him waiting out here for me that I drop them. Aiden wastes no time bending down and grabbing them. "Careless," he says, dangling them in front of me. "Are you saying we're even, then? That it's 2-2? "Give me my keys," I say, reaching out to grab them.
Answer me, Gemma. You wanted your father dead, didn't you?
He laughs. Is that the same as murder, do you think? Wanting someone dead, and then they die for real? He fell because of you, after all.
Shut up! I scream. You don't know what you're saying. Just give me my keys and let me.
Come and get them if you want them, he taunts. You're not getting rid of me so easily, Gemma. I'll always be around, you know, watching you, making sure you don't slip up, making sure you keep our little secret. His grin does something to me, rattling me like the first tremors of an earthquake. I've never hated anyone so much. Then, to my horror, he turns and walks off with my keys.
It's the car park entrance and the road beyond, so I chase after him. Give them back, you idiot! I need to get home. If you don't, I'll call the police and... Aiden spins round. He's standing on the pavement in full view of the high street, people coming in and out of the pubs and restaurants, car drivers, bus drivers, traffic speeding past, and very likely CCTV cameras too. He dangles my keys over a drain at the edge of the road. He has no shame.
You see, Gemma, it's those sorts of comments that make me not trust you.
He shakes his head like I'm a naughty child.
I'll say it again. I will not allow you to go to the police for any reason.
He lowers the keys over the drain hole, taking a couple more steps back as I lunge for them.
No, you don't.
You bastard, I hiss. Passers-by are staring, but no one is offering to help me. Do you want me to scream? See what happens then? Aiden smirks and takes another step back, laughing at me as he taunts me. His eyes flare black again, his pupils growing huge as he gets closer to the busy road. Something stirs deep inside me, a feeling so awful I can't believe it's part of me. A volcano erupting, a switch flicking. Give me my keys, I cry out, lunging at him again. I make another grab for them, yanking them from his hand. He steps back to avoid me but trips on the curb, stumbling into the road. The horn blares, but it's too late. The truck knocks Aiden sideways, slamming his head onto the road, making me turn and shy away, covering my face when I see the front wheels of the lorry run over him. Someone nearby screams. Then I realize it's me. There's a commotion before everything seems to fall silent, even though it's not. When I dare to look round, there are people crowding around the front of the lorry, someone screaming, the driver panicking. A cacophony of sound around me now as I stand there, frozen to the spot.
Gemma, are you okay?
Eric is suddenly beside me, his hand on my shoulder. Christ, what's happened? I was just locking up and heard the yelling. I shake my head, my mouth gaping open, hardly able to speak as I take a few steps closer to where Aiden is lying on the road. Call an ambulance, a man shouts. He's gone! I hear someone else cry out. No pulse, says another. Yeah, I'm okay, I say to Eric, who's still beside me with his arm round me now. I look down at Aiden's body. There's a pool of blood around his head, and his eyes are vacant and staring right at me. His pupils are huge and black. I think that makes it 3-2. I whisper down at him, so quietly no one else hears. Finally, our little secret is safe. The end.